up to do the right thing, and they did, and it turns around and bites them in the butt. So he's feeling a little bit betrayed and angry.
Does he have a
And he's not alone.
Is he able to,
I'm not going to address that. I don't think it has any dealing. It doesn't matter. But let's put it this way. I shudder to wonder what he would have been like had Paul Shanley not entered our lives when he was 6. But he's a good man. He does the best that he can, and he has more courage than anybody I know.
What do I do now? Change the size?
Mr. Ford, you were talking a little bit about harassing him when he gets out and making sure people know that he lives in that neighborhood and not making him comfortable. Many people would say maybe that's not the right way to deal with this, that there may be a better way. You're pretty strong in your feelings. That he does not belong in society, you want to make him uncomfortable.
That's how I do feel. I don't have many recourses. If I ran into Shanley as a father, what he did to me,
That's good, right?
my son,
But you would not hurt him.
I would hurt him.
Yeah. So that's good.
You have to understand, excuse me, there are no boundaries with Paul Shanley. He used to hang around the old Trailways bus station in Boston,
Actually,
in
it's
Park
Gilligan
Square with
Road.
other men, and pick up runaways from the bus. Innocent children.
That's why we
who
do
were
this,
running
right?
away. There are no boundaries here.
I just want to be clear on this. I'm not physically going after Paul
This is
Shanley.
going to be something that I
You asked the
definitely screw up.
hypothetical. If I ran into Paul
I
Shanley,
feel like I'm going to have a lot
that's
of
the hypothetical question. I have no intentions of going after Paul Shanley. Me going after Paul Shanley wouldn't resolve anything. If I did take vengeance out on Paul Shanley, my son would have no father. My daughter would have no father.
Audio is
My
very
wife
low.
would have no
No audio, no
husband.
audio. Audio? That's what everyone's saying.
It wouldn't be worth it. I have those thoughts. What father wouldn't have those thoughts that destroyed his son? I have to be real and tell you that. But I'm not going to physically go after Paul Shanley.
Mr. Druso, can you tell us a little bit about the community notification, if any, that there will be? Will the police in the town where he lives know? And if so, can the police tell the community?
So that's
I understand that he's a level 3 sex offender, and the level 3 sex offenders are their locations are published, they're online, they're available to people. People can check with their local police and they'll get that information, but it's also publicly available. I want to just say a couple more things about Paul Shanley. Paul Shanley was a street priest, and as Mitch has said, while he was there, he had a ready source of victims. Joe Crowley, who was both a client and became a dear friend, is not with us today. He died recently. And Joe was this bright, vibrant person whose life was essentially taken away by Paul Shanley. Turned him into an alcoholic. Joe fought it, eventually became sober for many years, but no question in my mind, he died young because of that, because of Paul Shanley. Joe told me what Shanley was like. He'd be in the gay bars, as Mitch has mentioned. He'd have a group of these underage kids that he had found from the bus stations and other places. He used the guise that I'm here to help people. I'm here to help people deal with the most difficult problems of their life, whether they think they might be gay, whether they think they're not sure about that, whether they're having... Joe Crowley was an Irish Catholic kid from Dorchester who thought he was gay and said that to his father one day. He says, "You can't be because neither your mother or I are gay." You know, and he didn't know what to do. At that time, there was no place to go. He gets directed to Paul Shanley, and Paul Shanley's supposed to help him. Paul Shanley's help was to get Joe's clothes off him as quickly as he could, have sex with him, and then dismiss him. That was Paul Shanley. Mitch and I and Eric McLeish and Alan Cantor have all talked to a number of the victims. They all describe Shanley the same way. sexually aggressive, and when he was done with you, he was dismissive. I can't tell you the year right now, but at some point, I think it was in the 70s, Paul Shanley was involved with NAMBLA. You all know what NAMBLA is, the National North American Man-Boy Love Association, an organization dedicated to the proposition that it's okay for adults to have sex with kids. That's Paul Shanley. That's his mindset. This information came to the attention of a prominent Catholic layperson who, I'm told, went to Cardinal Medeiros and said, what the heck's going on with this guy? Why are you supporting him in this mission? So Cardinal Medeiros, I believe, was responsible for Paul Shanley being assigned. Shanley had been living in an apartment in Boston, and he had free reign. He could go wherever he wanted to go, do what he wanted to do, and that's where he did most of his abuse. He was then assigned by Medeiros to the Newton Parish. In the Newton Parish, he no longer had access to the large group of people that he was abusing before. As a result of that, Shanley turned his attention to young kids like Greg Ford, which was way outside of what he was involved with before. He also abused another one of my clients who was in his 50s, who had questions about his sexuality and wanted some advice and was referred to Shanley. Shanley had sex with him. That was his way of exploring your sexuality. In addition, there was another person who was in that parish who had physical disabilities, and Shanley had sex with that individual. The point I want to make about Shanley is this. When Shanley no longer had access to his preferred range of victims, when he was in the Newton Parish, he adapted. And he adapted to whatever was available to him, whether it was 6-year-old kids or men in their 50s and 60s who were not as attractive to him as the other victims would have been. This is why Paul Shanley remains a threat. He is a very adaptable person who will abuse whoever he has the opportunity to abuse. Now, I've told you about Anthony Lorano, the priest from Plymouth, who was abusing people in his 80s. I don't think Paul Shanley is going to be deterred by age. I don't think he's going to be deterred by circumstances. He clearly has never acknowledged that he's done anything wrong. He doesn't think he's done anything wrong. If you talk to the people whose specialty it is to treat sex offenders, what they will tell you is they are the most difficult people in the world to treat because they don't think they've done anything wrong for which they ought to be treated. And that's Paul Shanley in a nutshell. So if Paul Shanley is still in that state of mind at his age and has the adaptability, we think if he gets out that he is going to be a threat again. We know that at least one of the doctors who examined Shanley did not understand the range of victims. He thought they were limited to a particular time period. He thought they were limited to one gender. I have a female victim. I know there are other female victims of Shanley. He did not limit himself. So that's why we are so concerned that Paul Shanley is being released.
So the evaluators did not have enough information. What about the qualifications of these two particular evaluators? Do they seem qualified to make this decision?
They're mental health professionals who work in this area. There's a process by which you become what's called a QE, a qualified examiner. And I understand they're both qualified examiners. Let me make one point, by the way. The Middlesex District Attorney's Office did a phenomenal job in prosecuting Paul Shanley. It was a 25, 30-year-old case that they, through the fluke of having a victim as young as Greg Ford and the fact that he left Massachusetts, which stopped the statute of limitations from running, it was that combination of things that made it possible for him to be prosecuted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been. And they had a very difficult trial. They had Shanley hired national experts on memory to come in, and they blew those people away. They did a superb. I sat through every day of the trial with Joe Crowley, and we watched that case tried. It was perfect. It was textbook. I wish I could try a case as well as the case in which they prosecuted Shanley. So I'm not being critical of the district attorney's office. They tried getting 2 different experts to keep Paul Shanley in custody. It's not their fault that the experts are saying what they're saying. The system, the standards they're applying, they have got to be changed. If a Paul Shanley can walk out of prison after his conviction because these standards don't apply to him, then I don't know who's going to be stopped from walking out the door. We had the priest from Haverhill, Paquin, also
Father Paquin
also did not have the sexually dangerous person. These are long-term, multi-victim predators, and they are not being put into this SDP program. I don't know how psychotic you have to be in order to be deemed a sexually dangerous person.
Carmen, can you talk about some of the other standards in addition to age? What else they use? What other criteria they use?
You know, I don't know all of them. I know that they're relying on them. They're relying on statistics. How long it's been since the person abused last? Well, Shanley's been in jail for 15 years. Before that, he was in California. He abused one of my clients in California while he was there. That's the last known victim. I have
When was that? What year was that?
It's in the 90s.
The 90s.
Yeah.
That's the last time we know he committed.
That's the last time we know for sure. I guarantee you that Shanley has many other victims that are out there. I've had people call me and say, you know, I was abused by Shanley. I don't want to do anything about it. I'm dealing with it in my own way. Shanley was in a number of parishes. He's been in a number of locations. We distribute you information from Bishop Accountability. You'll see all the places he's been and the kind of places he's been and the people he's been associated with. He is associated constantly with people of the same mind about abusing kids. Every time there's a hearing at the State House on sexual abuse issues, there's a group of people that were involved with Shanley in NAMBLA. They come up to the State House to argue about why the sex offender registry shouldn't be there, why the science is bad about this, that these people don't really pose a threat to anybody, and it's natural to have sex with kids.
Can I ask, you have emphasized your concern is with the threat that Shanley poses now. I'm wondering if there's any sense of this that is he hasn't been sufficiently punished for what he's done under the releasing.
No, this is not about punishment. This is about prevention and safety. You would have to listen to the clients describe the ease with which Shanley engaged them in sex acts. I met Shanley once when we served him with papers while he was in custody. And the thing that struck me was how ordinary he looked. Because every client described to me how powerful he was, his ability to engage them, his ability to say, I'm here to help you. And the next thing they know, they're naked and he's having sex with them. I mean, and this is who he was. And the thing that always got me is they always said as soon as it was over, he was dismissive. He had what he wanted and, okay, I'll see you later. We gotta go now. That was Paul Shanley.
You mentioned punishment. The irony here is that the victims are punishing themselves for being sexually abused as children by a Catholic priest. They're the ones who constantly punish themselves. And this press conference today is about accountability. Cardinal Medeiros, Cardinal Law, you didn't do your job. You hid the facts. You let innocent children be sexually abused. That's not right. That's criminal. And many victims feel as though Cardinal Law should be prosecuted. If they did their jobs, many lives would have been saved. Individuals, children, Carmen would agree with me, I believe, commit suicide over these abuses. They punish themselves. And if they're not committing suicide, they're self-medicating with drugs or alcohol. Or they're alone, or they have lack of self-esteem, or they're hospitalized. Ironically, the punishment is the victims are punishing themselves. Cardinal Law, where were you? You're still in Rome. I'd love to hear a response from Cardinal Law as to this situation. Maybe one of you can try to contact him. He knew what was going on. He's responsible. You have purportedly the most moral institution in the world acting the most immorally.
What specific proposals are you looking to address this issue? Is there anything specific that would change through legislation or other processes?
I don't have anything specific at this point in time. As Carmen said, these doctors looked at the history of Paul Shanley, and it's beyond me how they could not have determined that he was a sexual predator, pure and simple. As I mentioned before, he hung around, according to my clients, he hung around at Trailways bus station, the old Trailways bus station that was in Park Square with other men. And he'd pick up wayward children and sexually molest them, coming off the buses from New York or wherever. It's endless. And now he's going to be out there in society, unwatched, uncontrolled, and he's not even wearing a bracelet.
In a situation like this, does he go to a halfway house? I mean,
in theory, he goes to a halfway house, but in practice, the government doesn't have the resources to watch these perpetrators, to track these perpetrators. A bus comes to the Pine Street Inn or the St. Francis House or wherever, okay, and drops these perpetrators off. Supposedly, they go inside, but they don't go inside. Now, he's not wearing a bracelet. He's not wearing any sort of mechanism to track them. So where is he? He's out molesting children. We all know that. He's going to be molesting again. It's not a maybe. That's why we're here today. That's why these heroes, I'm sorry, are speaking up. It's not a maybe. He's going to be doing it. He's molested hundreds of children. There's no doubt in our minds. As a group of lawyers, we know how many he's molested. He's molested hundreds of children. The documents speak for themselves, just like in Father Gagan cases. There are thousands of pages of Paul Shanley being a sexual predator, and Bernard Cardinal Law and his predecessor hid those facts. They let him have free rein. Where is Cardinal O'Malley now? Has he got a secret deal with Shanley in terms of a pension? Even though Shanley was involuntarily laicized, my sources tell me there could still be a secret deal where the Archdiocese of Boston is paying Paul Shanley money. Is there any sort of relationship between Paul Shanley and the Archdiocese of Boston right now? As usual, when a predator is found to be, when a predator is found to be guilty and a victim is found to be credible, the church cuts the cord with the predator for cosmetic effect. It's window dressing. But what have they really done behind the curtain?
do you have any inkling of where he'll go?
No one knows. That's the problem. And wherever he's supposed to go, we don't know if he'll actually be there. My guess is he probably won't be there. He'll probably be in a park with children. It isn't just going to stop. There's no magic wand here.
So what should the community do? You've talked about what you believe is the danger. What should the community, the police, do when inevitably probably we will learn where he is?
What I believe we should do, what the community should do, is alert the police as to his whereabouts. Victims will go to the police department where he's located and say, I want you to know this happened to me by Father Paul Shanley, who was living at such and such an address. And although the statute of limitations is run, I want you to know this. And we've done this multiple times over years, and the police always say, thank you very much, we're going to keep an eye on him. Then Paul Shanley will move to another town. He's very clever. Pedophiles are very clever and cunning and coy. They know exactly how to prey upon innocent children. And it's up to the advocacy groups like Jetta's group and Bob Holston's group and SNAP to maintain a public eye so that these predators are kept in public. It's up to these advocacy groups to make sure the public knows where these predators are at all times.
Does his probation require him to stay within Massachusetts?
But that...
No, he can move to any state?
Well, he can move to any state where the other state agrees to keep him under probationary supervision. But that's going to mean different things in different states.
Now, keep in mind, he's going to be a level 3 sex offender, but he can apply to have that reduced to a level 2 or a level 1. And often sex offenders will do that. They'll hire the quote-unquote expert who will say he only meets 14 of the 20 criteria, and quietly his status will be changed to a level 2 or level 1. There is nothing preventing Paul Shanley from doing that. Okay? Nothing. Now, if we have 2 experts who found him not to be a sexually dangerous person, I think he can go out and find some expert who's going to say he shouldn't be a level 2. He should be, by the way, a level 1, so that he doesn't have his whereabouts will not be public.
So Carmen, what are you calling for? I thought you said at the beginning you're calling for a change in the SDP law, are you?
Well, you have to understand that finding out that this was going to happen meant that we had to look at this stuff very quickly and very carefully. We talked to the district attorney's office. They were extremely cooperative. They were doing everything they could possibly do, but they said to us essentially, here's the problem, there's this set of standards, and he doesn't meet all the criteria necessary for these experts to make that opinion. Then the problem is those standards have to be changed. If Mitch and I, who are just lawyers, but who have had years of dealing with people like Shanley and years of dealing specifically with Shanley, if we can see what kind of a danger he poses, I think a mental health professional ought to understand the same thing. Either they're not looking at all the information, and we offered to speak with these physicians. They did not want to speak to attorneys about this. We offered, though, to speak with them, and their opinions have already been rendered. They're not going to be changed as far as we can tell, so now we just had a couple of days to be able to do this. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to find out what every standard is. I'm going to sit down with people I know who are specialists in there is a special mental health specialty that deals with sexual abusers. I'm going to sit down with those people and say, what do we have to do to change these to make this apply to the Paul Shanleys of the world?
Do you have access to the reports that the evaluators use?
No.
Is that public then?
No.
It's not public?
We asked to see that, no.
How do you know the information?
The district attorney's office told us what the conclusions were. They said to us that the reports themselves, which are lengthier documents, are not available. They're not public records. I don't know if that is solely because of the Corey law or if there's another statute, but we asked, can we see those reports? Because we want to be sure they're relying on the right kind of information. They said, no, it's not allowed under the law.
The district attorney's office...
There's another reason right there, too. You know, in 2014, the rights of victims were changed to be able to get a lot of records relating to their perpetrators. And maybe what we have to do is to get that law amended again so that this kind of information would become available to a victim.
Do you know that his age was a key factor in their determination that he was not sexually dangerous?
They told us that the statistics, and that they rely on statistics rather than specifics on certain things. They told us that the statistics are that people reach a certain age and they do not offend as much. Well, you know, some sexual activity relates to being a physical person and physically able to do certain things, or being physically able to overcome somebody. So that probably skews the statistics down so that the more violent sex offenders are not as likely to do something at a certain age because they don't have the physical ability. Paul Shanley never relied on physical ability. He talked his way, as most of these people do. They talk their way into these things. They don't twist arms, they don't break legs. They do it with their voice. Paul Shanley still has his voice. So the answer is, if they're relying on that kind of a statistic, it's unrealistic. They should be looking at the specifics of each case, and the decision should be made at that basis. What they said to us is that they're required to take those statistics into account. That's just silly.
You don't know the key factors that went into their reports that determined that he
Well,
wasn't.
we know that was a big one.
What were the other ones they
But
mentioned?
what the district attorney's office did assure us was that the key factors were looked into, the criteria was looked into, the statute was addressed. They couldn't tell us specifics, but they assured us that. And I agree with Carmen that the district attorney's office in Middlesex has done an admirable job in this case. And not only did they send Paul Shanley to one expert, but they sent him 2 experts.
So are you actually advocating that anyone who sees him should call the police as a way of tracking his whereabouts?
Yes. Take his phone, well, stay away from him, first of all. Whether you're an adult or a child, stay away from him. But call the police. Notify the police immediately. Very important. And Bob Hotzen would like to say one thing. I'm sorry.
We're going to be at the prison on Friday to be there to protest his leaving, and we're hoping that we're going to get some victims and some interested people there with us when he is released on Friday. We don't know the time yet, but we're going to be there hopefully, somewhat early in the morning.
Could it be before Friday? Or is Friday the earliest possible?
We've been told it's Friday, so.
What prison?
The Old Colony, Bridgewater.
Does he have to be released to somebody? Does he walk out on his own?
We don't know.
We don't know.
I don't know. He's free. He's going to be a free man and free to sexually molest. As free as a pedophile can be.
The Fords indicated earlier to me when we were speaking that they believe one of the criteria for considering releasing him early was good behavior. And apparently he was found good time, right? But the fact is apparently that Shanley has been segregated from the major population of inmates. And so he did not have the opportunity to be sexually aggressive with inmates. Had he been in the general population, he may have in fact not met that criteria for good time. So that's another issue.
In addition, Denise, in addition to calling the police, posters of his picture should be posted in public places, whether it be in the post office, polls, mailboxes, wherever it's legal. Post his picture if he's in the area with a beware exclamation point under his name.
Throughout the Commonwealth or in the town where he lives?
Wherever he lives, and he should be tracked at all times. If he moves, the same process should take place where he lives.
And his address should, if he's going on probation, his address should be known by now, isn't it?
We don't know his address.
It's up to him, I believe, to report to the police his location, so...
Again, there's no tracking device he's going to be wearing.
Yeah, he's required within a certain number of days to report to the police in the town where he resides. If he doesn't, that's a violation. That's maybe a separate crime, I think.
Do you think that should change? Do you think towns should have advance notice?
I think that's a good idea. The sex offender registry stuff is very contentious. There are constant battles. I don't know where they get all this money to fight these battles, but bless you. They're constantly battling with what standard should be applied. Originally, the standard was a civil standard of preponderance of the evidence. Then they went to the Supreme Judicial Court, and now it's clear and convincing evidence. So, there's, and every bill that comes up before the legislature with regard to sex offenders is contested hotly by people who are in that community.
Again, it's about prevention and not cure.
Is this the first case that has prompted you to call for a change in the law? Or have other priests been released?
The Paquin was released.
Recently.
But he went to Maine, and my understanding is he got charged in Maine. And that I don't know if he's in custody there, but that sort of, I had talked to someone who lived in Maine, and we were discussing what could be done. But I think that he's been subsequently charged in Maine, and so that kind of took him out of the picture.
So what is
this is the first?
This is the first one that I've been personally
What is a
aware of.
major concern is that he can be reclassified as a sex offender to a level 2 or level 1. He can be. He has the opportunity, according to the law, to reapply, and if he brings in the right doctor, it's not beyond a realm of possibility that he could be reclassified, given the 2 doctors have stated that he's not.
All right, everyone. It is unclear why we lost that press conference there from Boston, but you are looking at a picture of the man that we have been discussing. Convicted pedophile priest Paul Shanley will be released from prison on Friday. Back in 2005, he was convicted of raping a boy from his parish. That incident took place in the 1980s. Now, his victim, who was 27 years old during the trial, had testified back in the early 2000s that Shanley regularly pulled him out of a Sunday class for which he called special duties, and then molested him in various rooms of St. John the Evangelist, a defunct parish in the Boston suburb of Newton. Again, this Roman Catholic priest set to be released from prison 12 years after his conviction on child rape charges. We were showing you that press conference live from Boston. Of course, if we get the live feed in, once again, we will take you there here on News Now. In the meantime, though, we do want to go ahead and switch on over to some other big news stories here on News Now. It looks like senators are continuing the debate on health care on the Senate floor. Let's go ahead and listen in now.
When tax reform comes along, to have even more tax breaks for the fortunate few. So yes, Medicare and Medicaid are going to face real challenges. In fact, as my colleagues know, the Affordable Care Act had a modest additional tax on people who earn over $250,000 a year. And it was to go just to Medicare. So you see your paycheck, everybody gets a paycheck, the Medicare tax is right on it. The only people under these Republican plans who would get the Medicare tax cut would be couples who make over $250,000 a year. So when my colleague from Vermont asks, what does this mean for Medicare? It isn't necessarily about some bill far off in the future. It's about right now, and by the way, taking that money away, the money that comes just from the modest additional tax on couples over $250,000 reduces Medicare solvency by several years. It actually reduces Medicare solvency, which, by the way, breaks yet another Trump promise not to in any way injure Medicare.
So let me see, because I've got a meeting that I've got to get to. I just want to summarize this, and my friends from Oregon and Michigan can correct me if I'm wrong. We are looking at a bill that came from the House and various proposals being introduced here in the Senate, which essentially says that we're going to throw over 20 million Americans off of the health insurance that they currently have. And what I haven't heard much discussion about is what happens to somebody who today has health insurance who's struggling with cancer, maybe getting chemotherapy or radiation therapy right now. What happens to somebody who's in treatment for diabetes? What happens to somebody who has a serious heart condition, dealing with stroke, and is on Medicaid? What happens to those people when their health insurance is simply cut?
2 points are raised by my colleagues. Very good point. First, in the immediate, those people will go, in my view, to the hospital emergency room, which means that once again we are turning back the clock towards approaches that don't provide better care at lower cost. I'd also like to mention, because a lot of people, when we're out listening to folks at home, because they don't get to testify here in the Senate, people really appreciate the part of the Affordable Care Act that ensures their lifetime limits on what they can be charged by insurers. Almost all of these Republican bills create an arrangement where a state could waive that protection. So not only would people be hurt now who are facing cancer and serious illnesses and probably have to go to the hospital emergency room a fair amount, but people are going to be hurt in the future who have employer-based coverage. 160 million people don't even know what's coming at them.
And if I might just ask one final question, would you agree that rather than this approach, which we don't even know moment to moment what we're voting on here, because unlike what we did in the Finance Committee back in 2009, there were 100 hearings in Finance Committee and the Health Committee before we even voted on anything back on the Affordable Care Act. Rather than that process, we're looking at a situation where everything coming before us will take away health care for tens of millions of people and raise costs on everybody. Would you agree that it would be better to stop this process, go back to a bipartisan effort to lower costs and increase health care coverage? And would you agree as well that we know that there are people paying too much for copays and premiums that needs to be addressed in the private marketplace? There's not enough competition between the insurance companies, in some places none in the individual market. So we need to work together to lower costs, starting with prescription drugs, and to also continue to increase the opportunity for people to get health care coverage. And that's what we ought to be doing together, and doing it in a thoughtful way and getting input and actually solving the real problems.
My colleague has described how the Senate works best when you say, look, bipartisanship is not about taking each other's lousy ideas. Bipartisanship is about both sides getting together, having hearings, listening to alternatives and ideas, and often coming up with something nobody has thought of. And my colleague knows a lot about bipartisanship in health, because my colleague was part of our effort back in 2008 when we put together the first bipartisan universal coverage bill in the history of the Senate. 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans. By the way, a number of those Republicans are still serving in the Senate today, so we know that is a better path. So to wrap up this portion of the debate, I would just say to my colleagues, the best way to proceed is with a kind of two-part effort. The first is to say, we all agree the Affordable Care Act is not perfect. We're going to take steps immediately to stabilize the private insurance market. We've got a number of our colleagues, Senator Shaheen, with her effort to make sure people can get some help when they have deductibles and co-payments. Our colleague from Virginia, Senator Kaine, with reinsurance, Senator McCaskill with a fine idea to help areas that are really bare in terms of no coverage. And we have to move to stabilize the private market quickly, because at the end of August, the plans are essentially signing contracts for premiums for 2018. So my colleague is absolutely right. We ought to knock off this partisan our way or the highway approach, move on a bipartisan basis to take steps to improve the Affordable Care Act now, after we have hearings and input and the opportunity to have people in front of the committees of jurisdiction. And after that, we then move to the broader array of issues, starting with the immediate challenge my colleague has led on, which is clamping down on the cost of pharmaceuticals. So you take steps to stabilize the market immediately, and then you move again in a bipartisan way on what our constituents are talking about at every community meeting, which is that their Social Security checks, the benefits they get, aren't coming close to keeping up with the rise in the cost of prescriptions. So I thank my colleague. This has been very helpful. Her questions, our colleague from Vermont, Senator Sanders, and Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Madam President, I don't need to tell anyone why we are here. We are here because Obamacare is fundamentally broken. That's clear. It's evident. Everybody knows that. A combination of soaring premiums and rapidly decreasing insurer participation has left the law's centerpiece, the health care exchanges, literally on the brink of collapse. Insurers are fleeing. Nationwide, 141 insurers have registered to offer plans on the exchanges in 2018, which represents a 38% drop from 2017. And that's on top of a nearly 30% drop in insurer participation from 2016 to 2017. So, Madam President, if that trend of the past 2 years continues, the final number of insurers offering plans on the exchanges in 2018 is likely to be roughly half of the number that offered plans in 2016, a year ago. At least 40 counties around the country are likely to have no Obamacare insurer in 2018. And another 1,300 plus counties are likely to have just one choice of insurer. President Obama once said that shopping on the exchanges would be like buying a TV on Amazon. Well, Madam President, for a lot of people next year, it's going to be like shopping for a TV on Amazon if Amazon only offered one TV. And of course, for some people, it's going to be like shopping for a TV on Amazon only to discover that Amazon has no TVs at all. Another thing Obamacare was supposed to do, of course, was make health insurance more affordable. That hasn't worked too well. Premiums on the exchanges have soared and soared again. Between 2013 and 2017, the average individual market monthly premium in the healthcare.gov states increased by 105%. 105%, Madam President. How many families in this country can afford to have their health insurance premium more than double in just 5 years? And there's no end in sight. Here are some of the premium hikes that insurers are proposing for 2018. In Maryland, one insurer has proposed an average premium increase of 52%. An Iowa insurer is seeking an average 43.5% premium increase. A North Carolina insurer is pursuing an average 22.9% hike. A Virginia insurer is looking for an average rate increase of 38%. A Delaware insurer is looking for an average rate hike of 33.6%. A Maine insurer is seeking an average rate hike of 40%. And in New Mexico, one insurer is seeking a rate increase of nearly 80%. And again, Madam President, those aren't rate hikes for just 1 year. That's after years of dramatic premium increases on the exchanges. And suffering under Obamacare isn't limited to high premiums and decreasing choices. There are the Americans who have lost their health care plans, and the Americans who have lost access to the doctors that they liked, and the huge deductibles that have left some Americans unable to use their insurance, and the Obamacare tax hikes that have hurt small businesses and driven up the cost of health insurance. Madam President, Obamacare has failed, and Americans are suffering. Doing nothing is not an option. Now, yesterday we moved forward to debate legislation to provide relief to the millions of Americans who have been hurt by Obamacare. And we're going to have a full debate and give people a chance to help shape a final bill. I hope that at the end of the week, we will be able to pass a strong bill to start undoing the harm that Obamacare has caused. We owe the American people nothing less. We made a commitment to the American people. If they elected us, we would do everything that we could to give them relief from Obamacare. It's time to make good on that promise. Madam President, chances to do away with damaging government programs don't come around every day. Once you give the government power, it can be pretty hard to wrest it away. This week, we have the chance to start repealing a really bad government program. We need to take it. If we don't act to help the American people, no one will. Democrats have made it clear that if they were in power, they would be doubling down on Obamacare's failures. The head of the Democrat Party, the United States Senate, has openly stated that single-payer health care is on the table for Democrats. A number of our colleagues on the Democrat side have proposed that legislation. An analysis of one of our Democrat colleagues' single-payer plan estimated that it would cost $32 trillion over 10 years. $32 trillion. Well, that would require a tax hike so staggering that the Washington Post pointed out that even the senator who proposed it, an avowed socialist, didn't offer anything close to what would be needed to pay for it. We are the only hope Americans have of getting out from under Obamacare's burdens. Madam President, this week we have a chance to pass legislation to finally provide them with relief. And I've heard my colleagues get up and talk about the impact that the proposed legislation that's before us would have on people across this country and American workers. And I have to say that I've talked to a lot of rank-and-file, hardworking South Dakotans and South Dakota families who have been hit so hard by these premium increases. I've talked to families, mom and a dad, 2 kids, who are paying more than $2,000 a month in premiums to get insurance in the individual marketplace. In my state of South Dakota, premiums since 2013, the last 5 years, have gone up 124%. 124%. They have literally doubled. You know what that means in South Dakota? That's almost $3,600 increase in just the last 5 years. Now, what average family who's trying to raise kids, trying to pay the bills, trying to save for retirement, try to put something aside for college education, try to pay the mortgage and the utility bill, how many families can put up with a health care bill that's gone up in the last 5 years by almost $3,600? That, Madam President, is a crisis. That's why we're here. And our colleagues on the other side want to turn a deaf ear and a blind eye to what's happening out there, but we can't afford to do that anymore because the status quo is unsustainable. There is just absolutely no way that the American people who are suffering under the harm that's been caused by Obamacare can continue to abide the status quo. It is up to us to take the steps that are necessary to move us in a different direction, a better path that brings stability to the marketplace, that gives people more choices, more options, greater competition, and brings down premiums and deductibles and the costs that are driving family budgets through the roof. What we've seen since Obamacare has been implemented, Madam President, is higher costs, higher taxes, and fewer options. It's as simple as that. That's what we're up against, and that's why it's time for us to act. And I hope when we conclude this process at the end of this week, and we have an opportunity for everybody to offer their amendments, that we will move forward with a bill that will fulfill our promise to the American people. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President, I appreciate the remarks.
Senator from Rhode Island.
I appreciate the remarks of my friend. I would simply note that nothing that he said explains why you would want to strip hundreds of millions of dollars out of Medicaid, why you would want to deny coverage to elderly folks who get Medicaid support for their nursing homes, people who are in the throes of addiction getting medical support for opioid treatment. Children are often born on Medicaid, why you'd want to do all that, nor does it explain why you'd want to give big tax breaks to the most well-off people in the country. Fine, let's fix the markets if that's the problem. But this isn't really about that. This is stripping money out of Medicaid to give it to very wealthy people who are doing quite well already, in my view. I yield the floor.
So just to update everybody, in fact, we had this when we went on the air this morning. It was issued out of Yuma. It looked like it was a domestic situation. The father who didn't have custody took his 1-year-old baby. Amber Alert canceled. It looked like everything has worked out okay. Now, Samia is here with we're on the News Now set.
Yes, we are.
What do you got going on today?
Yes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Montana.
Mr. President, Karen from Missoula County wrote to me about how her daughter can't afford to buy insurance. Obamacare imposes a tax penalty, listen to this, a tax penalty on Americans who don't buy insurance. In fact, in 2014 and 2015 alone, they collected over $5 billion in fines. It turns out that this tax has hurt poor and middle-income Americans the worst. And that's why I refer to this as Obamacare's poverty tax. For Karen from Missoula, paying Obamacare's poverty tax is cheaper for her. So she pays the IRS because she can't afford health care insurance, and she pays the IRS a fine and doesn't have health insurance. Or take Debbie from Roundup, Montana. She lost her own health care insurance. She couldn't afford the $1,700 per month premiums. So she, too, was subject to Obamacare's poverty tax and was forced to pay the IRS. Or take Mike from Kalispell, Montana. He's concerned for his son, who can't afford a health insurance plan either. The poverty tax he's forced to pay to the IRS is expensive, and it's hard to come up with money to pay it. There are American families that can't afford health insurance because of Obamacare. And what does Obamacare do? It fines them. This is adding insult to injury. Mr. President, these are just a few of the stories I have received from my constituents back home in Montana, where Obamacare is doing more harm than good. Yes, it's doing some good, but it is doing more harm than good. In fact, listen to this, 40% of the 34,250 Montanans who paid Obamacare's poverty tax made less than $25,000 a year. 80% made less than $50,000 a year. This is not a tax on the rich. In fact, just 3.4% make more than $100,000. This is a tax on the poor. And instead of helping these vulnerable Montanans to make ends meet, Obamacare puts a poverty tax on them for being too poor to afford health insurance. In fact, in Montana alone, they paid nearly $7.8 million to the IRS. This individual mandate, this poverty tax, it's immoral. It's unfair. It's a tax on freedom. It needs to be repealed immediately. And these poverty taxes must be paid back to the poor who have paid them. Now, our friends across the aisle will say we want to get rid of taxes on the rich, but the rich aren't paying this tax. The poor are paying this tax. You know, I think the right thing to do, the handshake agreement that we have back in Montana as Montanans, where a man or woman's word is worth something, the right thing to do is they should be paid back. And that's why I'll be offering an amendment on the floor when we debate. We should pay back this poverty tax to the poor who have paid it. The poverty tax is just one of the many problems of Obamacare, and I look forward to continued debate. And by the way, if you take this to the higher level here nationwide, nearly 8 million Americans have paid this poverty tax. And as we looked at every state's numbers, it all comes about the same. It's somewhere between 40 and 50% of those Americans make less than $25,000 a year. In Indiana, it's 176,000 Indianans. We've got them for every state. Look at West Virginia. West Virginians, 45,000 of them paid the poverty tax. 49% of them make less than $25,000 a year. Let's take North Dakota. We share, as we say in Montana, a fence line with North Dakota. They're our neighbor. Over 20,000 North Dakotans paid the poverty tax. North Dakotans paid $4.6 million. 40% of them make less than $25 a year. Missouri, 143,000 Missourians pay the poverty tax. Nearly 48% of those Missourians make less than $25,000 a year. Wisconsin, 115,000 paid the poverty tax. 45% make less than $25,000. I've got a lot of other states, and I would urge my colleagues to take a look at their respective state and ask, can you look in the mirror and say, we should be charging this poverty tax on those that make less than $25,000 a year. Mr. President, I yield back my time.
President. Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. I come to the floor. I know my colleague from Indiana, Senator Donnelly, is going to be down here to talk a little bit about his amendment, and I want to support him in that, along with the senator from Pennsylvania, Senator Casey, because we're here to say we need to stop this war on Medicaid. Throughout this health care process, it's very clear there are many on the other side of the aisle that just want to cut or gut Medicaid. What we're saying is, if you're serious about protecting Medicaid and stopping the war on Medicaid, then you should support the Donnelly-Cantwell-Casey amendment, which would recommit to the Finance Committee with instructions to strike or reduce or eliminate the language about Medicaid. It would prevent or discourage a state and make sure that they are not prohibited from expanding a Medicaid program, and it would say, don't cost shifts to the states. With this motion, we're saying to our Republican colleagues, we don't want to cut people off of Medicaid. We want the committee to do exactly what the Republican governors are saying, which is quit beating up on Medicaid and focus instead on fixing the individual market. The individual market is 7%. What we've found with the expansion of Medicaid that has been done by both Democrat and Republican governors is great success. I hope my Republican colleagues will heed the warnings of our nation's Republican governors and Democratic governors. In June, they sent a letter to Senate leaders from 7 bipartisan governors. The letter from places like Ohio, Montana, Nevada, Louisiana, Colorado, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania shows the diversity both of our nation and political parties in saying, quote, we believe that first and foremost, Congress should focus on improving our nation's private health care insurance system, end quote. And then they say, quote, Medicaid provisions included in this bill that has been proposed by the House are particularly problematic. Instead, we recommend Congress address factors we can all agree on needing fixing, end quote. So the message was clear from these governors, including Republican governors, and I hope that my colleagues will listen to them. The nation governors know because they've had to provide and be a partner on Medicaid for their citizens. They know how it affects their economy, and they know what it does when families in their states get access to health care. They reduce the bankruptcy rate. They help people stay employed. It boosts GDP. All of these things have been the benefit of Medicaid expansion that we've seen in Washington state that cut the uncompensated care cost in half. It also resulted in the creation of new jobs, and a bipartisan study found that the current bill we're debating, the House bill, if passed, state economies would shrink by $93 billion. So pulling the rug out from under Medicaid recipients would hurt jobs and hurts economies in Nevada, Alaska, West Virginia. West Virginia would lose more than 10,000 jobs, more than $1 billion in gross state product, and more than $1.7 billion in business output. Nevada would lose 3,300 healthcare jobs, and Alaska would lose 2,600. So all of these things are ways for us to say, if you're serious now, before you go home for the August recess, about protecting Medicaid and stopping this ridiculous war on Medicaid, vote for our amendment. Stand up and say, you understand that we may have challenges in the individual market, but it doesn't mean that we should cut people off of access to health care through Medicaid. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Who yields time?
If no one yields time, time will be charged equally to both sides.
If no one yields time, time will be charged equally to both sides.
President.
Senator from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to offer a motion that would protect Medicaid, the Medicaid expansion, and the Healthy Indiana Plan, known as HIP 2.0, in my home state of Indiana. I first want to thank my colleagues for their support of this motion. I'm proud to have Senators Casey, Cantwell, Blumenthal, Leahy, Brown, Harris, Hassan, Franken, Feinstein, Udall, Shaheen, Carper, Coons, Whitehouse, Kane, Van Hollen, Cortez Masto, Baldwin, Menendez, Reed, Duckworth, Manchin, Markey, Stabenow, Durbin, Wyden, Murphy, Warren, Gillibrand, Cardin, Klobuchar, Heinrich, Hirono, Booker, Peters, Warner, and Nelson as co-sponsors of this effort. I also want to extend a special thank you to my friend Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania. Senator Casey has been a tireless advocate for protecting the Medicaid program and the critical services that it provides, not just to the people of Pennsylvania, but to millions of Americans across our beloved country. Senator Casey has done incredible work to remind all Americans of the important role Medicaid plays in our communities and the millions of children, families, students, and seniors who have coverage through Medicaid. My motion is simple. It would send this bill back to the Finance Committee to get the consideration it never received. And it would require the committee to strike provisions that reduce or eliminate benefits for those currently eligible for Medicaid, prevent states from expanding Medicaid, or shift costs to states to cover that care. In my state of Indiana, we've seen the success of a bipartisan approach to expanding the Medicaid program and helping our fellow citizens access health insurance. I was proud to work with then Indiana Governor, now Vice President Mike Pence, when he used the Affordable Care Act to establish HIP 2.0. More than 400,000 Hoosiers have been able to access coverage through HIP 2.0, many for the first time in their lives. HIP 2.0 has helped reduce the uninsured rate in Indiana by 30%. Our Vice President called HIP 2.0 That's the Medicaid expansion in Indiana, a national model. Then Governor Pence is hardly the only Republican governor to praise the Medicaid expansion as a way to cover more of our citizens. Governor Sandoval of Nevada said just yesterday that he will continue to do all I can to protect the thousands of Nevadans whose lives are healthier and happier as a result of the expansion of Medicaid. Governor Kasich of Ohio has offered similar sentiments as he has fought to protect the Medicaid coverage for his state. And nationwide, 31 states in Washington, D.C. expanded coverage to more than 14 million Americans, many of whom have health insurance for the first time in their lives. All of that progress is at risk with the current bill. Many of our states, including Indiana, have been devastated by the opioid abuse and heroin use epidemics. This public health crisis hasn't been confined to simply one neighborhood or one economic bracket. It's been felt in communities across my state, all communities, and across our country. Vice President Pence said in his farewell address as governor that with HIP 2.0, we've made great strides expanding treatment for those who struggle in the grip of drug addiction. I agree with the Vice President. HIP 2.0 and the Medicaid expansion has made treatment and recovery services more accessible for thousands of Americans struggling with addiction as they work to get back on their feet. I don't think there's a single member of this entire body, the United States Senate, who hasn't heard from the relative of someone who's battling addiction or from someone who's lost a loved one due to this epidemic. Gutting Medicaid and ending programs like HIP 2.0, as we know it, would not make life better for Hoosiers or for the other 14 million Americans that have gained coverage through the Medicaid expansion. It actually does the opposite. Too often this debate's been about statistics and not about the people who would be harmed. But health care at the end of every day is inherently personal. It's about the health and the economic well-being of our loved ones. It's about not having to go to the ER just to visit a doctor. It's about our financial security, so our families and our friends aren't one illness away from bankruptcy. The proposal before us wouldn't just impact Medicaid expansion. It would harm millions of working Americans who count on Medicaid for basic health care. It would affect more families than that, including those families who have insurance through their jobs, but also use Medicaid to access care for chronic or complex conditions. In 2015, 63% of Medicaid households had at least one full-time worker, and another 14% had part-time workers. It's almost 80%. For these hardworking Americans, Medicaid provides their family with financial security and stability, and the health care they need so they can keep working. Last month, I stood on this floor and shared the stories of Hoosiers, including those who have Medicaid themselves or to ensure that their children have the care they need. I've met with these families, heard their struggles, their fears, their pain, and listened as they pleaded with all of us here to protect their ability to access Medicaid. Many of these Hoosiers or their children are struggling with very complex medical needs that make it impossible for them to get coverage in the past, and who would be priced out of the market under this current legislation. I can't support a bill that takes care away from these families or from their children. My faith teaches me we're all God's children. Every man, woman, and child should have the chance to live up to their God-given potential. There's nothing we wouldn't do to take care of our kids. These aren't just Indiana values. These are values in every town, in every corner of our country. My faith also teaches me that we all deserve to live and work and retire with dignity. In Indiana, 62% of Hoosier nursing home residents, 62%, use Medicaid to help pay for their care. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, Medicaid supports more than 1.4 million Americans in nursing homes across our country. Their care would be threatened by this bill, which is part of why seniors groups have been so vocal in their opposition to the proposed Medicaid cuts in this bill. I've also heard from a number of school superintendents all across my state opposing the Medicaid cuts because of the harm it would have on the thousands of students across the Hoosier state. Schools use Medicaid funding for certain health-related services they provide, including individualized education plans, special transportation for children with disabilities, social workers, physical and occupational therapists, and medical equipment at the schools. Some school districts use Medicaid to help pay for a health professional or a full-time registered nurse at schools across the country where they assist with students' complex medical needs and treat students with everything from illnesses to asthma attacks. As school districts and local governments across the country continue to make even more difficult budget choices, cutting off this critically important source of funding creates just one more huge challenge. In addition to trying to make up the lost funding, our communities and states could be impacted in other areas as well. Infrastructure, other education spending, police and fire, and other local priorities. The plan from my friends across the aisle undermines coverage for millions, but we haven't even had a hearing on their proposal. Committees haven't been able to go through regular order to examine the merits of Medicaid and the Medicaid expansion and how gutting them would harm millions of people, children with really complex medical conditions, those struggling with substance abuse disorders, and seniors in nursing homes. All they're asking is trying to live with dignity and peace. My motion sends this bill back to the Finance Committee to ensure we are protecting those Americans who are the most vulnerable among our society. It would allow us to move toward strengthening health care for our country. If you believe we should support children and families with complex medical conditions, then you should support this motion. If you want to protect the 1.4 million seniors using Medicaid for nursing home care, then you should vote for this motion. And if you want to continue the progress we've made fighting the opioid abuse and heroin use epidemics, then I ask for your vote in this effort. I firmly believe we can improve health care and build upon the gains we have made if we work together together, not as Democrats or as Republicans, but as U.S. senators and Americans in a bipartisan manner. This is not a political game. The consequences are as serious as it gets, and the American people are counting on us. I urge my colleagues to support this motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Standing up for Hoosiers, and in standing up for Hoosiers, standing up for all Americans whose health care is threatened if we continue to proceed down this very dangerous road in the United States Senate. He talked about the opioid epidemic, and just last week I met with a dad by the name of Rick Werner and the brother and the sister of a young man by the name of Jamie Werner, who had recently graduated from the University of Maryland. He was a Terp. Jamie died of an opioid overdose. He was part of the opioid epidemic that is sweeping the country. Rick Werner and his family were here in the United States Senate asking, in fact, pleading with senators, Republicans and Democrats alike, not to pass this health care bill. He had lost his son, Jamie, and he's determined that other moms and dads not lose their children to opioid overdose. And this bill, make no mistake, will make those tragedies much more likely by taking away access to care in the ways Senator Donnelly just mentioned. Mr. President, yesterday, with the tie-breaking vote of Vice President Pence, the Senate began down a very dangerous path. But we can get off that path. We can make sure we do not reach the end of that very dangerous journey. It's like yesterday we lit the fuse, and the fire is traveling down that fuse, and at the end of the fuse is the plan to totally blow up the Affordable Care Act, which will wreak havoc on our health care system. And that's why we have to put out the fire on that fuse right here in the United States Senate. And we have the power to do that. We have the power to prevent the chaos and harm that will be created in our health care system if we continue down this path. And the reality, Mr. President, we know it, is that all the health care plans that we've seen emerge to date, whether it was House Plan 1 or House Plan 2 or Senate Plan 1 or Senate Plan 2, or the proposal to repeal entirely the Affordable Care Act, which would cause great harm, all of them have the same rotten core. All of them have the same nasty DNA, and that's this: that they would deny access to affordable care for tens of millions of our fellow Americans in order to give tax breaks to the very powerful and the very rich, to big corporations. In fact, the proposal we're probably voting on very soon, which is entirely repealing the Affordable Care Act with no replacement, will, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, these are the referees, these are the nonpartisan referees who look at these proposals and tell the American people what the impact will be. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has told the American people that the vote we're about to take will result in 32 million fewer of our fellow Americans having access to affordable care than today. They also tell us that we will double the health insurance premiums compared to today. And for what? And for what? They give a gigantic tax break to the wealthiest Americans. Warren Buffett, a name most Americans know, said about a month ago, for goodness sakes, I don't need a $670,000 a year tax cut in order to throw tens of millions of Americans off of affordable care. Don't do that. I don't need it. Make no mistake, this has never been about health care. It's been about wealth care. And I want people to think about this. If this were really about health care, why is it that all of the folks involved in providing health care to the American people are against it? The nurses, the doctors, the hospitals. People will hear a lot of facts and figures from senators here on the floor of the House. Some people may dismiss those numbers, but why don't we ask the people whose daily business is to take care of the American people? And what the doctors say is that all of these Republican plans violate their Hippocratic oath. What's the Hippocratic oath? It's the oath that every doctor in the country takes, and the first principle is, first, do no harm. Doctors, nurses, hospitals, they all want to make people better. They all want to cure us. They all want to improve our health situation, but their number one rule is don't make things worse. And all these bills make things much worse. That's what the numbers show us, and that's what the doctors, nurses, hospitals show us. I'd say it's much worse to have 32 million fewer Americans have access to affordable care. What about our colleagues? Don't they think that's worse? I think it's worse when you double health insurance premiums and raise the costs of health care to Americans. That sounds like it's worse to me, not better. And it's not just all the folks who provide health care. Why don't we ask all of the patient advocacy groups across America about this so-called health care bill? What do they say? The American Cancer Society, bad bill. Don't pass it. Will create harm. Will be a setback in our fight against cancer. American Diabetes Association, same thing. Bad news for patients with diabetes. American Heart Association, they tell us this will be bad, harmful to people with heart disease. Alzheimer's Association. You can go down the list. Every single patient advocacy group in America that's taken a position on this bill says it's a bad bill, says it's dangerous to our health, says it will do harm. So I don't know how our Republican colleagues can continue to bring Senate Bill 1, Senate Bill 2, Senate Bill 3, you name it, before this House and call it a health care bill when all the people who provide health care to our constituents say it's harmful to their health, and when every patient advocacy group that's weighed in says it's bad for their health. How is that a health care bill? It is good for one group of Americans, those who will get a windfall tax break, but many of them, like Warren Buffett, are also saying, hey, I don't want this. Now, there's some very big corporations that are wanting their tax breaks, and yes, as corporations, they're going to get this windfall benefit at the expense of everybody else in America and the expense of our health care system. So let's not go down this path. And the way to avoid going down this path is to vote down all of these amendments and make sure that we don't put this bill into the House of Representatives where they've already passed a bill that's harmful to Americans' health. In fact, I think people remember that President Trump had this big celebration in the Rose Garden at the White House after the House passed that bill. They were slapping each other on the backs before the cameras. But behind closed doors, what did President Trump have to say about the House bill? Behind closed doors, he called it a mean bill. And it is a mean bill. And these Senate bills, when it comes to cuts in Medicaid that our colleague Senator Donnelly was talking about, is even meaner than the House bill. Deeper long-term cuts. Not according to me, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Those cuts get translated into stories of people like Rick Warner, the dad I talked about at the beginning of my comments, who lost his son, Jamie. Those numbers get translated into harm to people throughout this country who've been crying out. We heard some of them in the gallery just yesterday. What'd they say? Kill the bill, don't kill us. Because the reality is that when you deny access to affordable care to millions of Americans, you are putting their lives at risk. And when you raise premiums and costs, you're putting people's livelihoods at risk. So, Mr. President, let's not go down this path. The amendment by Senator Donnelly and others will do what Senator John McCain asked us to do yesterday. Go back to the regular order. Go back to the committee process. Go back to the way this democratic institution is supposed to work, where we hear from our constituents, we hear from the doctors, we hear from the nurses. We don't cover our eyes and ears to the facts and the truth. And that open process is designed to protect the American people. It's designed to protect the American people from bills just like this one, where this Senate took that dangerous first step down the road on proposals that only 11% of the American people think is a good idea. 11%. I can't even find that 11% myself. I've gone all over the state of Maryland, to those parts of our state that voted for Donald Trump as president and those that didn't. I can't find 11% in Maryland who are for this bill. And so that's why what we call the regular order around here is supposed to protect the public interest. Because when you have a committee hearing on a bill like this, and the doctors and the nurses and the hospitals all come out and testify against it, they let people know how bad it is. And instead, we've had this process in secret behind closed doors. We don't even know what the next amendments after this one that's coming up are going to be, in many cases. We don't know what the Republican leader is cooking up behind closed doors. So, Mr. President, let's do what Senator McCain urged us all to do. Let's get back to the regular order. Let's get back to a process that is designed to provide transparency, because with transparency comes accountability. It lets the American public know exactly what we're doing and how we're going to impact their lives. And here's what I do know, that everybody across this country who knows about this bill, everyone I've spoken to and the phone calls we're getting, and the emails we're getting, and the rallies, and the town halls, people are catching on. Why would we just steamroll over all that important public sentiment coming from all political views? American Cancer Society, they're not a Republican or Democratic organization. American Diabetes Association, they're nonpartisan. These groups are crying out and saying, stop. So, Mr. President, let's get off of this path, this very dangerous path. Let's go back to the regular order. We all know that our health care system's not perfect. We all know the Affordable Care Act's not perfect. Senator Donnelly and I and others, and many of our Republican colleagues, have put forward much more narrow plans that focus on improving our health care system, not blowing it up entirely. That's the path we should take. So I hope all of our senators will agree not to continue to let that fire burn on the fuse till it gets to the end and blows up our health care system. Let's stop now. Let's get together. Let's have a committee process, and let's do something that really improves our health care system, not something that destroys it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Time. If no one yields time, time will be divided equally between both sides.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I just wanted to go ahead and say hello. You guys are looking at a live feed at the Senate floor. Again, this is a live look at the Senate floor. We are waiting for some activity to take place there on the Senate floor. And while we wait for some new activity on the Senate floor, perhaps let's go ahead and listen in to Rand Paul speaking earlier today.
Buy stuff they don't want and then to extract money out of their paycheck if they don't do what you tell them. Ultimately, Americans should remember that Obamacare is predicated on force and coercion. Obamacare dictates what kind of insurance you can get and makes you pay a fine if you don't get what the politicians tell you you must get. President Obama basically told you you were too stupid to make your own choices. These people that want to dictate to you, they're elitists. They think they know better than you what kind of insurance you'll get. If you don't buy the insurance they dictate, they will fine you. If you don't pay the fine, they will jail you. How is that consistent with the American ideal of freedom? This debate is about more than actuarial tables. We get drugged down into this debate and we think it's all this healthcare wonkiness, this and that. It's about freedom of choice. It's about whether you as an American can make the choice whether you want insurance or don't want insurance, whether you want insurance that's really expensive or not. They put a special tax in there if you have good insurance. So first they tell you what kind of insurance to buy, then they tell you, oh, you've got too good of insurance. You're in a union or you're an executive and you have great insurance. Obamacare tells you they're going to tax you because your insurance is too good. These busybodies think they know everything about what you want. They're going to dictate what kind of insurance you can get, and then when you buy it, they're going to tell you, oh, you've got too much, so you've got to pay a tax. That isn't the American way. Today we will vote on a bill we voted on many times. The Senate itself voted on this 2 years ago. It's the identical bill. We're going to vote on a bill we voted 2 years ago, and I hope everybody that voted for it before will vote for it again. It's what we call a clean repeal. It's not cluttered with insurance company bailouts. It's not cluttered with this and that, new federal regulations. It is just trying to peel back Obamacare. Now, while it is a clean repeal, it is only a partial repeal. Why? It's only a partial repeal because we have these arcane Senate rules that say we can't repeal the whole thing. Because we're only repealing part of it, Obamacare will remain. Even if we're successful with this bill, at least half or more of Obamacare remains. Bad things remain. All of the mandates on what you have to purchase on your insurance will remain. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do this. The other side does not want to help. The other side has never met a regulation they want to repeal and has never met a tax they want to lower. So if you want to get rid of the taxes, it has to be done today. Now, people say, well, this doesn't have the replacement. Well, sure, we should replace Obamacare. I've been advocating that from the beginning, but we have to figure out what that replacement is. And the only way we're going to be forced into a bipartisan compromise is if we repeal it. If we do not repeal it today, there is no impetus for either side to work on replacing it. If you repeal it, we have to do something because they repealed these subsidies and this Medicaid expansion. So they would say, we will work with you now. But everything else is false. They will not work on repealing one regulation or one tax. That heavy lift is left to Republicans. And my hope is that Republicans would band together and say, sure, this isn't everything I wanted. It's not everything I want. It's a partial repeal. It leaves in place a lot of Obamacare that we should get rid of. And we should continue to try to get rid of these federal mandates on insurance. But this is a beginning. And it's all we're being offered up as a beginning, but it is a victory for those of us in America who said, enough's enough. My government shouldn't be telling me what I can buy and what I cannot buy. My government should not tell me which doctor I can choose and which doctor I have to leave behind. The government should not be involved in my health care business. I want to be left alone. The right to privacy, the right to be left alone is a fundamental right of Americans. That's what this is about. It's about freedom of choice. It is not about actuarial tables. It is not about federal government designing the perfect health care system. The federal government cannot deliver the mail. All right, they lose $1 billion a quarter delivering your mail. Do you want them in charge of your doctor? Do you want them in charge of your insurance? This is the one chance we get today. We will have a chance to repeal Obamacare. We will have a chance to fulfill our promise to the American voter. Now, there is a partisan divide. Democrats are for keeping it. Republicans are for repealing it. But Republicans made a promise. We made a promise to the American people to repeal it. Now, there may be some Republicans today who say, I'm not voting to repeal any longer. Things have changed. The problem is that we're not going to get towards the solution if we don't begin to repeal. The other thing about this repeal is there's a 2-year window in which part of the repeal doesn't take place for 2 years. Over that 2 years, my guess is we will have impetus from the other side to actually begin to negotiate. Currently, there are 27 million people in America without insurance. You would think from all the talk that Obamacare's covered everybody and somehow Republicans are against that. Well, count me as one Republican that wants to figure out how we insure the 27 million who don't have insurance. Of the 27 million people who don't have insurance under Obamacare, half of them don't buy insurance because it's too expensive. Why is it too expensive? Because Obamacare dictates about 15 different things that every insurance policy's got to have. Vision, hearing, pregnancy, you name it, it's all on there. Should everybody want it? Yeah, everybody wants it. But if you put it on every insurance policy, not everybody's going to be able to afford it. So you force people out of the market. 27 million people don't have insurance, and half of them say they can't get it because it's too expensive. Where is the problem in insurance? If you are here today visiting in Washington and you work for Toyota or Ford or General Motors or any big American company, any big corporation in our country, if you work for them, my guess is you're not worried about your wife getting sick and they fire you from your job or raise your rates. What happens when you have group insurance is if your family member gets sick, you don't lose your job, your insurance rates really don't change, and you continue on with your life. You still have the tragedy to deal with of someone in your family being sick, but if you have group insurance, it seems to work in our country. So what we're talking about is the individual insurance market. We're talking about the plumber, the pest control guy, the carpenter, the welder, the farmer, people who are in a small business. Either they have a few employees or it's just them. That's what we're talking about. and it is horribly broken. I don't wish it on any American. I wish no American had to buy any insurance in the individual market. In fact, what I'm proposing would so disrupt the individual market that maybe everyone would leave. I'm trying to give an exit ramp to everybody in the individual market to get the hell out of the individual market, because the individual market is a terrible place to be. If you are a farmer in America and you buy insurance for you and your wife gets breast cancer, you are not only deathly afraid for her health, you are deathly afraid your insurance rates will be doubled, tripled, or you will be dropped. I don't care whether you're a Republican, an independent, or a Democrat, people in the individual market do worry. We've had people here worried that people are going to lose their health insurance. The individual market is a terrible place to be. So what should we do? Should we give like hundreds of billions of dollars to the insurance company and say, please insure these people and make sure their rates aren't too high? Well, I don't like that, because I'm not for crony capitalism. These companies make billions of dollars a year in profit. I'm not for giving them one penny of your money. But you know what I want? I want something that doesn't cost anything. Doesn't cost one penny and would completely transform healthcare and insurance in this country. I want to legalize. I want to make it open to every American that you can go out with an association across state lines and buy your insurance as part of a group. What would that mean? In my state, the Farm Bureau has 33,000 people. But when you go to the Farm Bureau to buy your insurance, you get an individual policy. The farmer and his wife and their family get a policy. It's just them. Well, they're not really protected by the group. They don't get the leverage of price, and they're not protected. If they get sick, their rates are based on them and their family. Why don't we let them join together? Why don't we let all the farmers in the country? There's probably 1 million farmers in the Farm Bureau throughout, the American Farm Bureau. What if the American Farm Bureau had an association and one person negotiated for them? I don't think we can overstate the negotiating value of a group. In China recently, they negotiated for patented medicines and they reduced the price by 67%. Groups can negotiate prices down. This is a free market reform. This is collective bargaining for consumers. I can't see why either side. I'm still hopeful, no matter where this goes, that at some point in time when partisan fervor dies down, that we can go to the other side and say, what's so wrong with collective bargaining? I thought you were for collective bargaining for labor. Why not be for collective bargaining for consumers? Let the consumers band together. AARP has 33 million people. What if one person negotiated the rate for their insurance and their drugs? My guess is they would have the lowest drug prices in the world, and more people would want to join AARP. What if the credit unions, there's about 20 million people in credit unions, maybe more, across the United States. What if you could join your credit union, you became part of a national association to buy your insurance? The leverage of 20 million people would be maybe 40, 50 times bigger than America's biggest corporation. So right now, if you're with General Motors and you're a big corporation, you have leverage to bring your prices down. What if you were in a corporation 20 times bigger than General Motors, an association that negotiated your prices? This was freedom, though. This isn't a government plan. This is the federal government saying you're allowed to do what you want. You're allowed to collectively bargain as consumers. I think there is every chance we could fix a lot of the market. Would there be anybody left behind? Yeah, I mean, we have terrible tragedies. I've spent my adult career in medicine. I've seen the terrible tragedies, the terrible disabilities, the terrible neurologic disorders that people are born with and have to live their lives with. Those exceptions will be treated and are treated. And frankly, one of the misunderstandings of this debate is that any Republican is up here talking about trying to take away stuff from those who are disabled, who can't work, and do have to have care. That's traditional Medicaid, and they will continue to be cared for. Under this, we're only talking about able-bodied people. Should able-bodied people, should people who walk around, hop out of their truck, should they be working? Should they be providing for their health insurance? Yes. Can there be a transition zone? Yeah, we have transition kind of programs between unemployment back to employment. But we shouldn't have people permanently unemployed. We shouldn't have people permanently on benefits who don't work or won't work. And really, there should be work requirements. I'm not afraid to say that every able-bodied person that's on Medicaid ought to work. There should be a work requirement. I meet many people on both sides of the aisle who are for that, and I don't say they should work as punishment. I think everybody in America should work as reward. I think work is a reward. I don't care whether you're from the lowest job on the totem pole to the top, to the chief executive. Work is where you get self-esteem. No one can give you self-esteem. Your self-esteem comes from work. I think we're wrong. In fact, I think what we've done in some cases is we now have multi-generational dependency on government, and they're so distraught and so lacking in self-esteem that it also compounds our drug problem that we have. Some say we need more Medicaid money to fight the drug problem. I worry that more Medicaid trips to the doctor may actually be part of the drug problem, that much of the dependencies coming from OxyContin, which the drug company says was not addictive, but everybody got put on OxyContin because it supposedly wasn't addictive. A lot of our heroin and OxyContin problem came out of going to the doctor. If we were to get everybody out of the individual market into group insurance, there'd be some people left behind, but my hope is there'd be a small amount of people, and we'd know after a year or two. Let's see what it is. We already have a safety net. The other side is acting as if there is no safety net. We've had a safety net for decade after decade. The safety net is Medicaid. If your child has a disability, nobody's trying to take that away from them. But the thing is we have to try to fix what we have. And we need to understand that what we're looking at, what we're trying to fix, isn't just sort of some kind of policy that nobody can understand, healthcare policy that's very technical and detailed. It's about freedom. Do you think that every American should get to choose? That every American get to choose whether they have insurance or not, and what kind of insurance they have? This is what it's about. It's a freedom of choice. It isn't about whether we want people to be insured. So when you hear these hyperbolic statements saying, oh, all these people are going to die and Republicans want people to die, those hyperbolic statements aren't really helpful to the debate. I do not question the motives of any of the Democrats as far as wanting to provide care. I never questioned President Obama's, desire to help poor people, to help people get insurance. It's, to me, more of a question of what will work. What distributes goods better, socialism or capitalism? Look at the Soviet Union. We defeated the Soviet Union because capitalism defeated socialism. Socialism doesn't work. When the government fixes the prices, it doesn't work. So are we going to have some government involvement? Yes. But because government is so pitiful at anything they do, we should minimize government's involvement in any industry. And if we say government's got to be involved to take care of the poor, let's do it at the state level, not the federal level. People ask me, are the people in government inherently stupid? And I say no, but it's a debatable question. And the reason is this. Government doesn't get the proper incentives, and they're too distant from the people, and we have a printing press. So what is the fundamental deceit of Obamacare? And this is it's a fundamental problem of all government, but it's the fundamental deceit of Obamacare. It is this. They said everybody's going to get free health care. Everybody's going to have Medicaid, and you don't have to pay for it, and the states don't have to pay for it. Nobody's tax go. We're going to have the federal government pay for it. But the problem is the federal government can't pay for most of the things we've already got. We already had Medicaid we couldn't pay for. We already had Medicare we were short of money for. We already had Social Security we were short of. And so what do? We borrow the money. So our deficit this year will be $500 billion. Our deficit is projected next year to be $1 trillion. So that is the real question. It isn't do you want to help people, it's how are you going to pay for it. If this were done at the state level, what would happen? If the state of Kentucky wants to keep the expansion, we have expanded Medicaid to 450,000 people. The question should be, should we double the state income tax in Kentucky? And if that went to the state legislature, they would have to balance competing concerns. If we double the state tax to pay for it, we live right next to Tennessee that has no state income tax. Would we possibly lose existing businesses, existing jobs, or would we also encourage new businesses not to come to Kentucky? That would be a valid debate. We want to help people, but what are the ramifications of it? In Washington, it is said there are no ramifications because everything goes to the debt. Everything just piles up. We have a $20 trillion debt. Whose fault is it? Both parties. Under George Bush, the debt went from $5 trillion to $10 trillion. Under President Obama, it went from $10 trillion to $20 trillion. Both parties are at fault, but the entitlements are consuming us. So how would we possibly move forward with a bill that sets up a new insurance entitlement, as some of the Republican plans wanted to do? We can't pay for the current entitlements. So as we look forward today to the solution, what I would say is that there are alternatives, that we really shouldn't question the motives of those across the aisle, the same they shouldn't question ours. I want more people to have insurance at a lower cost. We should have a disagreement on how it works. I think capitalism works better than socialism. I think we should minimize government's involvement because government's not very good at distributing anything. Just look at the mail. But I also think there are exciting opportunities for saying how we could insure the 27 million that are not insured currently. 27 million people under Obamacare are without insurance. The question shouldn't be, debating over the past. It should be over debating the future. The future should be trying to figure out how we insure those 27 million. I think there are a lot of opportunities that involve more freedom of choice, more freedom to choose your doctor, more freedom to choose what insurance works for you. And my goodness, that's what this debate is about. It's not about health care policy. It's about freedom of choice. And I hope every senator today will vote for freedom of choice. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I'd suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Mr. Alexander. Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I think there was some confusion with
Senate's in a quorum
ask
call.
unanimous consent to vacate the quorum call. I think there was some confusion with respect.
Is there objection?
Object.
Objection is heard.
Ms. Baldwin.
Hello, everyone. Samia here. That wraps up that clip featuring Senator Rand Paul from earlier. I want to go ahead and give you guys a full screen look at the White House press briefing feed that we're getting in. This is a live feed. As you can see, the reporter there about to do a live hit with Fox News Channel. That's Kevin Cork there, waiting to do a live hit with Fox News Channel. We will have the White House press briefing coming up in just a moment. Stay tuned for that here on News Now.
Cool. Thank you. Shall we do this together? Yep. We should. You're really funny. Hey, Julie, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Russia, Sessions, healthcare, and now transgender rights. All expected to be a part of the briefing coming your way here in just a few moments. First things first, let me take you to Twitter, where the president once again was very active today. Blah, 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 blah. Consultation with my generals and military experts. Please advise the United States government will not accept or allow transgender individuals to serve in any capacity in the U.S. military. Our military must be focused on decisive and overwhelming victory and cannot be burdened with the tremendous medical cost and disruption that transgender in the military would entail. Thank you. Clearly, that is an issue that's going to garner a great deal of attention at this briefing this afternoon. It already has, in fact, numerous members of the House, blah, 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 blah. BB. Hey, BB.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are going to be waiting for the White House press briefing. Obviously, It's going to be a big day to talk about, especially with President Donald Trump's earlier tweets today. So that'll be one of the biggest talking points. Could be one of the first questions being asked from reporters right there in that room. And we're just waiting for that. Looks like he is ready.
Sort of follow the White House around, in particular Russia. We expect that to come up once again during the briefing today, but we also expect to hear about Jeff Sessions. And yes, transgender rights to go along with health care as well. Let's first talk about the president's tweets on the subject of transgender rights in the United States military, and it has certainly garnered a great deal of attention already. The president tweeting, after consultation with my generals and military experts, please be advised that the United States government will not accept or allow transgender individuals to serve in any capacity in the U.S. military. Our military must be focused on decisive and overwhelming victory and cannot be burdened with the tremendous medical cost and disruption that transgender in the military would entail. Thank you. Clearly, that's an issue that's going to garner a great deal of attention this afternoon. In fact, it already has, with numerous members of Congress criticizing the announced policy, while advocacy groups are promising to take their fight to the courts. Also today, we expect the White House will be asked about the president's continued upbraiding of his Attorney General Jeff Sessions, including a tweet today criticizing him for not replacing acting FBI Director Andrew McCabe, whose wife, you may know, was also a Democratic Party candidate and a Hillary Clinton backer. The president has already criticized Sessions for not doing enough to stop leaks that have hurt his administration, something ironically Mr. Sessions has been working on, and we could hear more about that in short order. Meanwhile, the health care debate on Capitol Hill, as you pointed out, has moved into a new phase. So what's the White House position on a so-called skinny repeal effort making the rounds at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue? And just how confident is the president that the GOP's lawmakers will keep their promise to the American people and repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act? And, of course, we're probably going to hear a bit more about the ongoing Russia investigation. Previously, you've heard the administration say that probe should stay within the confines of Russian meddling in the election. But with rumors that the probe is now expanding, there are some people out there who feel like the president may, in fact, be ready to fire Robert Mueller. Now, I think this is important to point out. Robert Mueller is a special counsel, not an independent counsel. And what that means is he actually reports to the DOJ, to the Department of Justice. And that means if he violates the terms of his contract, or in this case his mandate, he could, in fact, be let go. That is likely also something that we expect to hear as the briefing gets underway here. No shortage of topics, to say the least. Julie, back to you.
Opening debate on this bill. Let me read you what he had to say to Lisa Murkowski. He said, Senator Lisa Murkowski of the great state of Alaska
That's right.
really let the Republicans and our country down yesterday. Too bad. He has had some sharp...
Thanks, buddy.
All right, so we will continue to wait right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream as we await Sarah Huckabee Sanders for a live press briefing here. We appreciate everybody joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Let's go over some of those tweets that the president did deliver earlier today. It was pretty much a tweet storm, and he's continuing to tweet as well. It started about 7 hours ago, where President Trump said, "The crowd in Ohio was amazing last night, broke all records. We all had a great time in a great state. We will be back soon." And then Senator Lisa Murkowski of the great state of Alaska really let the Republicans and our country down yesterday. Too bad. Then another tweet, after consultation with my generals and military experts, please be advised that the United States government will not accept or allow transgender individuals to serve in any capacity in the U.S. military. Our military must be focused on decisive and overwhelming victory and cannot be burdened with the tremendous medical costs and disruption that transgender in the military would entail. Thank you. And then he continued to tweet, why didn't Attorney General Sessions replace acting FBI Director Andrew McCabe, a Comey friend who was in charge of Clinton investigation but got big dollars for his wife's political run from Hillary Clinton and her representatives? Drain the swamp. And then about 43 minutes ago, President Trump putting out there, In America, we don't worship government, we worship God. So let me know what you think there in the chat section of our Fox 10 News Now stream, what you think of those tweets. Were they right in line, or do you think they were a little out of line? We always appreciate your comments here on the Fox 10 News Now stream as well. Let's also show you what is going on also in D.C. We are awaiting Nancy Pelosi to give some statements about President Trump's tweets, especially with the transgender comments. Let's all listen in here while we do wait for Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Members of the community that are gathered here. To my colleagues and to everybody gathered here today, grateful for your presence and grateful for your voices. Ladies and gentlemen, our troops do not discriminate. Today, the President of the United States told thousands of American service members that though they will lay down their lives for us, that we will not fight for them. And that as they defend our freedoms, many of which we take for granted every single day, we will not offer them the most basic freedom in return: the ability to be true to yourself. The President dared to question the patriotism of our military. And in doing so, he questioned our nation's greatest strength, its greatness and its goodness. But more than that, with a haphazard and hateful policy shift, he has threatened not only the livelihoods of thousands of service members and their families around the world, but called into question some of our deepest values as well. And he didn't even have the courage to look them in the eye when he did it. Hidden inside a house that they give life and limb to defend, he attacked their humanity and their basic human rights. To every single transgender man and woman in our military, in our shores, and well beyond, please know that we will never take your service, your courage, your patriotism for granted. You deserve better from your president, from your country, and from your government than what you have seen today. I'm honored to be here and to be joined by Jessica Gervin and her daughter Blue. Her husband, member of the active duty member of our military based overseas. Their daughter has been denied treatment that she needs, a little girl, so that she can grow up to be the fantastic young woman that we know she can be. She's here today asking members of Congress to try to make sure that she can get the medical treatment that she needs, that has been denied to her by the commander on that base. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to yield time to an extraordinary leader for our country and equality around the world, Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you, Congressman Kennedy, for your great leadership of the Transgender Equality Caucus and for your wonderful words today. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for introducing us to Blue and her mom, Jessica. Thank you, Blue, for your courage. We're honored by your presence. As we are honored by Chad Griffin and Mara Kiesling for their ongoing leadership again and again. I'm honored to be here with all of my colleagues and to remind the President of the United States that on this day, this very day, in 1948, President Truman signed the executive order desegregating the U.S. military. Here we are, 69 years later, President Trump has chosen this day to commit an act of cowardice. It's a cowardly act, the way he did it and especially what he did. On this day to unleash a vile, hateful agenda that will blindside thousands of patriotic Americans already serving with honor and bravery. It is a cruel and arbitrary decision designed to humiliate transgender Americans who have stepped forward to serve and defend our country. The President's allegations of tremendous medical cost are a bold-faced lie and a ludicrous pretense for his hateful campaign against these brave men and women in uniform and those who have become veterans. A study commissioned by the Department of Defense found my colleagues that the cost of providing medically necessary care to be very small. In fact, every year, the Pentagon spends 5 times more on Viagra than it does for transition-related care. 5 times more on Viagra. This morning's tweets reveal a president with no respect for the courageous men and women who risk their lives to defend our freedoms. This disgusting ban will weaken our military and land that it defends. This is not about strengthening our country. Once again, President Trump has shown his conduct is driven not by honor, decency, or national security, but by raw prejudice. And they've even said they thought this was a political advantage for them. So this is a dark day for thousands of heroes in our military, but it's a dark day for all of us, for our entire country. And with that, I want to, I'm honored to bring to the podium a person whose leadership I have respected for a long time. She is the Executive Director of the National Center on Transgender Equality, Mara Kiesling.
Thank you so much, Leader Pelosi. The President of the United States announced this morning that he is planning to blow 15,000 holes in American military readiness.
Shame. Yes. Shame.
It is an absolute disgrace, it is a shame, it is unpatriotic, and it is cowardly. I am the Executive Director of the National Center for Transgender Equality, but I am also an American, and this is my country. The 13,000 to 15,000 service members who are transgender are Americans. They are proud Americans who are serving their country, and they woke up to see the President of the United States this morning, without apparently consulting with even the Pentagon, with even his own generals, slitting their throats. This is unconscionable. It is bad military policy. It is bad foreign policy. It is bad domestic policy. It is bad humanity. We cannot run a country with policy that's done by whim and tweet. These are amazing service members who have been studied for years by the military. They have determined this is not going to be any kind of a distraction to have transgender service members. In fact, during the last year, since it's been allowed, there have been no distractions. The first disruption, the first distraction was today by the distractor-in-chief. We don't know why he is doing this. He must have some either political or petty motive, but you do not do this to the American military. You do not do this to 15,000 service members. And his excuse about medical service, about medical treatment and what it costs, I will say this, and I will say it very clearly. We as Americans never have and never should tell service members they cannot have medical treatment that their military doctors say they need, period. This is wrong. It is stupid. It is unpatriotic. Somebody at the Pentagon or in Congress needs to talk to the president and talk him out of this nonsense. We are so heartened today to see so many Republican United States senators issuing statements about how wrong this is. Yeah. We hope somebody can bring him to his senses. I am so thankful for Representative Kennedy, Leader Pelosi, and all of the members of Congress here who understand what a threat this is to our country, not just to transgender people, but to our country. The President of the United States this morning announced he is blowing 15,000 holes in our military readiness. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
I apologize. Next, Congressman Jared Polis.
Jared.
Thank you. Thank you, Mara. Today, because of President Trump's announcement, America will be less safe. Nearly 15,000 transgender individuals bravely serving in the military, rather than being judged on their merits or their ability or the need for them in the field, are being judged simply on their gender identity and being removed from the military. This new policy, apparently crafted without thoughtful input and through a few tweets, frankly is an assault on the U.S. military and reduces our military readiness. A military service should be about defending our freedom, not a mechanism to deny Americans our freedom. And transgender Americans, like any American, should be able to serve our nation wearing our uniform to the full extent of their merits and abilities. The units and service members who rely on their transgender teammates are now faced with uncertainty about the future, possible holes in our readiness, and holes in our cohesive units that have formed and trained so hard, where each and every member of those teams are essential for our mission's success. And when transgender service members are supposed to be focusing on their missions, now they're grappled with questions about their own future in the military today and tomorrow. It's a dangerous world, and we can't afford to weaken our military by kicking out high-performing service members just because of their gender identity. I'm proud to stand with Representative Kennedy, our Equality Caucus, and so many others here today, because for transgender service members, as for all transgender individuals, please know that we here are with you. You are respected and appreciated. Your contributions to the defense of our country are appreciated, and know that we are fighting for you. We're now joined by Representative Joe Crowley, the chair of the Democratic Caucus.
Thank you, Jared. We've come so far as a nation. We're better than this. This is not reflective of who we are. The test that everyone in our military needs to go through is whether or not they can do the job. Can they take that hill? That is the test of the men and women in our armed services today. What the president is doing, he's not uplifting, he is demoralizing the men and women in our armed services. That is in effect what the president has done today. But we as a nation are better than that. And our nation needs to take back this hill. Yes. To send the message to this president that this intolerance, this attack upon the marginalized, this attack, and they're not weak, but it's a message to the weak, to the marginalized, to those who find themselves a little bit outside the pale, that they're not wanted. And that is not the message of our country. It's not the message of our caucus. It's not the message of the people who stand behind me. And Democrats and Republicans together are saying, this is not our America. I'm so proud of our caucus. I'm proud of Joe Kennedy and all of his work, and our leader Pelosi and their statements. But this really goes to the heart of who we are as Americans. My son, just yesterday, took the oath to defend our nation against enemies foreign and domestic. It's a solemn vow. And that's exactly what these men and women are doing as well, taking that oath. Who are we to question? If they can pass the test, if they can make the grade, they should be given a chance to do the job. With that, I will call upon Chad Griffin. Chad?
Thank you so much.
Today, Donald Trump has proven himself to be as unpatriotic as he is unfit to serve as Commander-in-Chief. By announcing via Twitter a ban on transgender military service, he has launched an all-out assault on the LGBTQ community and put a target on the backs of more than 15,000 transgender troops proudly serving in our military today. This disgusting action endangers the lives of American service members, undermines military readiness, and makes our country less safe. It's the latest effort by Donald Trump and Mike Pence to undo our progress and to drag LGBTQ people back into the closet. When the Pentagon lifted the ban on transgender service under the Obama administration, study after study found no reason transgender Americans could not serve their country. Absolutely. On Tuesday, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Mike Mullen, said that discriminating against transgender service members threatens to harm our readiness and our troop morale. But as he often does, Trump ignored the facts, he ignored the generals, and he ignored reality. This is part of a pattern of erratic and unstable behavior by a president who appears increasingly isolated, disturbed, and incapable of taking action in the best interest of the country when there is the slightest opportunity for cynical political gain. He's attacked Muslims, he's attacked immigrants, women, people with disabilities, people of color. He has attacked us all. And make no mistake, Donald Trump, a man who received 5 draft deferments during the Vietnam War, is using the lives of American service members as political pawns. There are more than 15,000 transgender service members and thousands more trans veterans who have done more to serve their country than Donald Trump has his entire life. Today, the Commander-in-Chief attacked them all. And when this president attacks one of us, as you see here today, he is going to keep hearing from all of us. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to bring to the podium Representative Sean Patrick Maloney.
Hey, Sean Patrick.
Well, thank you all for being here. Look, real quick, today a president who never served is attacking thousands of heroes who do. And with a single tweet, the president has left thousands of our heroes on the battlefield of discrimination. It's wrong that the president has become more extreme on this issue than the Republican-controlled Congress, which just days ago joined with all Democrats to say no to discrimination against LGBT service members once again. It's wrong that the president is now more extreme on this issue than John McCain, than Richard Shelby, than Joni Ernst. What have we come to when the President of the United States doesn't listen to the military heroes in his own political party and ignores the men and women who are serving right now, today? Maybe he should talk to Kristen Beck, who's a transgender woman who was a member of SEAL Team 6 and who served in Afghanistan and Iraq. Maybe the president should talk to Riley Dosh, a young woman who just graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point, who's being denied a commission in the Army after we all invested for 4 years in her training and expertise, who has passed every test to join our military and yet is being arbitrarily denied that right. Why? And to the thousands of men and women in the United States military today who are wondering whether they fit, whether they're going to be allowed to continue their service, I want to apologize to you on behalf of your government. You deserve a lot better than this. And all I can tell you is I don't know how long it's going to take, but love is going to win. In the end, love is going to win. And we've been here before. And we've heard about readiness when African Americans were willing to serve and being denied that right. And we heard about health issues and medical costs when women were being denied the right to serve equally. We have heard every tired discriminatory argument before. And they have always fallen away over time in the face of reason and decency and equality. Love is going to win. I don't know how long it's going to take, And I'm getting tired of fighting this fight when we've already got a majority on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, when we've got the leading conservative military hero in the Senate saying it's unnecessary. And yet somehow we've got a man in the White House who still prefers discrimination to inclusion. Love is going to win, and love is love. And hate is hate is hate is hate is hate is hate is hate. And no right to believe anything can be derived from it. Hang in there. We will win this fight one day, I promise you.
Don't give up,
Mr. Walz.
Well, thank you all, and thank you to my colleagues and everyone who's standing on the right side of history and in alignment with our American values. Our brave transgender troops serving this great nation are not a burden nor a distraction. They're American patriots. They volunteered to put their lives on the line for our freedom, and their service should be welcomed, celebrated, respected, and honored. After 24 years of service as an enlisted soldier, I know a little bit about what it takes to build cohesive teams to accomplish our mission. And as Mr. Maloney so clearly pointed out, this president who has not served a single day knows nothing about those things. The men and women who serve our nation have made our military the greatest fighting force the world has ever seen. They meet the challenges we ask of them every single day, from protecting our homeland to hunting down terrorists who seek to do us harms to all ends of the earth. The one challenge they should not have to face is facing down a discriminatory, bigoted commander-in-chief when they come home. This announcement is clear that the indication the president fails to understand a very fundamental truth about our military. Our troops are capable professionals who will carry out any mission this nation requires. The Department of Defense already has a plan to ensure that all those who want to serve our nation can. All of us know this is a superficial, simplistic distraction because of the president's other problems, so he tried to pick what he felt were the most vulnerable to drive another wedge amongst them. As Mr. Maloney said, that tactic has never worked in this country, and it never will. This group standing here will ensure that. It's heartbreaking, and the leader pointed this out, that on a day of celebration of our nation moving forward, correcting the ills of the past, on this anniversary date of President Truman's historic desegregation of the military, that the president chose this day. If I thought there was more competency there, I would have thought they maybe have did that on purpose, but it was probably sheer bigotry that led them to that. But our nation's done this before. We faced this down and prevailed. Mr. Maloney's right. There's a fierce sense of urgency for every troop. Each and every one of us have already received calls to our office by heroes who are serving, who deployed in the face of great danger, serving this nation, doing everything right, now want to know if their careers are done as of today. We as a nation, this is one of those moments that we get to stand in the breach of making a choice in the direction that we go. These policies, as I said, have never done it before. It's time to put this to rest. Brave Americans who wish to serve this nation should be allowed to do so, should be respected, and certainly should never expect to have an attack on their basic patriotisms or their basic humanity come from the White House. It's our pledge here to make sure that doesn't happen. Thank you, and I'll be followed by Mr. Pocan from Wisconsin.
Thank you. Thank you. Very glad to be here as one of the co-chairs of the Equality Caucus. First, let me say how proud I am of our leadership and all of our members. Look how many people turned out today because they too are outraged by this decision by the president. So I just want to thank all of my colleagues for that. I associate myself with all the remarks that have been said. And let me just add this challenge to Donald Trump. Donald Trump, be enough of a man to talk to a woman like Kristen Beck. Kristen Beck has a military career of over 20 years in the Navy with Navy SEAL Teams 1, 5, and Elite 6, deployed 13 times over 2 decades, including stints in Bosnia, Iraq, and Afghanistan, received the Bronze Star Award for Valor and the Purple Heart Award for wounds suffered in combat. Talk to Kristen Beck. Talk to my former constituent, Sherry Swakowski, who retired out of the Army as a colonel, a high-level position. Talk to those military heroes about their records and compare it to your military record of zeros. This is a draft dodger who is now dodging the military service of thousands and thousands of people in this military. and it is completely without any respect or regard for every single person who serves this country with honor and respect, including those members who are transgender. And I'd like to add, within the hour, the Rules Committee at 3 o'clock, Scott Peters, who couldn't be here, has an amendment up that would say no dollars in the military omnibus bill that's going to be before us can be used to support the ban on transgender service. So hopefully we'll get a chance to have every single member of Congress be held accountable on this issue. But I just want to say thank you to everyone for being here today. I know in the long run we will win on this, but right now it's a sad day when you have a president who does something as incredibly off as this. And with that, I'd like to introduce the next person who not only is a member of Congress, but has been someone who's served us so aptly in the military. And I noticed he took off his very stylish sunglasses, Ruben Gallego.
Ruben. Thank you. As a young man, I was lucky enough to serve United States Marine Corps in infantry platoon. And let me tell you, if somebody was taken out of my team all of a sudden because of some stupid tweet, I would be really ticked off. This is not how you run the military. You do not dictate military policy through tweets or through whims. It's called a DOD directive. That's what pros do. There's a reason why Secretary Mattis did not issue this. There's a reason why no general decided to talk about this, because it's embarrassing and it's dumb. The idea that the president is using the United States military right now to distract from his utter lack of leadership and the fact that he's totally impotent when it comes to actually getting his projects done and his legislation done. And now what he needs to do is go and pick and bully on some of our greatest Americans is disgusting. It is un-American. And to add it worse, just the idea that a draft dodger, somebody who dodged his commitment to serve his country, who also then bragged about and said that his Vietnam was avoiding STDs in the 70s and 80s, then to turn around and tell these young men and women that have said they will sacrifice, they are willing to sacrifice, that they are no longer accepted. It is disgusting. It is hypocritical. And like the leader said, it is outright cowardice. This president is acting like a coward, unlike the men and women that are trying to serve who are not. Please join us, call your senators, call your members of Congress, and demand that we protect our 15,000 veterans and current military personnel and reverse this really dumb decision. Thank you. Next up, my pleasure to introduce Representative Lee.
Thank you. Good job, Ruben. Thank you very much. Let me thank all of my colleagues, Congressman Joe Kennedy especially, and everyone for your tremendous leadership. I have to just say a couple of things. First of all, I want to be clear. Trans service members are not a disruption. That's the first thing. Secondly, they are brave individuals serving our country with courage and conviction, which is more than what I can say, quite frankly, about this commander-in-chief. Much more. Trump's dangerous and unpatriotic decision to reinstate a ban on transgender people serving in the military, it's reprehensible. This un-American policy places a target on the backs of transgender troops and attempts to force them back into the closet. But we are here today to send a message loud and clear, not on our watch, not on our watch. President Trump, Vice President Pence, and the entire administration are seeking to roll back decades of progress on LGBT equality. Their agenda undermines our core values as a nation and sends a signal that hatred and discrimination have a place in the United States of America. But nothing could be further from the truth. Now let me just say, as I close, my father served in a segregated unit during World War II. I've seen the pain caused by discrimination in the armed forces. I've felt it. 69 years ago, President Truman ordered the integration of the armed forces, affirming that there shall be equality of treatment and opportunity for all. And this means all persons. That means everyone. That means everyone. That's who we are as a nation. I hope that the president listens to what we're saying today and rescinds this horrible directive. But more than that, I hope to day that he, in addition to rescinding this measure, I hope that he apologizes. I hope he apologizes to the transgender community and to the entire United States of America. He owes us an apology. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Let me now bring up our representative from Michigan, Representative Kildee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all, and I'll be brief. A lot's been said. I want to add my voice. Donald Trump exercised in an almost uncanny way his incredible cowardice by hiding behind a tweet to discriminate against Americans who are willing to put on the uniform of their country and put their lives at risk. This is the act of a coward, and this is the act of an ignorant person, and he ought to be ashamed of himself. Of course, this is a man who has no shame. A person who gives a warm embrace to his personal hero, Vladimir Putin, and then insults Americans who are willing to put their lives at risk to defend their fellow Americans is a person who is unfit to be the commander-in-chief. It's as simple as that. Yeah. Let me now bring up a leader on issues of equality and justice, somebody who came to Congress at the same time I did, Congressman Mark Takano.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, we talk a lot about courage here in Washington, D.C., but let me tell you what really takes courage. It takes courage to own your own identity, knowing there are people in your life.
All right, everybody. The White House press briefing has started. Let's go there live right now on the Fox 10 and News Downstream.
Salary went toward the restoration of 2 projects at a national battlefield. After his donation, additional donors quickly stepped up to bring the total gift to over $260,000. In this quarter, the President will be donating his salary to the Department of Education. And with that, I would like to bring up Secretary DeVos to tell you about what the department will be doing with the President's money to help equip the boys and girls who will be the leaders of tomorrow. Secretary DeVos, it's my pleasure on behalf of the President of the United States to present a check for $100,000 to the Department of Education. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. I want to start by saying how grateful I am to the President for this generous gift. The President is committed to our nation's students and to reforming education in America so that every child, no matter their zip code, has access to a high-quality education. He and I have had many conversations about how best to put students' needs first and ensure we are setting them up for a lifetime of success. There's much work to be done, but we are certainly on the right track thanks to the President's leadership. Just yesterday, Ivanka Trump and I hosted a summer reading event at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History, where the focus was on getting young girls, aged 6 to 10, excited about learning science, technology, engineering, and math. It was fun to see their eyes light up as they got to explore, create, and experiment in a collaborative environment. Today's and tomorrow's economy requires students prepared for STEM careers. That's why we've decided to use the President's second quarter salary to host a STEM-focused camp for students at the Department of Education. We want to encourage as many children as possible to explore STEM fields in the hope that many develop a passion for these fields. We look forward to this exciting endeavor, and I thank President Trump again for this generous gift. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary DeVos. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Secretary DeVos. Thank you for coming and being here for that today. Now, I know Anthony's probably a little bit disappointed that he's not up here today, but since he did some TV this morning, he was able to go ahead and get his hair and makeup done, so I think he'll be okay. As Anthony said when he was up here last week, we're looking to mix things up a little bit. From time to time, I'd like to give us all a little reminder of why we're here every day, which I imagine for most of us is because we love our country and want to make it better. I've spent a lot of time around the President over the last year, and I know exactly why he's here. He's tough, he's a fighter, he's a strong leader, and he's somebody who deeply loves this country. And he loves its people, and he wants to make America great again. In Washington, it's often easy to go to work, get lost in the process, and forget why we're here every day. The reason we're here is to serve the American people. And today, I'd like for you to indulge me and let me tell you a little bit about what that means for me. To the best of my knowledge, I'm the first mom to hold the job of the White House press secretary. That says less about me than it does about this president. It's not just with personnel, it's about people and it's about policy. Empowering working moms is the heart of the president's agenda, particularly when it comes to things like tax reform. I have 3 children, and the oldest, Scarlett, starts kindergarten in a few weeks. Scarlett and every little girl in America should grow up in a country that if we deliver on the president's agenda of better jobs, better health care, and a better tax system, that incentivizes women to work and raise children. As a working mom, it's not lost on me what a great honor and what a privilege it is to stand here at the podium, and I thank the president for the opportunity. I'll always do my absolute best to truthfully answer your questions and to deliver the president's message. Jonathan, I'll preempt you from asking that question later. But I also hope to send my daughter a message, and to every other kid in America: don't listen to the critics, dream big, and fulfill your potential, because in this country you still can. To remind us a little bit more often about some of the forgotten men, women, and children that we're here to serve and that the president is fighting for, we're going to start the White House briefing every once in a while with a letter or an email that we may receive from some of those individuals. To kick it off with that process, I'd like to read you a letter from 9-year-old Dylan. My name is Dylan Harbin, but everybody calls me Pickle. I'm 9 years old and you're my favorite president. I like you so much that I had a birthday about you. My cake was the shape of your hat. And then Dylan goes on to ask a few questions. How old are you? Dylan, President Trump is 71 years old. How big is the White House? The White House is 168 feet long. It's 70 feet tall on the south side and 60 feet 4 inches tall on the north. And it takes 300 gallons of white paint to cover the exterior of the White House residence. It has 132 rooms and approximately 55,000 square feet. How much money do you have? Dylan, I'm not sure, but I know it's a lot. I don't know why people don't like you. Me either, Dylan. You seem really nice. Can we be friends? I'm happy to say that I directly spoke to the president, Dylan, and he would be more than happy to be your friend. My picture is in here, so if you can, see me and say hello. Dylan, I hope you're watching, because the president wanted me to personally tell you hello. Your friend, Dylan. Dylan, thanks for writing to the president, and if you're ever in Washington, D.C., I hope you'll stop by and let us show you around the White House. And with that, I'll take your questions. State.
Sarah, Jeff Sessions was here today. What was he doing here? Did he meet with the president? And what does the president think about the conservatives who are rallying behind Jeff Sessions, saying he's essential to staying in his office?
The Attorney General was here for other meetings, not with the president. It was a principals committee meeting, and did not see the president while he was here. I think the president's been very clear about where he is. He's obviously disappointed, but also wants the Attorney General to continue to focus on the things that the Attorney General does. He wants him to lead the Department of Justice. He wants to do that strongly. He wants him to focus on things like immigration, leaks, and a number of other issues, and I think that's what his focus is at this point.
If the Attorney General launches a leak probe, would that help his status with the president?
I don't think that's the nature of the relationship. Again, I think that the president is disappointed. He stated that, and I don't think there's anything more to add beyond that at this point.
Sarah, thank you. A couple of questions about the new policy on transgender service members the president announced this morning. First, what happens to transgender service members now? Are they immediately thrown out of the military?
That's something that the Department of Defense and the White House will have to work together as implementation takes place and is done so lawfully.
So it's possible, because I see that the president was pretty clear in his tweet that transgender individuals, he will not accept or allow a transgender individual to serve in any capacity. So does that mean that those that are now in theater, that are now deployed to Afghanistan, for example, will have to be immediately sent home and
Again,
discharged?
the implementation policy is going to be something that the White House and the Department of Defense have to work together to lawfully determine. And I would imagine the Department of Defense will be the lead on that and keep you posted as that takes place.
Why did he decide to do this, given that during the campaign he had declared that he would protect the rights of transgender individuals? He said he would be better on this issue than Hillary Clinton. Now he's turned the clock back on this issue regarding the military.
The president has a lot of support for all Americans and certainly wants to protect all Americans at all times. The president's expressed concern since this Obama policy came into effect, but he's also voiced that this is a very expensive and disruptive policy, and based on consultation that he's had with his national security team, came to the conclusion that it erodes military readiness and unit cohesion, and made the decision based on that. Kevin.
Thank you, Sarah. If I could follow up on what Jonathan just said, that the president actually tweeted, "Thank you to the LGBT community. I will fight for you," while Hillary brings in more people that will threaten your freedoms and beliefs. And so I'm wondering, you said the policy, the president in general wants to protect all Americans. Does this shift in policy protect transgender Americans, and what is the message that he is attempting to send to them by making this shift in policy? And if I could follow on health care.
Let me answer that first question, then we'll come back to health care. On that, the decision is based on a military decision. It's not meant to be anything more than that, and it's simply about obviously, it's a very difficult decision. It's not a simple one, but the president feels that it's the best one for the military.
Okay, on health care, then, if I could follow really quickly, can you repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act and still protect Medicaid funding? We're talking about the most dependent among us, and the need for Medicaid is great. And that seems to be a major concern among some lawmakers, including Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski. So I'm wondering, from the president's perspective, if congressional lawmakers do send him a repeal that does not protect Medicaid funding, is that something he would still support? And what is he doing to try to protect Medicaid as it is now?
The president's been clear that he wants to protect those that are part of that program, but also very focused on repealing and replacing. We're working through that process. Excited about the progress that was made yesterday, and we're going to continue pushing forward until we get a new and better health care plan. Francesca?
Thank you, Sarah. One short thing and then questions. Can you provide us with a copy of the letter that you write? Maybe even hold it up or just show a copy to us?
I'll be happy to.
That would be wonderful.
Knock out Dylan's name, last name.
Yes,
be
thank
happy
you.
to provide it.
But back on Attorney General Jeff Sessions, you said that he didn't meet with the president when he was at the White House this week. Has he spoken to the president this week? Do you know when the last time the two of them spoke was?
I don't believe they've spoken this week. I'm not sure on the time frame.
Okay, and then another follow-up on Jeff Sessions. You said that the president. You said that the president has been very clear about his position on Jeff Sessions, and yesterday the president said that he wasn't leaving him to, quote, twist in the wind. But he continued to tweet about him this morning. If he is so frustrated and so disappointed in him, why doesn't he just ask him to resign or fire him? Why does he continue to just tweet about him instead?
Look, you can be disappointed in someone but still want them to continue to do their job, and that's where they are.
Continue in that job?
I think that I made clear last week, if there comes a point he doesn't, he'll make that decision. Blake.
Thank you. Let me have you please clarify, if you can, some comments that the president made in the Wall Street Journal interview yesterday about tax reform. He said, and I quote here, "The truth is the people I care most about are the middle-income people in this country who have gotten, as he says, screwed. And if there's upward revision, it's going to be on high-income people." On that upward revision part, what exactly was the president talking about? Is it a revision from his plan on the personal side at 35%, or is it revising it up from the current tax code?
Yeah, when we get ready to walk through the full details of the plan, I'm happy to do that at that time. But right now, we're focused on the three big priorities of the tax reform: a simple, fairer tax code, middle-class relief, and creating jobs. That's where we are right now. We're continuing to work through that process, and we'll make announcements as we have specifics.
Let me just ask you then a more general question on that. Does the president believe that the wealthiest Americans deserve a tax cut?
I think the president is looking and prioritizing middle-class tax relief. He's made no secret about that. That's one of the biggest priorities of the three things that he's focused on when it comes to tax reform. Jordan.
Thanks, Sarah. Two questions for you. First, the president has had almost 24 hours to review the Russia sanctions legislation. Has he decided if he's going to sign that?
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. Senator Corker actually came out earlier today and said that he's not fully supportive of where the bill stands. We expect that there's a possibility that more changes take place, and so we're going to see what that looks like before we make a final decision. But I can tell you that the White House, the President, and the entire administration, as we've said many times before, strongly support sanctions against Russia, Iran, and North Korea.
My second question is the President considering looking at any kind of policy about transgender people serving in the White House now that he's tried to make a decision on transgender people serving in the military?
No, once again, this was a decision based on what was best for the military and military cohesion, and on the counsel of his national security team. Go ahead, Major.
So the impression we get at the Pentagon is they were a little bit flat-footed by the president's tweets. As I understand it, this was and has been for the last couple of weeks a conversation here specifically about TRICARE coverage for transgender procedures, and it suddenly evolved for the president to then go on Twitter to announce this ban. And as you already told us, the White House and the Pentagon are going to have to lawfully implement that. Typically, when you have an announcement of this magnitude, all of that work has been done at the procedural level between the bureaucracy of the Pentagon and the White House. Why wasn't any of that work done, and why was the Pentagon caught so surprised this morning by the president's tweets on that?
Yeah, as I said before, that the president's national security team was part of this consultation. You mentioned yourself that there have been ongoing conversations.
When this one particular smaller
when the president
issue,
made
not a whole ban.
Right, when the president made the decision yesterday, the Secretary of Defense was immediately informed, as were the rest of the national security team that had been part of this ongoing conversation.
But you can't answer the question of what's going to happen to transgenders who are in the military now. Shouldn't you have been able to answer that basic question with a policy of this magnitude?
Look, I think sometimes you have to make decisions, and once he made a decision, he didn't feel it was necessary to hold that decision, and they're going to work together with the Department of Defense to lawfully implement it.
Okay, one last thing on Sessions, just because this is the baseline question. You said earlier the president was frustrated. Is that frustration now in the past? And does he fully have confidence in the Attorney General to carry out his duties from this day forward?
The President wants the Attorney General to focus on his duties as Attorney General, and I think we've both spoken about that pretty extensively, and I don't have anything else to add. Peter?
As you just announced, the President's donating a second quarter salary of $100,000 to the Department of Education, so clearly he must care about education. Why then is he calling for $9.2 billion in spending cuts to the Department of Education in the next budget?
Look, I think that oftentimes you have a lot of duplicative efforts, and they want to streamline the process. And we simply have a government that's completely out of control when it comes to spending. We have an outrageous deficit, and we're looking to make things that we have a balanced budget in the next 10 years. The president campaigned on it. He's committed to seeing it through, but he's also committed to education, as you can see by his own personal commitment, and looking for ways that we can save and continue on to make education better, passing some of that decision-making down to more local and state control, and something we're certainly supportive of.
Then quickly on transgender, just a quick follow-up. In June of 2016, in the heat of the campaign, he wrote, "Thank you to the LGBT community. I will fight for you." Did the president today just betray his commitment to the transgender community?
No, as I answered before, this was a decision about military readiness, and I've already answered even to that specific tweet.
You say to the transgender community that he is still committed to fight for them, and how is this not fighting for them?
I think the president has made very clear he's committed to fighting for all Americans.
Is this fighting for all Americans?
No.
Sarah.
Go ahead.
Sarah, thank you very much, Sarah.
Was this decision on transgender in the military made to put pressure on Democrats running in 2018, particularly Democrats running in socially conservative districts like in Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin?
Not that I'm aware.
Just to follow up on that, what is the timeline for when guidance will be delivered to the Pentagon and how the president's decision should be implemented?
We'll let you know when we have an announcement. Peter.
Sarah, the president said this morning, or tweeted this morning, asking why the Attorney General has not fired Andrew McCabe as acting FBI director. Why hasn't the president fired Andrew McCabe as acting FBI director?
The president's made an incredible nominee in Chris Wray, and he's looking forward to getting him confirmed and taking over the FBI.
I think he needs to fire. Why should Attorney General Sessions fire him?
Again, he's made a choice to lead that agency, and we're looking forward to getting him confirmed soon. April.
Sarah, 2 questions.
One following up on Major with TRICARE and the transgender community. There's been a concern from the transgender community before President Trump became President Trump that if Obamacare changed to Trump care, they were wondering if they were able to get the procedures to help them complete their phases of becoming the other sex or the other gender. What do you say to those people who are seeing this now with this ban in the military? What do you say to transgender America who wants to continue with the change? Maybe some who already had part of the change and want to do the change and are scared because of what's happening now, not for certain. What do you say to transgender America?
As I've said before, and I'll try to make this clear, this was a military decision. This was about military readiness. This was about unit cohesion. This was about resources within the military and nothing more. Guys, I really don't have anything else to add on that topic. As I do, I'll keep you posted. But if those are the only questions we have, I'm going to call it a day. But if we have questions on other topics, I'll be happy to take it.
Sarah, I wanted to, I'm sorry, Sarah, I wanted to finish. Everyone had a second question. I'm sorry, Sarah. On the morale of the cabinet, Anthony Scaramucci this morning on New Day said that the cabinet secretaries need to have tough skin. How is the president working with the cabinet secretaries right now? How does he build their morale after all of this with Sessions and we're hearing things that are coming out of state about Rex Tillerson? How is the president working on their morale?
I think the same way he works with all of us. He empowers us to do our jobs. And I don't think it matters whether you're a cabinet secretary or a low-level staffer. We're here to do a job. He's asked us to do it, and he expects us to get it done. And I've spent a good bit of time with quite a few cabinet secretaries over the last couple of days, and morale is high. Stephen.
One more point about transgender service members, not here in this country, but overseas. And there are 18 countries where transgender service members are allowed to serve openly. The UK is one, Australia is another, Israel is a third. The president in his tweet this morning referred to disruptions. What does he mean? And is he concerned that there are disruptions in our allies' militaries in Australia and the UK and Israel? And should we worry about that from a military standpoint?
As I said earlier, this decision was made after extensive discussions with his national security team, and the president decided it was in the best interest of the military to end this Obama policy. I can't speak to anything about another country. Pretty focused on making sure we get good things happening here. Zeke.
First off, you were talking earlier about what the president wishes Attorney General Sessions to be doing in his job right now. Why hasn't the president picked up the phone or invited him over when he was into the Oval Office when he was in the building? Does the president have any intention of speaking with the Attorney General this week?
I'll keep you posted if he does. John?
Second question on the transgender service member issue. You mentioned this is the president reached this decision to improve or maintain unit cohesion. How does it maintain or improve unit cohesion to leave thousands of service members, some who may be overseas, serving in units overseas, in the dark about their status within the military?
Once again, this was a decision made after the consultation with his national security team and decided the best decision. Alex.
I want to ask you about a tweet the president had on Sunday. He said, "It's very sad that Republicans, even some that were carried over the line on my back, do very little to protect their president." Which Republicans is the president talking about, and what would he like to see from them? What sort of protecting?
I'm not going to call out any senators by name up here today, but I think the president is very committed to a robust agenda and changing America for the better. And the Republicans have both the House and Senate. He's hoping they'll join him in pushing forward a lot of the policies that most of those people campaigned on, like repealing and replacing Obamacare. I think that's a perfect example of Republicans needing to step up to commitments that they made during the campaign and since being elected and get those things done. Guys, I hate to cut it short. The president's got an event, as I know you can all hear by all of the cheering children. I hope that we can join together in welcoming the boys and girls from Girls Nation. Thanks, guys.
And with that, Sarah Huckabee Sanders wraps up the White House press briefing. We knew what everyone was going to be talking about. It was going to be about the tweets earlier today with the transgender military decision, and now we will be seeing President Trump in a White House event in just a little bit here, but Sarah Huckabee Sanders really reiterating that the transgender policy was a military decision, and that was all. We're watching the Fox 10 News Now Stream. Let me know what you think in that chat room about the press briefing that we just saw. And while we do wait for the next President Trump event, we are going to show you, since we just heard from Sarah Huckabee Sanders that President Trump will be giving his quarterly salary to the Education Department, I want to show you a STEM and computer science education hearing that just took place and just wrapped up about a minute ago.
These important skills that will be, as we know, so much needed in the 21st century workforce. We know there are not enough women in those fields, and Girls Who Code is one of those exciting programs that's capturing the imagination of these young people in high school and even earlier to get them on that path. Capital One, as I mentioned, which is headquartered in my district, also exposes middle school students to technology by partnering with schools and community leaders to inspire the students to focus on software engineering. Since it was launched, their program had over 2,500 participants who have created over 500 different mobile apps. Additionally, Micron, who's here today, has a sizable facility in Manassas in my district, which commits STEM-focused grants and partners with Virginia universities to help inspire our students. They're also partnered with Discover Technology to create their new STEM mobile discovery lab, a bus which is specifically designed with interactive science exhibits where students are able to work with robotics and explore 3D printing. I'm looking forward to hearing more about that work that they are doing during these hearings, and I also wanted to thank them for recently coming to my Young Women's Leadership Program, where they were also promoting one of our programs where we were privileged to have a number of members from NASA promoting the STEM fields and an astronaut who came to speak to the girls. So it was one of our best attended events, and we were happy to promote the bus there. While these examples are encouraging, we know there's so much more we need to do to educate and train our current and future workforce. The workforce gap is especially troubling when considering the many hearings we have held in this committee on federal cybersecurity issues. These hearings focused on cybersecurity incidents as well as emerging risks which threaten federal agencies, computer networks, and hundreds of millions of Americans who entrust their confidential and personal data to these agencies, but also their personal data that's in their everyday work, whether in their banks and in every part of our life. In order to fill these jobs, we must be able to harness the talent of our nation's young men and women. When it comes to women, it's estimated that only 3% of these jobs often are filled by women. That is why we passed here with, I think it was unanimous here on the committee, the Inspire Women Act, which was signed into law earlier this year. This bill leverages NASA's talent pool of current and retired astronauts and other career professionals and early career female scientists, engineers, and innovators to inform and inspire young women to pursue their dreams in STEM subjects. Through the combination of public and private sector investments, we can help inspire our students to get into these programs early and to stay, to capture their imagination, to help them and their parents understand that this is, very much needed in our workforce, but also very exciting areas which can pretty much take them into any field that they may be interested in. So with that, I look forward to hearing the testimonies of our witnesses. So thank you, and I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Lipinski, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Comstock, and thank you, and Chairman Smith, for holding this hearing today. This is a issue that's very important to me, very close to my heart. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today also. About for the past 8+ years, I have had the privilege of serving as first chair and then ranking member of this subcommittee, which was formerly the Research and Science Education Subcommittee before we merged with the Technology Innovation Committee. And I've also, during that time, been co-chair of the STEM Ed Caucus, and we've done a lot of work in this area, but a lot more still needs to be done. You know, my experiences here in Congress combined with my background in engineering. My wife was a math major and has taken that into her career. It's all given me a lot of insight into the importance of STEM education for the success of individuals in today's job market, but also for the success of our nation's economy. Now, I'm not as well versed in computer science as in STEM ed, but I do know I spent a lot more time in the 90s as a political science grad student, a lot more time doing computer programming then than I did in the 80s as an engineering undergrad. The importance of computers, computer programming, has just over the last 4 decades continued to mushroom. And it's just critically important in so many jobs today. So I'm really glad that we're holding this hearing today. Computers, we all know, are becoming more and more integral to our daily lives. The device we carry around in our pockets, we can video chat with loved ones, order groceries, or even watch live stream a congressional hearing like this one. Looking at the future, artificial intelligence, mixed reality, and an Internet of Things will undoubtedly play larger roles in our everyday lives. Obviously, none of this is possible without computer scientists and individuals with computer skills. The innovations coming out of Silicon Valley are inspiring, but industries beyond the technology sector are also integrating computer science and data analytics into their business models. With this increased reliance on computing and information technology, the workforce demand for computing and programming experience has skyrocketed. Code.org estimates there are over 500,000 open computing jobs nationwide. As we talk about where are the jobs, that's a place where we have all these jobs that are unfilled. That means we are missing a lot of economic value. This hearing is a great opportunity to discuss challenges and opportunities for producing a workforce equipped to meet the demand for computing expertise. The National Center for Education Statistics reports that a record number of computer science bachelor's degrees were awarded in 2015. Colleges and universities are straining to expand their capacity to accommodate the surge in student interest, but we're obviously still not producing enough skilled computer scientists. So we want to know what we can do to address this problem. There are also barriers at the high school level to providing access to high-quality computer science courses. According to a 2016 research study by Gallup and Google, only 40% of schools teach computer programming. Computer science curricula vary from school to school, as only 10 states have created K-12 computer science standards. Increasing the pool of qualified teachers has also proven to be a very difficult challenge. I'm encouraged to see that each year more schools are offering computer science courses, allowing students to count them toward credit for graduation. In fact, last year, the Chicago public school system became the first in the country to add computer science to the list of requirements for graduation. The Chicago Public Schools class of 2021 will be the first high school class in the country to graduate with every student having taken a computer science course. These are all steps in the right direction. That there is clearly more work that needs to be done. We need to provide opportunities for adults seeking career retraining and continuing education to have access to coding and computing skills through community colleges and employment training centers. To that end, I was pleased to see the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act pass the House unanimously last month. But as I regularly hear from employers in my district, demand for these skills still outstrips supply. Finally, we need to work to ensure that all students, no matter where they grow up, their background, their race, or their sex, have the opportunity to become educated in computer science in all STEM fields. Increasing the participation of women and underrepresented minorities in STEM fields will not only increase our global competitiveness, but also help grow the STEM workforce. I look forward to a fruitful discussion about measures that can be taken to ensure that graduates entering the workforce and adults retraining for new careers are equipped with the necessary expertise to meet overwhelming employer demand. Thank you again to our witnesses for being here, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Lipinski, and I now recognize the chairman of the full committee for a statement, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also thank you for having a hearing on a subject that I know is of special interest to both of us. Since our founding, American innovators have played an important role in our nation's growth and prosperity. With the rise in competition from abroad, however, we must ensure that America stays a world leader in innovation. We can do this in part by better educating American students in STEM subjects. Unfortunately, America lags behind many other nations when it comes to science, technology, engineering, and math. American students rank 19th in science and 31st in math out of the 35 industrialized countries. That, to me, is just an incredible statistic. We're in the bottom half in science and pretty close to the bottom 10% when it comes to math. We can and must do better to keep America globally competitive. We have to capture and hold the desire of our nation's youth to study science and engineering so they will want to pursue these careers. More graduates with STEM degrees means more advanced technologies and a more robust economy. A well-educated and trained STEM workforce promotes our future economic prosperity. But it is not just...
All right, everybody, it is that time. Let's go out to the Rose Garden where President Trump will be meeting with the American Legion Boys and Nation.
Isn't it, though? Isn't it great? Great. And I want to congratulate you. What a job you've all done. Basically, on all you've achieved at a very young age. It's incredible. For decades, the American Legion has brought the best and the brightest to the White House. This has taken place for many years. Each of you were chosen out of the many thousands of people that, you know, they're all calling in. They want to get in to the White House. Is anybody upset that you're here? No. Okay, but you're all really happy that you're here, right? But you represent your state, and that's a very, very important element, too, and a very important factor in getting here. You all share incredible talent and drive. Most importantly, you have each other to really work with and to help. And you help each other, your teammates, you love our country. That's something we all have in common, right? We love our country, right? While you come from all corners of our great landscape, you're all united by your devotion, total devotion, to our great American flag, our freedom, and the principles that bind us together as one people and one nation. For more than a century, the American Legion has taught young citizens about the importance of patriotism and loyalty to our country. And through it all, there's nothing like what you're doing today and what you've achieved over a very, very short period of time. We want to thank you, and we want to thank the national chapters and everybody else. We have to really give a special thanks to Commander Charles Schmidt. Where's Charles? Where is Charles? Come here, Charles. Come here, Charles. Come on up here, Charles. What a great job. Come on, you want to see? He wants to give you all the credit. Who served in the Air Force for 28 years and now advances the Legion's proud legacy. Thank you, Charles. Today we're joined by President of the American Legion and Auxiliary Mary Davis. Where is Mary? Where is Mary? Hello, Mary. You want to come up here? Come on, Mary. An executive director who I know, Werner Jones. Come on, Werner. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up, Mary. Be careful. I want to thank you for your commitment to these incredible students and to our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I also want to honor former National Commander Bob Turner, who everyone really knows. Wow, that's pretty good, Bob. That's as good as I've ever heard. That's fantastic. Come on over here, Bob. Be careful. We don't want to see Bob go down. Do you agree with that? Because he will never forget that. This year, Bob is celebrating his 35th year helping to lead Boys Nation, all as a volunteer. Thank you very much, Bob. Let's celebrate. And Bob, I know everyone here today agrees when I say thousands of young Americans are better patriots because of your incredible and steadfast service. Right, fellas? Right? Through this program, countless young people like you have been inspired to protect American interests and to promote American values, right? Many of those who have been in your place have gone on to become governors, members of Congress, generals, and one even became a president. You know who that one was? God. That's true, see? The American Legion has held this meeting for 7 decades. Just think of the history that has occurred during that time. When the first group of students met in 1946, oh, that's an important day. You know why? That's when I was born. I hate to admit it. I hate to admit it. Oh, 1946. Oh, wow. I shouldn't have said that, Bob. Yeah. Our nation had just welcomed home our brave heroes whose spirit and courage achieved victory over tyranny in World War II. Just over 20 years later, young men and women like you watched a man land on the moon and dreamed of new frontiers in space. In 1987, Americans all across this nation joined their hearts with President Ronald Reagan in the hope, the prayer, and the conviction that the Berlin Wall would crumble in the face of truth, justice, and freedom. You know all about that. In each of these moments, and so many others, America triumphed. We win. We know how to win, right? Everybody know? And we win because of the spirit of our people. Believe me, that's a big part of it. Just think of the amazing moments in history you will witness during your lifetime. Well, you saw one on November 8th, right? Yeah. That was a pretty amazing moment we have, and we're doing a good job. Our country is doing so well now. We're doing a good job. You all happy? Because you have what it takes to be the leaders that will shape this future. Some of you may want to come back to the Capitol someday. You're going to be back, many of you, and help make the laws that will guide this nation and govern our land. Others may choose to answer the call of duty, put on the uniform, and risk everything for our nation and for our nation's people. Still others may become business leaders, teachers, artists, and inventors. We have them all, and we have them all here today. And some of you don't even really know what it might be. but we have people that are going to be so successful, so incredible in their lives, and you're going to be happy. Do what you love. Do what you love. Follow what you love. So I want to just tell, as you pour your whole heart into everything you do, really, you're doing it for your family, you're doing it for your country, but you're also doing it for yourselves. Because ultimately, you have to do it for yourself. It's better for your country. And your country wants you to succeed so much. But there's no country like the United States of America, and there's no country that can give you the kind of opportunity that we give you in the United States. Being successful is about finding your purpose in life and never, ever giving up. Do you ever give up? No. Does anybody here give up? No, sir. What about here? No, sir. You're right. And I think they mean it. I think they mean it. You were chosen for this program because you believe in America's future and because you have the ambition and the heart to ensure that America will always be victorious and will always prevail. Through Boys and Girls Nation, you are learning the values that are necessary for a nation to endure and for a nation to thrive. Pride in our history, loyalty to our citizens, and allegiance to our great American flag. In the decades to come, you will help our nation reach new heights. We'll be so proud of you. Discover new frontiers and strengthen the bonds of loyalty between our country and its people. It is my honor to meet with you all today, and it was my greater honor to come out here early before the press got here to take all of those pictures that we took. And I hope they send you the right pictures. And they will. As I look out at the audience, I see the next generation of American leaders. I see the promise of our future. I see the strength and love of the American spirit. And because of young people like you, I am more confident than ever in the future of the United States. Together, we will make America greater than ever before. I mean that. We're going to make America greater than ever before, and we're on our way. You see what's going on? We're building up military. We're getting great job numbers, best in 17 years. Best job numbers in 17 years. The enthusiasm for manufacturers and business is at just about the highest point since they started taking those tests. So I just want to tell you, go out there, go get them. I have no doubt you're going to, every one of you, be successful. Never quit, never give up. Always do what you love. Take great care of your family and your parents, because we love your parents. You probably wouldn't be here without your parents, right? So thank you again to the American Legion, and congratulations to you all. God bless you, and God bless America. And thank you for being at the White House.
We love the
You got the last word. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, everybody. Have a great life and love your country and love your God. Okay? Bye, everybody. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
A very uplifting message there from President Trump saying, love your country and love your life. That's President Trump there at the Rose Garden with the American Legion boys and girls for their event. You can see all smiles right there.
Thank you.
All right, folks, coming up next here, we're going to take you now to the Senate floor where there will be another vote coming up on an health care amendment. Only about 12 hours of debate remaining to be used over the next couple of days. They started at 20, so they've already used up 8 hours. I'm going to take you now live Senate floor where we are awaiting, supposed to be happening at 3:30 Eastern. We'll see those politicians stay on time.
Thank you, Sarah. If I could follow up on what Jonathan just said, the president actually tweeted, "Thank you to the LGBT community. I will." If I could follow really quickly, can you repeal and replace
And while we do wait for this amendment vote, the Senate has blocked a wide-ranging proposal by Republicans to repeal much of former President Barack Obama's health care law and replace it with a more restrictive plan. Senators voted 57 to 43 last night to reject the plan in the first vote on an amendment to the bill. Those voting no, including 9 defecting Republicans. The amendment vote, a rough road ahead for GOP efforts to advance some form of Obamacare replacement, even after the Senate narrowly revived the core bill in a dramatic test vote Tuesday afternoon.
We have an opportunity as President Trump to takes his message back to the people. Will not contribute to the scourge of abortion under any circumstances. Mr. President, as we consider options to fix our nation's failing healthcare system, partisan lines cut deeper on abortion than on any other issue. However, we should be all able to agree that taxpayer funds have no place in funding abortions. I also hope we can all agree our society cannot be truly prosperous until it respects the rights of the most vulnerable among us. If we fail to stand for those who cannot stand for themselves, then the words of our founding documents, the words inscribed in the halls of this building, and the truths we each hold in our hearts mean nothing. To that end, I'll be offering a motion to waive the point of order on Hyde Amendment protections as we work to solving our health care crisis. So today, Mr. President, and every day, I stand for life. I'm joined by colleagues who understand what is at stake, and I thank Senator Enzi for his leadership. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Now, right now, senators are going to be voting today on another Republican amendment repealing much of the health law and giving Congress 2 years to come up with a replacement. A combination of solid Democratic opposition and Republicans unwilling to tear down the law without a replacement in hand were expected to defeat that plan as well. In the failed vote last night, GOP foes reportedly included Senators Susan Collins, Bob Corker, Tom Colton, Lindsey Graham, Mike Lee, Jerry Moran, Lisa Murkowski, and Rand Paul. The list includes both moderates and conservatives. The vote underscored problems Republicans will be having to win enough votes to recast Obama's statute. The rejected amendment was centered on language by McConnell erasing Obama's tax penalties on people not buying insurance, cutting Medicaid, and trimming its subsidies for consumers. Language by Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz would let insurers sell cut-rate policies with skimpy coverage. And there was an additional $100 billion to help states ease costs for people losing Medicaid sought by Midwestern moderates. The vote came after a high point in the chamber when Senator John McCain dramatically entered for that pivotal vote yesterday, his first since surgery and his cancer diagnosis. Unified for once, Republicans and Democrats applauded and whooped for that six-term lawmaker. He said thumbs up with both hands for the GOP vote to move ahead on debate. President Trump yesterday warned four opponents to Obamacare repeal legislation, two of them Republicans. He said any senator who votes against repeal and replace will have a lot of problems. He said that during yesterday's 1-hour Make America Great Again rally in Youngstown, Ohio. So right now they are in a quorum call right now. Still about 12 hours of the debate remaining to be used over for the next couple of days. This vote soon on repealing parts of the health care law the past 2 years. We do appreciate everybody being part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. This is for H.R. 1628, which we all know is the Budget Reconciliation Act. And U.S. Senator John McCain this week filed 3 amendments to health care reform legislation being debated by the Senate that would address the concerns raised by Arizona Governor Doug Ducey and other leaders across the state about the bill's impact on Arizona's Medicaid system. Repeal a provision that punishes Arizona for expanding Medicaid pre-Obamacare. In 2000, the people of Arizona passed an initiative, that was Proposition 204, that expanded Medicaid to all adults with income up to 100% of the federal poverty level. According to the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, current proposals to cut funding for early expansion states could cost Arizona between $356 and $480 million by fiscal year 2024. Senator McCain's amendment would ensure that the people of Arizona are not to be punished for opting to expand Medicaid before the Affordable Care Act was enacted. McCain said Arizona has been nationally recognized for running one of the most efficient and cost-effective Medicaid programs in the country. Any reform to our healthcare system must reward states like Arizona that are responsibly managing their healthcare services and controlling costs, not penalize them. My amendments would address the concerns raised by Governor Doug Ducey and other leaders across the state about the impact of current proposals on Arizona Medicaid systems.
The question is on the amendment.
I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr.
So it's a straight up or down vote on 271.
Ms. Cantwell.
Yep.
Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin.
They are voting on the Paul Amendment, the H.R. 1628, the Budget Reconciliation Act.
Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Corker, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Mr. Donnelly, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mr. Enzi, Mrs. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Flake, Mr. Branken, Mr. Gardner, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Ms. Harris, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hatch, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Heitkamp, Mr. Heller, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. McCain, Mrs. McCaskill, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Paul, Mr. Perdue, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Strange, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis,
Should I send flowers too? Chocolates? Yeah. Good. All right. Thanks for letting us know.
Mr. Toomey, Mr. Udall, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young,
Taking place right now, the Senate is taking a procedural vote. It's an amendment to add the Hyde Amendment to the health care bill. Hyde Amendment bans the use of federal money for abortions. It's named after the late Representative Henry Hyde, a Republican from Illinois. The Hyde Amendment is a policy and not fiscal in nature. That means it falls outside the realm of budget reconciliation. You're continuing to watch this live vote right now. Fox 10 News now stream this vote on repealing portions of the health care law in 2 years.
Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blumenthal, Capito, Casey, Collins, Donnelly, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heitkamp, Heller, Kane, Manchin, Merkley, Murray, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Roberts, aye. Mr. Isaacson, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Corker. Mr. Corker, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, no.
Happening right now, there is 16 yes votes, 22 no votes. This is for a repeal in 2 years. A majority is needed. No point of order made on the high
Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, no.
Currently, right now, 18 yeses, 25 no.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. McCaskill. Mrs. McCaskill, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Franken. Mr. Franken, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Perdue. Mr. Perdue, aye. Mr. Udall. Mr. Udall, no. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, aye.
All right, right now we have 20 yeses, 31 noes. Majority is needed, though.
Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, no. Mrs. Ernst. Mrs. Ernst, aye. Mr. McCain. Mr. McCain, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Hatch, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Cochran, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Brown, no.
Currently, right now, we do have 27 yes.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Young, aye.
Right now, the Senate is voting on a straight repeal of Obamacare with a 2-year window to replace Obamacare. So they do need
Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Menendez, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Nelson, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker. Aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines. Aye. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander. No. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. No. Ms. Markowski. Ms. Markowski, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye.
Hello, everyone. Samia here. You are looking at a live feed from the Senate floor. They were voting on an amendment that would have repealed portions of Obamacare in 2 years. A majority was needed, but as you can see, that did not happen. The final vote, 45 to 54. The amendment has failed. This amendment, again, would have repealed portions of Obamacare in 2 years. Now, this amendment also included a ban on federal funding of abortion. All right, everyone. So we are going to give you guys a live look at the White House. Again, you're looking at a live feed from the White House there in Washington, D.C. We'll be right back with more news now in just a moment. All right, everyone, while I get my computer situated, I do want to show you guys some video from earlier. This is video of Rihanna in France. That's right, the musician visiting the French president there, meeting with Macron. This is video from earlier today. All right, everyone, so I just wanted to share with you that video from earlier today. Rihanna in France meeting with the most powerful person there, the president, Macron, there in France. A lot of news happenings around the country and around the world today. We just watched that vote on the Senate floor. But making headlines here in the U.S. are some other stories as well. This is a press conference out of Minnesota, actually. The Minnesota Police Department holding a press conference regarding body cameras. As you know, there was that shooting of the Australian woman, the fatal shooting, where the officer involved was not wearing a camera. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. The mayor and the chief would like to discuss some changes to the body-worn camera policy. We'll start with brief remarks from Mayor Hodges, move on to Chief Arredondo, and then open it up for questions related to body camera policy. Mayor Hodges.
It has been a tough 10 days. It has been a tough 10 days for the city, and particularly for Justine Damon's family. One of the toughest things that all of us in Minneapolis have had to face is that after the time and the money and the energy that we put into making sure that body cameras were in place, we did not have body camera footage in an incident where it mattered a great deal. And from the start, it has been my expectation that our body camera program work for our city and work for our people. It was my expectation then, and it remains my expectation today, that the program actually does what we want, inspect, and need it to do, that MPD monitor closely to ensure that it does. Because we know body cameras are an important tool for public safety and public trust. And we know that they are also not an infallible tool. Which is why last week I clearly articulated that my expectations for body cameras, both the policy that governs their use and the training that our officers receive to use them according to that policy, I articulated those expectations. And changes to the MPD body camera policy have been in the works for some time. Clarifications to that policy have been in work for some time, already contemplated before the tragic shooting death of Justine Damon on the night of July 15th. All policies are living, breathing documents. They are never set in stone, nor should they be. This is especially true of the department's body-worn camera policy, given the recent implementation of the policy in the last 8 months. Future policy changes beyond the ones we're going to talk about here today will be considered given the audit being discussed by the Council today. They will be considered in that context. I also know that Governor Dayton has said that he is considering an examination of the state statute governing body cameras, and we are interested in the same. And we will work with Governor Dayton and our state legislative delegation, other state leaders, and stakeholders on that policy moving forward. But today we're here to talk about clarifications and changes to the policy that are what we can do today inside existing law and given technology as it exists today. So to go over what those changes are, Acting Chief Arredondo.
Good morning, everyone. Madera Arredondo, Chief of the Minneapolis Police Department. What good is a camera if it is not being used when it may be needed the most? From this day forward in the Minneapolis Police Department, we want to add strength to our expectations. Body-worn cameras must be on. This policy change will become active in 3 days, which requires officers to turn on their cameras when dispatched to any call or any self-initiated activity. I'm clarifying intent in the policy so officers know it is required to activate their body-worn cameras. We're putting clear in policy the range of discipline, but we are also making it clear that it has always been true that the full range of discipline was available and existed. This month we have been training our supervisors to conduct auditing of their officers' body-worn cameras. This supervisor audit training has helped to shape, strengthen, and clarify our policy. We are not passing judgment on a single officer, nor are we looking at a single event. We are responding to our communities and to recent ongoing assessment. I can tell you this policy enhancement has been in process for a few months now. And it also should be noted that many of our officers are using their cameras a lot, and as they're intended to be used. But there are some officers, quite frankly, that are not using them.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I am actually going to do a test. As you know, we're working on a new set, so I'm going to take this press conference once again here on News Now, just from a different source. Let's watch again.
Today, that the program actually does what we want, inspect, and need it to do, that MPD monitor closely to ensure that it does. Because we know body cameras are an important tool for public safety and public trust. And we know that they are also not an infallible tool. Which is why last week I clearly articulated that my expectations for body cameras, both the policy that governs their use and the training that our officers receive to use them according to that policy, I articulated those expectations. And changes to the MPD body camera policy have been in the works for some time. Clarifications to that policy have been in work for some time, already contemplated before the tragic shooting death of Justine Damon on the night of July 15th. All policies are living, breathing documents. They are never set in stone, nor should they be. This is especially true of the department's body-worn camera policy, given the recent implementation of the policy in the last 8 months. Future policy changes beyond the ones we're going to talk about here today will be considered given the audit being discussed by the Council today. they will be considered in that context. I also know that Governor Dayton has said that he is considering an examination of the state statute governing body cameras, and we are interested in the same, and we will work with Governor Dayton and our state legislative delegation, other state leaders, and stakeholders on that policy moving forward. But today, we're here to talk about clarifications and changes to the policy that are what we can do today inside existing law and given technology as it exists today. So to go over what those changes are, Acting Chief Arredondo.
Good morning, everyone. Madera Arredondo, Chief of the Minneapolis Police Department. What good is a camera if it is not being used when it may be needed the most? From this day forward in the Minneapolis Police Department, we want to add strength to our expectations. Body-worn cameras must be on. This policy change will become active in 3 days, which requires officers to turn on their cameras when dispatched to any call or any self-initiated activity. I'm clarifying intent in the policy so officers know it is required to activate their body-worn cameras. We're putting clear in policy the range of discipline, but we are also making it clear that it has always been true that the full range of discipline was available and existed. This month, we have been training our supervisors to conduct auditing of their officers' body-worn cameras. This supervisor audit training has helped to shape, strengthen, and clarify our policy. We are not passing judgment on a single officer, nor are we looking at a single event. We are responding to our communities and to recent ongoing assessment. I can tell you this policy enhancement has been in process for a few months now. And it also should be noted that many of our officers are using their cameras a lot and as they're intended to be used. But there are some officers, quite frankly, that are not using them nearly enough. We're merely 8 months into our full body camera rollout of the Minneapolis Police Department. New equipment takes some time to get used to. We saw that when we outfitted our squad car cameras several years ago. We sought community input when we drafted this body camera policy. And we were clear in stating that this body-worn camera policy was subject to change. All policies within the Minneapolis Police Department are subject to change as police work constantly evolves. This may not be the last change to our body-worn camera policy. It may not be the last change this month, as a work group has been formed to move forward in looking at our body-worn camera policy. The point is the cameras help give everyone a clearer picture of an event. We want our body cameras to accurately depict an event no matter what the circumstances are, for the sake of our officers and for the sake of our community. Thank you.
We'll take questions now on body camera policy.
Acting Chief Rondo, do you get a sense that officers, I know this is something that just has been rolled out gradually over the last year, but do you have a sense that officers have just been trying to keep them on only in the narrowest of situations that they've been thinking about the policy, maybe not clear, maybe they're just trying to be as, keep it narrow as to not have too much footage?
I think it's probably a combination of two things. I think one, again, our entire department, in terms of it fully being outfitted with body cameras, it's only been 8 months, so it has been a short time. This is certainly new technology, but as far as why some officers are utilizing them more frequently than others, we're hoping that the supervisor auditing team will be able to give us some more concrete facts to that. But one thing I am responsible for is making sure that our policies are clear, and I wanted to make sure this particular policy is very clear in what the expectations are that I have for our officers to activate these body-worn cameras.
So, Chief, the new policy is essentially that they need to have them on almost all the time?
There are still instances where they will have some discretion, but we have over 500,000 911 dispatch calls a year. This policy clearly states for those dispatched calls or self-initiated activity, those body-worn cameras will be activated.
At what point do they have to turn them
The policy, I'm sorry, did you say turn them on or off?
Turn them on, sir.
Oh, turn them on. So on any dispatch calls, any self-initiated activity, any traffic stops, when they're encountering any adversarial situation that could arise, any criminal when you receive the policy later, it will specify and outline very clear when those body-worn cameras should be activated.
And Chief, just remind us, is it a quick button touch?
That is correct. Yes.
What other repercussions if they aren't turned on in a dispatch?
So one of the things that this policy we wanted to make sure it was very clear is that the discipline category range is specified. Category B through D, which at the lowest threshold, category B, is a 10-hour suspension, and category D is anything up to and including termination. We wanted to at least, once again, that had always been there, but I want to be very clear and intentional in terms of what that discipline range is.
So the body cameras that you have now, are they capable of being turned on automatically?
No, my understanding is they still have to manually activate those.
And is that something that you're looking into?
We are certainly having conversations about some new evolving technology that we think will help us down the road here. Yes.
Can the city purchase some of the signal technology, and where would that be at this point? Has it been installed? Is it not?
You know, I may rely on my Deputy Chief Joe's here in terms of the technology. I don't get rid of Chip.
Hello, I'm Inspector Joes. Yes, we have purchased the auto activation technology, and it's in the process of being installed in the squads right at this time.
Would that be across all squads?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the technology where if the officer opens the door or something, it can trigger
It'll be initially set up the same as our squad cameras are, where when you activate the lights on the car, it will activate the body cameras for you. You will not be required to push the button, which you hold down the button for a couple seconds, and that's how it activates. This will automatically activate it, but we have to get it installed in all the squads first before we turn it on, and so you know what kind of vehicle you're getting into, you know what's happening.
The number of hours that officers were downloading per month, 5 to 6 hours, do you consider that low?
I think that we actually need to get a more full, robust, comprehensive look at that. I think it's just too early to make any sort of decisions. There's a lot of other contextual things that go into that. Not all precincts are the same. Some precincts are busier. Call loads vary from precincts. So I don't have enough information yet to really make an answer on that. So.
When does this new policy take effect? Is it as of this moment, later today, later this month?
This policy will be signed by me shortly, and it'll take effect 3 days from now, so it'll take effect Saturday. Yes.
Question here. We all deal with capacity issues.
Yeah.
Now that you're going to have more officers recording video, do you physically have the storage capability for all of this extra data that you're going to be recording?
So we will be working closely with our IT representatives within the city, monitoring that. Obviously, Mayor Hodges me and her will be having conversations as we start to get more information as the volume of use increases. So we'll be monitoring that. Absolutely.
When can we expect the pilot program to be up and running? You've got some officers that have it, some don't. When do we expect everybody to walk out the door and got their cameras?
Well, all of our patrol officers have the body cameras now. I mean, so we've had an 8-month rollout, so they have them. Yes, now that's been in place. Yes.
What's the timeline for the technology to be activated? The new technology
We're working with our fleet department right now to get the technology installed in the squads, and it's a couple hours per squad, and we have roughly 200 squads, so it'll probably be a couple of months before we get every squad with the technology installed. And as far as the answer to the storage, we have unlimited storage for each device. The issue is more of a technology with the individual device, how much it can store itself before being downloaded, and battery capacity and those types of things. And we'll learn more about that as we have more video being recorded.
Will policy stay the same when releasing video? Or will that change?
I'm sorry.
When releasing video?
Oh.
That's governed by state law.
Yep, that'll stay the same, and that's governed by our state statute.
You mentioned that discipline could be up to termination. Does that mean that Officer Moore could be fired for violating the policy?
I will not be commenting on that any particular singular event. So.
What's the union's role in a policy change? I'm guessing the 3 days is you give notice to
the union of any change?
Certainly, when we first started our body-worn camera policy, we had very robust discussions with our union representatives. And certainly we continue to have discussions with them. I've had discussions personally with the union president. So it made him aware that these changes are coming, and we'll continue to have those conversations. Yeah.
They need to improve. They have an opportunity to appeal and to object.
You know, with any policy that impacts all of our stakeholders, I want to make sure I'm listening to as many voices as possible, so that will continue to happen.
A couple of months ago, Axon offered to increase buffer times prior to recording what's captured on the video from 30 seconds up to 2 minutes. Is this something that's being looked at as well? Would you increase that buffer time? Has that been discussed?
At this point, we're still looking at all the technology and all the options, and we haven't moved in the direction of increasing that buffer time. Right now, our buffer time is 30 seconds, and that's consistent with both the squad camera and the Axon camera.
Chief, shortly after the shooting, the head of the PCOC came out and was pretty critical of the department. As you know, that body came out with a report, and that was one of the recommendations. And they said that at the time, the police department ignored that recommendation, gave officers more discretion. So what prompted this change?
I think that we've always constantly been looking at how we strengthen this. We rolled our body cameras out in phases, each individual precinct. By the time we actually had it fully implemented throughout the department, that gave us a little benchmark in terms of what we could look at were the strengths, what we could look at were the weaknesses. I've had and continue to have conversations with PCOC chair and have sought her input as well, and we'll continue to seek some input and recommendations from the PCOC. But I think the goal is the same. I think we all want this tool to better help serve our community and our officers.
Chief Rondo, a quick question, maybe more anecdotally, over the first 8 months of the body camera policy. We saw it released or become public in that dog shooting a few weeks back. Do we know, has any of the video been used in any disciplinary proceedings already against police? Has it been an effective tool in looking at complaints from citizens?
Yes, we certainly, since our body-worn camera policy, and our equipment has been implemented, yes, we have used the body-worn camera as evidence in complaints, and we've looked at it, certainly, yeah.
And then just on the back end of sort of being dispatched, when will the officer have the authority to then shut off their body camera?
Yes, so there's still, once you get the policy again, there will still be, in terms of the deactivation process, there will still be places and spaces in there where the officers can deactivate. So once you receive our policy, you'll be able to clearly see the deactivation elements and timelines when they can do that. So.
Should these officers be able to look at the video and possibly delete it themselves? Are you just trusting the officer not to do that, or are there any safeguards in place to prevent that?
Yes, there are safeguards in place, and so officers cannot delete the video of the body-worn camera.
Chief, when it gets right down to it, what's your message to citizens with this new policy?
We need to build and regain our community's trust. And that is my charge, and I've expressed that to all of our officers. And body-worn cameras is a tool. It's not everything. It's only a tool. But as I've told all of our officers, we equip them with a lot of equipment to go out there and serve our communities, but the one thing we cannot equip them with is the benefit of the doubt. And they have to gain that through their relationships with our community. And so that's what my goal is.
So I know you don't want to talk about particular cases, but if an officer responds to a scene and someone is shot, how does that fall in between these categories B and D? Like, is there some kind of criteria that if someone ends up shot and the body camera is not on, that it's a B or a C or a D?
Well, there's a wide range of circumstances and situations officers could respond to. And so every case, we judge it on its own particular merit. So that's why we have the range of categories that we do. So, yeah.
We have time for one more question.
Chief, about the audit, can you give us a sense of what that's going to entail, how officers' use of cameras can be audited?
Obviously, you can tell any technology questions. I defer to Deputy Chief Joe, so maybe you can.
There's probably some confusion as to when you say audit. One of the ways of auditing is individual supervisors checking their employees to see if they're using it properly. So that's one process we've been implementing in the last couple of months, is training supervisors to review video of their employees to make sure they're using it properly. The other term for audit is an overall audit of the system as a whole, to audit policy, recordings, activations. Are they in line with policy? And that's a separate audit that is going to take place in the near future with the city's audit department.
Adam, last question.
The Civil Rights Department audit that we're talking about this afternoon, is that what we're? Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I do have copies of the policy for you guys. So a little nuance with the policy. So
All right, everyone, so that was the end of that Minneapolis press conference there. This is a live look at the White House. We are going to take you back to the Senate floor in just a moment. Again, we will take you back to the Senate floor in just a moment, so stay tuned. More news now ahead. All right, everyone, back to the Senate floor we go.
These Americans will tell you that their rights aren't real without community supports. This bill will drive people back into those institutions that I just showed you a picture of. Now, I know that there's talk that maybe in the midst of voting on my amendment, which would basically say, let's go back to the committee of jurisdiction, in this case, the Finance Committee, and let's go back to that committee and spend some time, have some hearings, have some regular order, which some have called for here, and really consider this issue seriously. But instead of that, I guess some will reject my amendment, and they're going to introduce and maybe have a vote on a sense of the Senate. Now, there's a time and a place for that kind of measure when the Senate speaks with one voice on a matter. This is not one of those times. This is a time we have to do more than just have a sense of the Senate. We have to be serious about a particular matter of public policy. In this case, making sure that we protect people with disabilities, so they have all the rights, all of the promises fulfilled in the Americans with Disabilities Act and other legislation as well. So we're hearing that there might be a sense of the Senate.
Senator Russell-Schmidt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. There might be a sense of the Senate being offered as a side-by-side to the amendment that I will offer. This is totally inadequate in terms of the serious issue that we're here to talk about. In this case, protecting people with disabilities. It's a totally inadequate response to that. The people with disabilities who are in the gallery here or in the reception area, who are back at home in congressional districts and states, those folks in each and every community around the country want to ensure that the promise we made to them in the ADA and in other measures will be kept, that we keep our promise. If Medicaid community-based services are slashed Statements by the Senate won't help very much. Now, what do we have in front of us, or what we will likely have in front of us in the next couple of hours, or between today and tomorrow? I know it's been described a lot of ways if the Republicans want to get there. Here's the way I describe it. It's a congressional Republican scheme that they're working on to get to repeal, not repeal and replace. In this case, it would be repeal and decimate. Decimating Medicaid, repealing the entire Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. Now, some here will argue that they can support this because this next version, this scheme, will not include Medicaid and will likely not even include tax cuts for the very wealthy. Well, cuts to Medicaid have been the core of every version of every House bill and every version. Thank you, Mr. President. Cuts to Medicaid have been at the core part of every House version of health care, every Senate bill that we've seen so far. So they will get to those cuts one way or another, and they'll also get to the tax cuts for the super rich. The bill that we're debating, H.R. 1628, as you know, creates block grants in the context of Medicaid. Block granting may be, in a sense, sending to the states a limited amount of money and saying good luck when you have to balance your budget and pay for Medicaid services. It'll have per capita caps, which would again limit what states can do in terms of the dollars they have. Or it would just continue to have, as every bill has had, cuts to Medicaid, the likes of which we've never seen. Sometimes over $800 billion, sometimes over $700 billion, but in that neighborhood of hundreds and hundreds of billions of cuts to Medicaid. So this next version of the Senate bill will do the same. So when you consider the cuts to Medicaid juxtaposed with the breaks, the tax breaks given to the super rich, really giveaways, there's no other word I can come up with other than obscene. There are probably other words, but that's, I think, a good description of what that is. That's one of the reasons why these measures have been so unpopular across the board with every income group. Those folks who would get those big giveaways, I think most of them would not want them if they knew the price of that tax giveaway to someone with a lot of money would be to decimate Medicaid. So passing this version of the bills, passing a scaled-down scheme, means that Republicans have not abandoned their Medicaid cuts. They're going to get to that as soon as they can. So this is simply really what we're going to see over the next couple of hours, simply a backdoor to cutting and capping Medicaid, and anyone who believes otherwise is probably deceiving themselves. What we need is serious policies crafted to ensure long-term supports and services that provide and guarantee community-based services, that promotes choice and freedom for people with disabilities. This bill doesn't promise freedom or liberty. It doesn't promise the choice to live in a community and to be part of a family, like that family, where one member of that family has a disability and gets to live in a house with other members of the family. That is not possible for many Americans without Medicaid. So for people with disabilities, this bill is anything but a bill that would enhance freedom or enhance choice. This bill would in fact be an anti-freedom bill when it comes to people with disabilities. It's not a key to liberty. It's really just a pathway to institutional care, where we were years ago, where we have come from whence we've made progress. It's a return to limited choices, a lack of rights, in a place where freedom is not possible. So, Mr. President, let me, in conclusion, thank the members of the Senate who have supported this amendment. The following senators, Senator Stabenow, Duckworth, Hassan, Van Hollen, Murray, Brown, Blumenthal, Carper, Durbin, Kane, Baldwin, Wyden, Markey, Murphy, Harris, Cardin, Warren, Hirono, Reed, Nelson, Klobuchar, Warner, Shaheen, Coons, Bennett, King, Menendez, Whitehouse, Leahy, and Booker. I want to thank them for joining me in this effort. Mr. President, I would yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
South Carolina.
To terminate the quorum call and do a colloquy with my...
Without objection. Without objection.
Mr. President.
Louisiana.
Mr. President, we are struggling right now to find a replacement for the Affordable Care Act. The American people have voted in 4 successive elections for such a replacement, culminating in the election of Donald Trump to be President of the United States. Now, you can ask yourself, if the Affordable Care Act is so great, why would the American people continue to want to have a different program? And I think the wisdom of the American people is that, one, they do not want the federal government so intrusive in our lives, but secondly, there is a sense that somehow the Affordable Care Act is not entirely fair, that perhaps there's some that do better under the Affordable Care Act than others. And our country is about equity. By the way, I'm a physician, and for 25 years I've worked in the public hospital system of Louisiana trying to get health care for those who otherwise did not have. And I am all about those who don't have insurance or those who are poorly insured getting better care. Ultimately, to have better care, there has to be adequate financing for that care. So we begin to look at the numbers that underlie how the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, if you will, finances health care across the nation. Really interesting. If you look at the numbers from Health and Human Services, 3 states, Massachusetts, California, and New York, get 37% of the money that Obamacare spends on Medicaid expansion and health insurance access. 3 states get 37%. And although I don't have an accurate sort of, this is what the demography is, I estimate their population to be roughly 18%, if that much, of our nation's total population. So they get twice as much, if you will, on a per beneficiary basis than the rest of the nation put together. That is not fair. And if we're going to provide access for patients, fellow Americans, to health care, ultimately, you have to have adequate financial resources to do so. Now, my colleague, Senator Graham, will speak in more detail about the inequities between the states, but let me just say as a guideline, how do we create equity? How do we create fairness? So it's not just 3 states which benefit, but wherever you live, if the federal taxpayer is contributing to your access to insurance, you get about the same amount, whether you're in Louisiana, Colorado, South Carolina, Mississippi, or in California, Massachusetts, or New York. That's about equity. And what we attempted to do, and we're going to introduce this as part of the Graham-Cassidy Amendment, in which we attempt to establish fairness for all Americans in terms of the support they receive from the federal taxpayer. What we will do, beginning in 2020, is begin to equalize the payments between those states receiving very little, those states receiving way a lot, and those states who are kind of right where they should be. We do this by beginning with the formula, which acknowledges that the poorer the people, the more support they need. The older the person, the higher their medical expenses. So between poverty and age, it's a good starting point about how to divide those dollars. And between 2020 and 2026, we will actually gradually move those high-cost states down, those lower-cost states up, and keep those just about right states just about right until at the end, wherever that American lives, she is getting about the same amount as every other patient receiving support across the country. Now, when you say this, I'm a physician. I know that if you have more disease burden in one state, that's a costlier population. If your average age is greater in one state, that's another aspect of a costlier population. And we can go through those sort of factors. So we do put wiggle room at the end so that if a state is higher cost because they have more disease, well, they would get a little bit more money. But on the whole, if you net it out, wherever that American lives, she or he would get about the same amount of money. Turns out that, and Senator Graham will go over this in more detail, but the average American receiving benefits under the Affordable Care Act, if you combine Medicaid expansion and the tax credits people receive, the average credit is somewhere in the mid-6,000s. Say, call it $6,400, $6,500. But if you look at what some states receive, in Massachusetts, it's about $18,000 per person. Now, that's a lot of money. So if in the average is $6,600, and in one state it is $18,000, that's not fair. Now, I would submit, Mr. President, that if we equalize that treatment, if we just treat people fairly, if no matter where you live, the amount you get is not dependent upon the state in which you live, but upon your need, then we can actually provide access. We can fulfill President Trump's campaign pledges of continuing coverage, caring for those with pre-existing conditions, lowering premiums, and eliminating mandates. We can get there. By the way, it isn't just Republican-represented states that would benefit. You can look at West Virginia. These are some preliminary, excuse me, Mr. President. You can look at preliminary numbers, and West Virginia would receive in 2020 about 43% more than they would based upon current trajectories. Indiana would receive about 48% more. Let's look at, what's another state? Montana. Montana would receive Montana would receive over 100% more than they were currently scheduled to receive. Now, Mr. President, this takes the money that has already been allocated, and instead of focusing it on 3 states, there's a few more, they call it 7, but those 3 states are the ones that really bring it home. If instead of just all this federal largesse going to 3 states, we distribute it fairly, all Americans can do better. All Americans can do better. And ultimately, we should be about fairness in this chamber, not about partisan politics. Mr. President, thank you for the privilege of addressing you on this important issue, and I now defer to my colleague from South Carolina.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that Senator Enziger's designee I'll relinquish.
Senator from South Carolina.
Okay, there we go. If you need to talk, you're welcome to. So let me just kind of tell you where I'm coming from. Under the current system, Obamacare as we know it, the money to help people buy insurance and the money for Medicaid expansion, those 2 pools of money, here's what happens under Obamacare. California gets 21.39% of all the money, and they're 12.15% of the population. Maryland gets 2.35% of the money. They're 1.86% of the population. Massachusetts gets 6.67% of all the money. They're 2.11%. And New York gets 8.62%. They're 6.11%. A lot of math for a guy that didn't do well in math. 39% of all the money goes to 4 states that represents 22% of the population. I like these people. They're all good Americans. I just don't like them that much. The bottom line is the rest of us, whatever, like the rest of us, 46 of us, we get 60% to divide up among ourselves. How can that be? Senator Cassidy explained that the current system is weighted to the benefit of 4 people, 4 states, at the expense of the rest of us. Now, I'd like to fix that. And if you don't live in one of these states, you ought to fix it too. What I want to do is take the money that we're spending under Obamacare and block grant it back to the states so that we can level out the disparity in funding, but even go further and allow people in each state to develop health care systems that meet the needs of that state.
All right, everyone. So we are actually going to cut out of the Senate floor because we have a live feed coming in from the White House. President Trump scheduled to speak momentarily. He'll be talking about his jobs initiative. Coming up, President Trump speaks at the White House. We'll carry it live for you here on News Now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, accompanied by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Governor Scott Walker, Mr. Terry Goh, and Senator Ron Johnson.
Vice President Pence, Speaker Ryan, Governor Walker, and Senator, and the distinguished members of the Cabinet, distinguished members of Congress, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the middle of the eyeball revolution. High-resolution 8K display and the powerful 5G communication will greatly increase the growth of big data. With artificial intelligence, a new 8K plus 5G ecosystem is born. 8K display is a key for the future. For example, 8K will enable new medical solutions to limit blood loss in surgery, lessen pain in treatment, and then greatly reduce the cost of health care. Honghai Group, Fastcom, and then Sharp are committed to build in America this most advanced 8K ecosystem manufacturing industry in the world. Why do it here? TV was invented in America. Yet, American does not have a single LCD fab to produce a complete 8K system. We are going to change that. It starts today with this investment in Wisconsin. Governor Walker, I'd like to thank you and your leadership teams. I also would like to thank you, Mr. Jared Kushner, the White House Office of American Innovation, for your hard work to make this investment a reality. Speaker Ryan, thank you for all your advice and support on Capitol Hill. Vice President Pence, we are not strangers. We have facility in your home state. Your support is very much appreciated. Mr. President, we just met inside. We met in, we spent 10-15 minutes talking. I met you 3 times. Each time you have emphasized the importance of manufacturing in America and providing high-skilled jobs for American workers. I feel confident to say this is a win-win-win strategy. Mr. President, with you the Vice President, the Speaker, and the government worker strongly supporting Buy American. We are confident that many American products will be a great success. I know you are committed to growth manufacturing in the United States. Because of you, we are also committed to create great jobs for American people. Mr. President, the eagle flies. Thank you.
Well, first off, thank you to the President for hosting us. You will be hearing from him in just a moment. Mr. Vice President, my good friend and former colleague, to the Speaker, my good friend and longtime neighbor, to the legislative leaders here from Congress, who I'll mention in just a few moments, to our legislative leaders from the state, to all of you, and but particularly Terry, to you and your team. Lewis and Alan, it's good to see you guys here. Spent a lot of time together with your great team, but we're really appreciative and couldn't be more excited. And I got to tell you, I personally want to say, you know, Terry just gave a great speech there, but Terry, for us, embodies not only in America, but in Wisconsin, when we think about success story in terms of hard work, determination, building a company with just literally a few $1,000s in 1974, starting out building the knobs. Remember the old knobs on the black and white TV? Some of you are too young to remember this, but the Gallagher, I'm thinking of you in particular, but building those knobs and then getting an Atari contract to build a joystick. As a kid, I can still remember doing that, and then going on to Compaq, and now being one of the leaders in the world. And we are absolutely thrilled to have you here today and to have your success story be a part of the American success story, and particularly the success story here in the state, or coming to be in the state of Wisconsin. So Terry, thank you. This is a great day for America. It is a great day for Wisconsin, and it's a great day for Foxconn. And today we're announcing the single largest economic development project in the history of the state of Wisconsin, and one of the largest in the history of this country. In fact, we went back and verified this. This will be the largest greenfield-based company investment from a foreign-based company in U.S. history as measured by jobs. So this is literally number one. So thank you, Terry. Foxconn in the state of Wisconsin tomorrow in our state will enter into a memorandum of understanding by which Foxconn will invest $10 million. Excuse me, $10 billion. Thank you.
Just making sure, yeah.
I'm glad to see Paul Ryan's keeping track of millions and billions. Little different than Dirksen, back our neighbor to the south. $10 billion. For a minute there, I thought I was on a TV show, right? $10 billion, which will create 13,000 jobs in the state of Wisconsin. In turn, the state of Wisconsin, to fulfill that commitment, our partnership with Terry and the Foxconn team will invest $3 billion in economic incentives to make that partnership go forward. And these are exciting times. These 13,000 jobs have an average annual salary of over $53,000 plus benefits. In addition, sure, you can clap for that. In addition to the 13,000 jobs directly created by the Foxconn investment, the project is expected to create at least 22,000 indirect and induced jobs throughout the state of Wisconsin. Now, Foxcom's manufacturing campus will be a combination of a variety of buildings in total, get this number, totaling 20 million square feet. Now think about that. That would be 3 times the size of the U.S. Pentagon, or for those of us who are Packer fans, that's big enough to put 11 Lambeau Fields inside of that space. Some 10,000 construction jobs will be needed to build that campus, so we're going to need people from all across the state of Wisconsin and throughout the Midwest to help us out. Foxconn, as you heard Terry say, will build the first facility in the United States that will build LCD panels for everything from the automotive business to healthcare to entertainment and all industries combined. This is some of the most exciting technology in the world. Going forward, I want all of you to know, but particularly the President to know, that these panels will be made in America proudly in the state of Wisconsin. Foxcom's new ecosystem will transform Wisconsin. In fact, Terry and I came up with a name. We call it Wisconn Valley. Wisconn with 2 N's. Wisconn Valley in fact, the region we will call Wisconn Valley will become the new global home to cutting-edge technology and innovation. Wisconn Valley will help us attract top talent from across the country and around the world. Wisconn Valley will help us with one more tool to keep our college and high school graduates in the state of Wisconsin instead of going beyond our borders. This is exciting and transformational. And in addition to thanking Terry and his great team from Foxconn and Sony and all the other great and Sharp, excuse me, boy, I blew it again. I got to pay attention to that. To Sharp, having seen their great facilities, I want to particularly thank the President of the United States, because as Terry alluded to, the President in late April met with Terry and his team. The next day, a number of our folks from Wisconsin gathered together in the office of the Chief of Staff, Reince Priebus, who's a fellow cheesehead, and we started this great journey together. We've had multiple meetings. We've had great discussions. Jared and Reed and the rest of the team here at the White House did a fabulous job. We've been back and forth. The Foxconn team has been all over the state of Wisconsin, worked with our regional, local partners. It's been a great success story, and we made a great trip over to see Terry and his team. And when he talks about that 8K, it is phenomenal. It is some of the most amazing technology in the world, and we're proud to say it's going to be made in this great state of Wisconsin. So together, we had a special bond built, and that started because the President said, we want to build this kind of technology in the United States. It just so happened, it was kind of nice that about a week or so before the visit that Terry and the team made here to the White House, the President had been at Snap-on Tool in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and had said, as Reince was asking about what that spot was down there, Reince filled him in, and he told Terry and the others it would be nice to build something like that right in that area in southeastern Wisconsin. So that's exactly what we're doing here today. We could not be more thrilled. It's been a tremendous effort, a tremendous team. I want to thank 2 of my top cabinet members, Mark Hogan and Scott Neitzel, as well as my Chief of Staff, Rich Zipper, are here, and all that they represent in the state of Wisconsin. I want to thank our leaders in the legislature, Assembly Speaker Robin Voss and Senate President Roger Roth, who are here, as well as thanking Minority Leader Peter Barca, who's been a great advocate on this as well. And I particularly want to thank the members of the Congressional delegation from Wisconsin, starting with the Dean of the delegation, Jim Sensenbrenner, Congressman Duffy, Congressman Gallagher, Congressman Grothman, Senator Baldwin, and Senator Johnson. They have been tenacious in working on this project with us for the good of everyone in the state, Republican and Democrat and everyone in between. We all win with this. And certainly a big part of that team is someone we're very proud of, someone who grew up down the road from me, flipping burgers at McDonald's just like I did. He was just in Janesville and I was in Delavan. But the Speaker of the House of Representatives has been an advocate all the way through. He called Terry, he reached out to the team, he had dinner with us, he made the case about why this is exceptional to do business in the great state of Wisconsin. He's a champion for the people of the 1st Congressional District. He's a champion for the people of the great state of Wisconsin. He's a champion for the great people of this great country. My friend, the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan.
Thank you. Thank you.
what can I say? This is a great day for American manufacturing. You know, and for southeastern Wisconsin, this is an absolute game changer. It means more jobs and more security and more prosperity for families. It is another example of how our region is truly a manufacturing powerhouse. It truly is. Look, I too want to take this opportunity to thank President Trump for his leadership. I remember the day when Reitz called me after they were in Kenosha at Snap-on Tools. Scott just mentioned the story, and seeing the space of some of our shuttered factories, talking about how the president was so focused on making sure not only we bring manufacturing jobs back to America, but that we bring manufacturing jobs back to Wisconsin. One thing we know about this president is how committed he is to reviving American manufacturing and bringing jobs home. This right here shows actual results, getting it done. Every time we talked about this, he was so engaged and so willing to get the work done to get it to where we are right here. I want to thank our quarterback of this effort. I want to thank our governor, Scott Walker. Governor Walker quarterbacked this effort. Under Governor Walker's leadership, we have seen Wisconsin manufacturing make a huge comeback, and this is the topper of all toppers. When he asked us to get involved in talking to Foxconn, I could not have been more excited. Chairman Go and his team, they have been incredible throughout this entire process. Terry, I want to thank you for your commitment to the people of Wisconsin. Thank you. Your vision, Terry, for building high technology, high skilled manufacturing right in the heart of America, it is truly impressive. I cannot wait for Americans to see what this is all about. I cannot wait for Wisconsinites to see the true impressive vision that this represents. We cannot wait for this partnership to begin. And at this time, I want to introduce someone who is no stranger to the potential of Midwest manufacturing. And that is my old colleague as well, and great friend, and a great advocate for American workers, and that is my friend and our Vice President Mike Pence.
Well, Governor Walker, Speaker Ryan, Senator Johnson, Secretary Mnuchin, Secretary Ross, Chairman Go, members of Congress who join us today of the House and Senate, distinguished members of the state legislature in Wisconsin. On behalf of the First Family, welcome to the White House. And thanks to the leadership of President Donald Trump, welcome to a historic day for American jobs in the American heartland. You know, since the very first day of this administration, President Trump has been busy rolling back federal red tape, unleashing American energy, working to lower taxes, rebuild our infrastructure, and give the American people the world-class health care they deserve. And job creators have responded to the president's agenda with optimism and action. Businesses large and small have created more than 800,000 new jobs since President Trump took office. Company after company are announcing record investments, billions of dollars and thousands of jobs, and today's announcement here at the White House is just the latest vote of confidence in our president and his agenda and our partners at the state level. And companies from across this country and across the wider world are going to continue to invest in American jobs and American workers and America's future, because under President Donald Trump, America is back. So, ladies and gentlemen, with gratitude for his leadership and his determination to make America prosperous again, it is now my high honor
and distinct privilege to introduce to you the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump.
Please, thank you very much. I want to thank our great Vice President. Thank you to Speaker Ryan. We're working very, very closely. We're getting a lot done. Governor Walker has been so tremendous from the first time we announced that Terry even had a small amount of interest in going into this country someplace. And, you know, when you give that to Governor Walker, it's pretty much of a done deal. Ron Johnson, Senator, he's been so helpful to us on a thing that you haven't heard too much about recently, health care. And I think we're doing okay, Ron. I'm hearing good things. Good. I'm hearing good things. Secretary Mnuchin, Secretary Ross, all of the congressmen, the great congressmen, and senators we have in the audience, thank you very much. And thanks especially to my friend, one of the great business men anywhere in the world, Terry Go. I would see Terry and I'd say, Terry, you have to give us a couple of those massive, these are massive places that you do such great work with, and he's going to be doing that in a state that's very close to my heart, Wisconsin. So we're very happy. One of the big job producers anywhere at any time, Scott. So I know it's going to be fantastic for the people. This is a great day for American workers and manufacturing, and for everyone who believes in the concept and the label, made in the USA. Today I'm pleased to announce that Foxconn, a world leader in manufacturing for computers, communications, and consumer electronics, one of the truly great companies of the world, will build a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility for the production of LCD panel products in Wisconsin, investing many, many billions of dollars right here in America and creating thousands of jobs. And I mean American jobs. That's what we want. Another big investor in our country, Steve Wynn, would you stand up? He's raising so much money for our great Republican Party. Andrea, please stand up. Please, thank you. Thank you, Steve. Did a great job. You've done a great job, Steve. Thank you. Foxconn will invest in southeast Wisconsin, while a larger facility is constructed over the coming years. And that facility is currently under negotiation. It will be about the biggest there is anywhere. The company's initial investment of more than $10 billion will create 3,000 jobs at a minimum, with the potential for up to 13,000 jobs in the very near future. The construction of this facility represents the return of LCD, electronics, and electronic manufacturing to the United States, the country that we love. That's where we want our jobs. To make such an incredible investment, Chairman Go put his faith and confidence in the future of the American economy. In other words, if I didn't get elected, he definitely would not be spending $10 billion. His great company has seen our, you see exactly what I'm saying, our administration's work to remove job-killing regulations he's been watching, to institute Buy American and Hire American, and all of those policies, and to pursue the steps necessary to revitalize American industry, including repealing and replacing Obamacare. We better get that done, fellas, please. Mike, we need that so badly. Cutting taxes, fixing our trade deals, and rebuilding our infrastructure. We'll be submitting an infrastructure bill in the not very distant future. We're going to be submitting a tax bill in the very near future. When this investment is complete, Foxconn has the potential to create more manufacturing jobs than we've seen in many, many decades. Chairman Go, I thank you for your investment in the American worker. They appreciate it. They will not let you down. They never let us down. There is nobody like the American worker. Terry Go told me that he believes in America, and he really believes in America. And that as a great entrepreneur, one of the greatest in the world, by the way, he won't say it, but I'll say it, one of the great entrepreneurs of the world, he has a real bond with the administration and with Americans. Foxconn joins a growing list of industry leaders who understand that America's capabilities are limitless and that America's workers are unmatched and that America's most prosperous days are just ahead. We are going to have some very, very magnificent decades. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Terry, and thank you to Foxconn. God bless the United States of America. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, everyone, so that was the end of that speech, the big announcement. President Trump, along with a slew of politicians in attendance at that East Room event. The big announcement, Foxconn opening a $10 billion factory in Wisconsin. At least 3,000 jobs will be created, and according to sources, it is possible that up to a total of 13,000 jobs may be created as a result of this factory by Foxconn, the electronics giant, an iPhone maker, one of Apple's biggest suppliers. A big announcement coming from the White House. We are now going to move on to some other major news related to President Trump. Right now you're looking at live pictures coming in from New York City. These are live pictures coming in from New York City, a live feed of a protest in response to President Trump's announcement this morning regarding transgender people in the military.
Las movilizadas, grupos de inmigrantes. comunidad LGBT. Las políticas discriminatorias de Trump sacan ahora a las calles de Estados Unidos a la comunidad LGTB. Tras movilizar a grupos feministas o al colectivo de inmigrantes, a los grupos feministas o a los colectivos a favor de los inmigrantes, las políticas discriminatorias de Estados Unidos al colectivo LGTB. Feminista edo etorkinak haserretu ondoren LGBT kolektibo kaleetara.
And for those of you just joining us who may not know why exactly people are protesting in New York City, I want to go ahead and give you guys some background. Now, President Trump abruptly declared a ban this morning on transgender troops serving anywhere in the U.S. military, catching the Pentagon flat-footed and unable to explain what it called Trump's quote-unquote guidance. His proclamation on Twitter, rather than any formal announcement, drew bipartisan denunciations and threw currently serving transgender soldiers into limbo. Now, the commander-in-chief tweeted, "Please be advised that the United States government will not accept or allow transgender individuals to serve in any capacity in the U.S. military." Now, Trump wrote that he had consulted with my generals and military experts But he did not mention Defense Secretary James Mattis, the retired Marine general who less than 1 month ago told the military service chiefs to spend another 6 months weighing the costs and benefits of allowing transgender individuals to enlist. Now, at the time, Mattis said that this does not presuppose the outcome of the review, but Trump's tweets appear to have done just that. Now, the Pentagon has refused to release any data on the number of transgender people currently serving. However, a RAND Corp study has estimated that that number is between 1,320 and 6,630 of the 1.3 million active duty groups. Now, criticism for Trump's action was immediate and strong from both political parties. John McCain, the Arizona Republican and Vietnam War hero, said Trump was simply wrong, saying, quote, any American who meets current medical and readiness standards should be allowed to continue serving. There is no reason to force service members who are able to fight, train, and deploy to leave the military, regardless of their gender identity. However, not everyone at the Capitol agreed. Representative Duncan Hunter, a member of the House Armed Services Committee, said the president's decision was the absolute right decision. It's about time that a decision is made to restore the warrior culture and allow the U.S. military to get back to business.
I'm trying to go get to Brenda. I'm gonna go holler at her. She's a little. I'm having a good time.
to Americans, not only members of our community, but men and women proud to be in this nation. And that will not stand. All we want to resist this. Are we going to fight back? Are we going to get Trump out of the White House? That is not our commander-in-chief. We have a commander-in-chief that does things of honor and mercy. Commander-in-chief that does things of justice or willingness to sacrifice for anybody but himself. We have a commander-in-chief who is sincere. Our commander-in-chief, we're not going to stand for it. We're not going to stand for the bigotry and discrimination that he is letting loose every day. We're going to put an end to it. That's why we're here today. That's why we're going to be fighting for duty, honor, country, and justice every day. Thank you. So much, Assembly members. I now want to call on the ranking Senator of the House for New York State, please welcome Paul Shanley. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the latest episode in Foreign Madness. I do not refer to this person by the title that he's supposed to have. I just call him the Orange Madness. And I do not call him Commander-in-Chief either. I call him Inspirational. I want him, wherever he's looking from, to look at each one of the individual teams. These are the same men, women, and non-conforming people who came out to the Women's March. These are the same individuals that came out by the thousands to our airports when the Muslim ban went into effect. These are the same folks that are resisting every single day to make sure that millions of Americans do not lose their health care. And these are the same individuals that are fighting to make sure that people are respected as people regardless of what they are. They are men, they are women, they are non-conforming, they are people. So ladies and gentlemen, do not get tired. We cannot get tired because the Orange Madness is going to continue. But if we do this every single time, we support each other too, we'll make sure we get through the Orange Madness together. So we resist today, we resist tomorrow, and we resist every day until the Orange Madness is over. Thank you. Come out and was a whole big thing. I'm not gonna lie. I did it. And I see back here, after so much battery, so much love and so much support. I love you. And of people outside of our community, people that I get to know, people that may not have ever identified as
We're here in New York City protesting against Trump's ban on transgender military people. We're here in New York City resisting Trump's ban on transgender. Those transgender. Go now. 1, 2, 3. Transgender military
But you know what? Whether it's a bathroom ban or a ban on, in the military or a Muslim ban or whatever the ban you try to do, it's not discrimination or debate on the way that people they're not afraid of they're not afraid of and also
like a ban on, I'm going to say protesting. Protesting Trump and his ban on transgender people in the military.
Are doing the work every day. We are all striving to do together. And coming together today is really sending a message that we will not be silent, we will not stand apart, we will stand united, we will not hurt. I want to next welcome to the podium Carlos and Susie, the presidents of Young Progressives of America.
life and the equality of trans people and resist against Trump and all of his oppression. Well, I in no way support the military in the first place because of all the harm that we do to the world, but I do believe that trans people are not supported. They have the right to do whatever they would like to do, just like anyone else does. Trans lives matter.
All these folks with me In the first class will include women. An organization of over 500 active duty transgender military service members. They can't be here today because a few of them are in the media, thank you, but most of them are doing their job. Special operations. They are flying test helicopters. They are training new recruits. They are doing their job. And each and every one of them must be raise their right hand and swear to support and something our leaders would do well to remember. This morning, and they saw a tweet from their commander. I will tell you this. They were alarmed. They were concerned. But they are not afraid. Get back! America that allowed my ancestors to swing through trees. The America that allowed your folks, your family members, the people you love, to be beaten in the streets without any repercussions. Donald Trump is the face of that America. But I personally believe you deserve this dream. And the dream of America is yes, but the dream of America is you can make this country what you want it to be. So that means Donald Trump a gift and a curse. He curses us with his executive orders, his tweets, and his policies, but his gift is this resistance. To fight back! We will not be silent. We will not be bullied. We will not lay down and accept this. We will fight back! My heart bleeds for the soldiers whose commander-in-chief told them politics and lives didn't matter, that they were worthless. But we're here to say you matter the most to us. To stand up for the small guys. However, they never do it. You understand what I'm saying to you? We said stop bullying. Stand up for the small guys, but we sit back and bully the Muslims. We sit back and bully the blacks. We bully the browns. We bully the members of our LGBTQIA community and people with special needs like my autistic son. So what we need to do is we need to call out the cowards who sit on their couch and do nothing. We need to call them out. This isn't the time for you to sit back while we're out here fighting, being beaten down, being murdered in these streets, and then claim our victory 30 years later. Because let me tell you something. Folks who aren't down with us, when we've actually changed something, they're going to take credit for it. So close them out for the cowards they are, and tell them to get the goddamn power to the people.
Transgender New York City. Please welcome Jennifer Louise Lopez.
It is sad that we have to be here today. It is sad that we're facing this. I am a transgender veteran. I joined the
Heidi! Heidi!
I have to hide with the men. I could not be who I was and am. Had a wonderful fight for us, and now we need to stop this. We need to stop this. And we say.
a nice day. Oh my God, what a great day, Beth. Yeah. Normally it's like, That's really, I'm picturing carrying a 25-pound weight on my Yeah. Really? For running, right? Yeah. they're moving. Oh, great. Okay.
Are watching live here on the Fox News Now stream these protests in New York City today after Trump tweeted transgender people could not serve in the military. So a lot of transgender rights groups have been out protesting in New York. You guys are still getting a live look at New York City right now as we're continuing to stream this live. It does look like some of the protests have sort of moved out of the way here. Looks like they might have stopped for the day. Or they could still be going on. It looks like we still have a camera shot here. But we are going to move on to the next top story here in the show if we no longer see any more protests. Like we move down the street a little bit there. You can still see one of the flags still up. We'll be updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Everybody, well, since it looks like the protests might be over, I'm going to take you to a press conference about these protests that we were just streaming for you. This is all about President Donald J. Trump's proposed ban on transgender people in the military. So let's take this press conference for you guys and let's get a little bit more information about it.
To protest his stance on immigration and health care, and let him know that he's not welcome here on Long Island. Go back to Mar-a-Lago. And with that, I'd like to bring up World War II veteran and openly transgender woman Joanne Borden.
Thank you. As David Kilnick said, I'm a transgender woman and a World War II veteran. I never knew any other transgender women when I was in service because, like me, they probably all thought they were the only one like that. Today, it's a little different. I know a great many of transgender women who served in Korea and the swamps of Vietnam. Now, many TGs are not good enough to face death and perhaps die for their country, but not good enough to be who they are. When I heard of Trump's ban on transgender people serving openly in the service, I wondered, is this simply another fetish of Trump to undo everything that President Obama accomplished? Or does he want to emulate the Russian human rights here? The EU says Russians' human rights are in the dark ages. And one Russian human rights activist, I have a little difficulty pronouncing the Russian name, so I won't try, has called Russian treatment of LGBT people, not just transgender, but all LGBT people, as a step toward the Middle Ages. There are now 18 countries, not counting the United States, who are our best allies, like Canada, the United Kingdom, Israel, France, Germany, Australia, and New Zealand, who allow transgender people to serve openly. The other people in Belgium, Austria, Bolivia, Czechoslovakia, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Netherlands, Norway, and Spain and Sweden. I say that if Trump loves campaigning so much that I was thinking that he should run against his pal Putin in the coming Russian elections. It was easy for me to serve secretly, because in my day we didn't even know there were other people like us. So there was no opportunity to express our femininity. It's going to be much harder for these young people, because they are able to, in our current society, be open earlier, and it's going to be more difficult. They probably will not think of volunteering to serve our country. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Joanne, for your comments and also for your service to our country. Next, I'd like to bring up Barbara. Barbara, also an out trans woman who served for 4 years in the Air Force and also a veteran of Vietnam. Barbara.
Thank you, David. When I woke up this morning and I
Okay, everybody, well, this doesn't look like it is the best quality video. If we get better quality, I'll be sure to take you back to it. But I do want to pull up for you guys a live brush fire happening right now in Burbank, California. Pulling that up for you right now. So again, this is some breaking news that we are streaming for everybody right now. Let me just change that lower third. Happening in Burbank, California right now. Let's see if we can pull up, change that live bug as well for you guys. Put that in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. There we go. Everyone knows we are live. Again, this brush fire happening in Burbank, California right now. Let's see if I can get some live reporter audio. Give me just a second. Let's turn up the sound, see if we can hear anything from the news chopper.
For any of you that are wondering, that's a reporter up there in the news chopper. He might not know that we are streaming his audio. Usually every few minutes he'll come in live and give an update when the broadcast there takes him live. I'll keep his audio up for a little bit. If it sounds like he's having sort of an off-the-cuff conversation with his photographer, I'll pull him down. But if you're wondering what you're hearing and he's saying, you know, later Gator and great job, he's just talking to his photographer up there in the news chopper. Thanks for watching.
I don't care. Only on the left side. Boom, chaka-laka-laka, boom. Drop off. Yes, I am.
Again, that's a reporter in the news chopper up there. He could be going live in a few minutes, but if you're hearing him talking at all, it's him speaking with his photographer up there. LA County Fire, you can see right in front of us, taking care of these wildfires. This is in Wildwood Canyon right now in Burbank. Burbank Fire just arriving on the scene of this 3-acre brush fire that we are streaming for you live now on the Fox News Now stream. Let's turn up the reporter audio again, see if he's updating.
Lena, Sandra, take a look. You got the helicopter. It's not landing. It's just dropping off crews. But take a look what's burning out here. This is in Burbank, the Wildwood Canyon area. Also, the Verdugo Mountains is one of the names for the area what's burning out here. This is off of Harbor Drive. Now, the area where it started down over here, this is a Burbank PD live training exercise, live fire training exercise area. And we can only assume right now that the fire probably started in this area down here, quickly spread up the hillside, catching a lot of vegetation on fire. Light winds this afternoon, probably going to be a help to the firefighters. Verdugo Fire, that's going to be part of Burbank Fire, here on scene on the ground with multiple units. They've got those guys starting to put out that fire down at the bottom. And then, of course, we know County Fire, they can't pass up a good brush fire. You got one of the helicopters there dropping off crews. There's going to be picking up water, start doing some drops. Good news, no homes at the top of this ridge, so the flames, they are not going to be threatening any homes this afternoon. How long this firefight will last? Well, hopefully it won't be that long. Right now, though, it is just getting started. Live in Sky 9 over Burbank. I'm Stu Mandel. Back to you two in the studio.
So there we were able to hear the reporter in the news chopper giving his update. To the anchors in the studio there, as you heard, this wildfire happening in Burbank right now. This is in the Wildwood Canyon, this 3-acre brush fire. You can see crews working to put it out right now. This is not the first wildfire we have covered in California. The past few weeks, we've covered several here in California. So hopefully this is not a reoccurring situation, but we do know temperatures are rising as we're getting into the summer months here. We'll continue to stream this live for you on the Fox News Now stream, and I'll bring up the reporter audio throughout the stream here, as I've told you that reporter is up in the news chopper there, and every once in a while he will go live with the latest updates. Thanks for watching.
know if you're watching on the web. If you are local, and you'd have to be like Burbank, San Fernando Valley, maybe downtown Los Angeles local, depending on where you're at. This is a brush fire. It's burning in the Burbank area, Verdugo Mountains, so it's going to be north of the 5 freeway in the Burbank area. And we're getting preliminary information that it may have started at the shooting range. This is a PD, Burbank PD shooting range. Live fire training exercises go on in this area. Of course, we're going to let the fire department talk about that later if this is where it started, but this seems to be the spot where we saw a lot of the fire, and it's the lowest point on the hill. Anyways, you know what we're talking about. We got firefighters from Burbank Fire. They're the lead agency out here. It is in their area, so they've got Burbank Fire down there working on the, that's part of the Verdugo Fire fighting peoples. Anyways, County Fire, they did drop off at least one fire crew that we saw, one of the Firehawks, that was Fire 15, dropping off a crew earlier on. They're going to start working around up towards the top up here and probably going to start doing the containment. Open flames right now, not so much, and that's a really great sign. Light winds this afternoon, that's going to be helpful. It is hot, it's Southern California, but it's not that crazy heat that we've been dealing with a couple of weeks ago, maybe even a month ago, and we do have humidity in the air. So all these things are actually going to be working for the firefighters' benefits. We're waiting for that Firehawk to make his way back over here, start doing some drops. If you are local and you kind of know where this is or are familiar with the Burbank area, Wildwood Canyon is the official name of the area that is burning. It is off of Harvard Drive that takes you up into the mountains. So they've got fire equipment down there on Harvard Drive. That's right. This is what I'm showing you right there. That's going to be the Harvard Drive area. You got some fire trucks down there, some PD down there right now. We haven't seen LA City Fire. I've been listening to almost exclusively Burbank Fire, so I'm not hearing anything about City Fire, LA City Fire joining the firefight. We do know County Fire did, and right now the flames, they ran up the hillside. The fire department, the firefighters use weather. Sure thing. You want the fire? Or do you want something? Okay. So I'm going to hold the shot kind of steady right now. This is for the weather, folks, so we're not going to move the camera around that much. But when we're done with the weather shot, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to push in, and I'll show you guys. Basically, they use the term run. The fire makes a run up a hill. Where? Is there a pursuit somewhere? Pursuit? Oh, the sheriffs, they're going to let it go. Oh, then they might be moving north. I just want to make sure they're not going to grab us for weather. Let's just wait till the weather hits over. Just wait till we're sure we're clear. We can start moving south. Don't nose it over. Don't go crazy. Just nice and smooth. Let's roll out. We're going to start heading towards Compton. Compton. Go. Yes. Copy. Thank you, Larissa. We're on our way. We're clear. Goodbye, humidity. Rosecrans. Rosecrans and Henry Mayo. LAPD is going to take it over. LAPD airship's going to go into surveillance mode as soon as they get overhead. They're 2 minutes out. Wrong side of the street. Wrong, Rosecrans, Long Beach, I'll get you heading. Oh, they're 10-22ing it. Rosecrans and Long Beach, there's Bell. My God, man. Southbound Harris from Rosecrans. Where's Harris? We're still en route. I can give you a rough ETA. I'm sure you know the same information that we do. Oh, you need 152, but I don't know if LAPD is going to be able to pick it up. A very, very, very sad Sky 9 is looking to the assignment desk for guidance.
You guys are wondering why we're still on this feed. We were streaming for you a wildfire, but we heard there could possibly be a police chase that this chopper is heading to. So we're going to stick on this and keep our eyes and ears open to see if we possibly get a police chase in Los Angeles, California. Thanks for watching. Nine Hotel to the assignment desk on frequency 1 for radio check. Copy all. Thank you, Larissa. We'll turn around and go back to the fire. Back to the fire.
Sorry, man. Back to the fire.
Well, as you just heard, it does sound like they're heading back to the fire, not a police chase. Of course, if that changes, we will stream it live for you here on Fox News Now. You can see the chopper turning back around. They are heading back to those wildfires, which you can actually see right now there in the mountains in Burbank. They're heading back there. It did sound like they were going to a police chase, not anymore. If they do, we'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for watching.
Why, you gonna get some sushi tonight?
You are able to see that fire from the news chopper right now. Pulling up some more details for you guys. A lot of people posting on social media right now. All of these flames and heavy smoke still coming from Wildwood Canyon there in Burbank today. One person tweeting that they could see from Riverside Drive this heavy smoke in the Burbank Hills, calling this a brush fire, a 3-acre brush fire that has erupted today in Burbank. We'll keep you guys updated, but the official Twitter account for the Burbank Police says, urgent message, brush fire in Wildwood Canyon area. All hikers need to leave immediately. So they definitely want anyone who's out there hiking right now, definitely a popular place to hike in California, the Wildwood Canyon. They want to make sure everyone has evacuated as they're still continuing to put out this blaze. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream.
They're back behind him again. They're back behind him again. What do you want to do? Copy all. Going. Dude, that's awesome. That is awesome. I'll get you heading.
Sounds like they are heading back to the police chase now. Keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream.
It might be the wrong car. I don't know if you're listening. Yeah, it might be the wrong car. Yes, Mark, go ahead, sir. I'm listening to it on Sentry. Every time I hit the button, I can't hear the scanner, like when I'm talking to you, when I mean hit the button. But it sounds, I'm a little confused. This might be the wrong car. But they're still behind it, and they're asking for backup. If you get confirmation, right car, wrong car, please let us know. Oh, it's real. It's real. It's real. It's real. Northbound Culver. Delta Soda Heights? What the heck is that? Yeah, what's a 2020? Clover. Clover and Poplar. Definitely in Compton. The tree names. Oh, come on. So eastbound Rosecrans. Come on. Southbound Spring from Rosecrans. Come on, Stu, you should be able to find that with your eyes closed. Wilmington. Sure. They're gonna, LAPD's over it. LAPD's over it, it's somewhere in front of us. All right. Spring. Passing Long Beach. All right, I got it. I got it. I got it. Here's a heading. We're pretty far from it, dude. 108, 108, 108, 108. Oh, I got to go back to the map because it's moving. Long Beach and Poplar. Yep, 108. It's over by, yep. Right-hand turn, so he's southbound Long Beach. 30 miles an hour. Why don't we see it? We're getting Long Beach and Compton. I don't see it. Where's the, from the bridge? East of the, yeah, it's them. All right, that's got to be Long Beach. I just don't see the helicopter. Where the heck? Oh, no, that wasn't a helicopter. That was something on the freeway. There it is. There it is. Got it. I got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Coming up on Flood, brother. What's up, man? I can't hear you. What was that? Compton. All right, I got to find him now. Southbound through a red light. Where the heck is he? Where's the there's a helicopter. Three back, red light, 1, 2, 3. I thought it was a Honda. All right, well, there's the cops, or the deputies, excuse me. I thought it was a black Honda. No, Sheriff's Department. They're not in pursuit. It's a tracking, following thing. All right. Yes. It's not a pursuit. I need to confirm it. Look, I don't have the actual car. I'm working on it. Approaching Greenleaf. All right, come on, do something that I can, maybe that's it. Number 1 lane, which, oh yeah, that's it, that's it. No, he's still holding it. I think that's the bad guy. I don't know. I don't think so. This is what I'm saying. Hang on. 40 miles an hour. 16th Street, turning on 68th Street. Artesia. He's got to be way up there, dude. That's got to be it. That's a Honda. That's a black Honda. Nope, going underneath the 91 freeway. Everybody's gone by. Okay. I'm trying to find the car. If you guys can help me, that's great. Otherwise, I really have nothing to say right now. Where's the helicopter? Is it at the freeway yet? All right, I see the shadow. Over the 710 freeway. Do we have a description of the car that they're following? Coming up on 5-6.
You are to 1022 for the 1029 Victor, south on Long Beach and 710 freeway. 280 Sam confirmed that all your units are returning back to the Compton area. 4-3, sir.
Is that a Honda? That's a Cadillac. Where's the PD ship? He's orbiting?
Center, you're clear.
Is it
unit
down
standby
low?
for Long
Or?
Beach PD, let's merge it.
All right, let me see. That's got kids in the back, dude. He is? All right. Where's the helicopter? That's got to be it. Could it be silver? So who's he talking to now? Is he talking to Long Beach? Yeah. All right, let me try to find Long Beach PD.
On that trailer, what's the make?
Mark, just so you know, they're on Long Beach PD now. Long Beach PD. Where are they now?
Make abbreviation.
What's it labeled as so I can use it? Oh, Jesus. $460.2. Yeah, it's Long Beach 4. That's the helicopter's still over that car, right? Yeah, and there's Long Beach PD. Okay, so you're a lousy daughter. I can't make out, there's like somebody in the passenger seat, I can't make out who they are. Or maybe it's just like a pile of stuff. Wow, look, oh, it's not the same Infinity. I was going to say the Infinity's back. There it is. All right, I'm like 99.99% sure that that is the car. No, there's a helicopter overhead. It's LAPD's helicopter, and we'll see if Long Beach engages in the pursuit. And there's Long Beach PD, but I'm not hearing it on Long Beach. I do have that frequency open and unlocked and got nada. All right, no problem. We had to change sides there for the airport, but we're on it. Wish we could hear it. That'd be nice. Wouldn't that be nice? Rick, your courtesy is heartfelt. How are you this afternoon?
31 Edward, I'm 97. Bandini and Serpent.
404, go ahead.
Nolan at Penn.
Well, we have it pursued. I don't even know what street I'm on right now. I'm working on this good stuff. But it's in Long Beach now. Yes, see, they got lights and sirens, and they got the black and whites chasing them going through a gas station right now.
11149,
Coming out the other
Coolhurst
side.
Drive in Whittier.
I'm trying to get some streets.
Oh, Ultra Blazing Route,
San Antonio.
redirecting traffic northbound 6 onto Ave.
Perfect. What do you think we're on?
404, the plate is registered on 11149, Coolhurst Drive in Whittier.
It's on your side, right? Yeah, I think that's Cherry. Doesn't Cherry go through the center of the airport, though? Yes, go ahead. Okay.
8370.
Copy. Could you tell me what street?
Lincoln 23.
182.
Long Beach. Yeah, I thought it was center, but okay. Yeah, probably Cherry. Oh, thank goodness. It was Cherry. What do you know? And now we're on Carson. Westbound Carson,
5
Long
Sam
Beach.
Union William 706.
Yes.
Party 2 will be a brown Toyota Corolla.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm here. Long Beach. Yes, yes, I did. What? You know, Juan, Lena, this is one of those pursuits. It starts, it stops. They say we're not going to chase it, and then it shows back up again. It started in the sheriff's area. You're so right. It was in the Compton area. LAPD, they loaned a helicopter out to them in a way, and they brought one of theirs down. They were talking to the sheriff's department, went into tracking mode. They actually gave it up, but then they went back into a tracking mode. That's the car right there. They're calling that a 99 Honda Accord 4-door. We have been looking inside the windows, just kind of peeking around, trying to get an interest. We were eastbound on Carson. You can see that right there. Now we're making a northbound turn. We'll get you that street. We're in the Long Beach area, just letting everybody know. That's kind of the important stuff right now. We're in the Long Beach area. The car probably has more than one person in it. Might actually have 4, but we'll see in the end. That's always the big surprise, how many people were in there. The car was wanted in the sheriff's department area, in the Compton area. It refused to stop. It was driving extremely radical, and then they gave it up, and then they saw it again. The police helicopter got overhead, and they've been tracking it. When it got into the Long Beach area, things changed up a little bit. Long Beach PD, they're a little bit more aggressive with their pursuits on their streets, and they re-engaged this as a full-blown pursuit. You can see at least 4 vehicles there behind it. High speeds? No. Reckless? Of course he is. He's reckless. He's running from officers right there, making maneuvers like you're seeing right there, passing on the wrong side of the road, kind of squeezing between cars. But right now we're northbound, probably going to be leaving the Long Beach area. I'm curious to see if the Long Beach PD keeps behind it. But the helicopter, now that's an LAPD helicopter, was working for the sheriff's department earlier on. That's going to stay overhead. You know, I have not. I could get a hold of our desk there earlier on. We were back basically just trying to figure out what car they were following. It was just an LAPD helicopter, no black and whites on, behind it, so it was a little difficult to tell, and he was blending into traffic. They even said he was obeying all the traffic laws, slowing down, stopping, using his blinkers, but eventually we've nailed it down to this car right here. If it is a stolen vehicle, that's I would believe you guys. The Long Beach PD, they're the ones chasing it right now. We're working working our way eastbound. Again, you can see the one of the units from the Long Beach PD right behind it there. Multiple people in the car. That's going to be a concern for the officers, especially when this comes to an end. And then, of course, they're driving, well, not crazy erratic, but definitely not stopping for officers this afternoon. And that's, of course, is what the problem is. Well, we're using the power of the Sky 9 lens out here, and they're getting a real close look. You can definitely see at least one person in the back seat. Of course, there's going to be a driver. It does appear that in other shots we saw that there's two people up in the front. So how many people are in the car? Well, we'll see in the end. But right now you can clearly see that at least there's one in the back, and then the driver himself appearing to be very serious about this chase. Both hands on the wheels, just keeping this car moving at all costs. We haven't seen him run too many red lights, but we understand that earlier on that's exactly what he was doing, and extremely high speeds when it was in the Compton area. Right now, though, just a little bit better than whatever the roadway is. Probably if they're probably going about 50, maybe, you know what, I should change that up. We actually are moving about 60 miles an hour. This pursuit's continuing on now. We're getting into the Lakewood area. Not sure if if Long Beach PD is going to stay behind it, because they did kind of take it over in their city limits. So we're moving out of the Long Beach area. We're going to be moving into the Lakewood area right now. Now, Lakewood, we all know they have got the Sheriff's Department for their law enforcement, wondering if they're going to get involved or if it's just going to be Long Beach. Right now, though, this chase continues. Law enforcement, the stolen vehicle is what they're talking about, and that's why they want this car to stop. But this driver this afternoon opting just to keep this thing going. And, of course, this time of the afternoon, we're going to be starting to see a lot more traffic, especially in the Long Beach area. I'm on CBS. I'm on 5. Hey. Whoops, whoop, 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 whoop. Oh. I think we're on Del Amo. We're right by the Del Amo Mall, right? Okay. Hopefully the sheriffs take it over so we can hear what they're talking about. Oh, there's the first red light that we've seen. Well, it is definitely a chase, and Long Beach PD, they're the ones that have re-engaged it. It started up in the Compton area. Reckless driving, a stolen vehicle, extremely reckless driving earlier on, wrong side of the road, high speeds. In the Sheriff's Department, they said it's too dangerous, we're going to back off. But by that time, the helicopter was already over it, so the helicopter continued following it. They did pick it up a couple of times as it moved through different sheriff's jurisdictions, but when it got into Long Beach's area, well, Long Beach, they don't play. They got behind it. They've got multiple units, lights and sirens, and it just keeps on going out here. Now, this is a stolen vehicle. We know that there's at least, well, the driver, obviously, but we've been kind of peeking inside using the powerful lens in Sky 2, and we can see that there's at least one person in the back seat, one passenger up front. Got to wonder what that conversation is up there. They have been running down there. They have been running a couple of red lights, so it is getting a little bit more dangerous. Lakewood is the area we're in. We're moving southbound right now. Can tell you that we were definitely on Del Amo earlier on. Right now, we possibly on Bellflower, getting into a little bit of traffic, and this is definitely going to be a concern for all the law enforcement and for us up here as well as we watch this. It's that time of the afternoon. Everybody's going home. They want to get to where they're going. Work is done, and the streets are starting to get really packed. We've been seeing more and more traffic like that for this Honda. It's a 99 Honda Accord is what they're calling it. Now, Long Beach PD, they are behind it. I'm going to get a little bit of a wider shot, and they're proving me wrong. They must have fallen farther back. Definitely in the Lakewood area. We're going to be moving southbound, and this chase being followed by an airship, a helicopter for sure, and the information being called out to law enforcement on the ground. You know, it's been surface streets as far as we can tell all the way, and he's had plenty of opportunities. He's gone by the 91, over the 91, over by the 710. Right now, as we keep on moving to the south over here, we're going to have the 405 coming up here shortly. So he's had those opportunities, been staying on the roads, the streets by themselves, mainly on the mains, the big streets, the bigger ones, Atlantic, Long Beach, Compton, Del Amo. Those are the ones that he's basically been on. We've seen him go through a couple of smaller neighborhoods, but just to make his way back out to a major roadway. Right now, though, back to doing that, just blending in. That was so difficult earlier on. There were no law enforcement behind him. It looks just like a regular car. And when the officers from whatever department are behind it, he starts speeding up. You saw that helicopter just go through the shot. That's going to be an LAPD helicopter. They were assisting the sheriff's department earlier on when this chase started. It started in the Compton area. The sheriffs were chasing it, so that LAPD helicopter came down to assist because it was close by, and now he's been over it the entire time, tracking this vehicle, giving out information to the ground units. Long Beach, they were right behind it, lights and sirens, letting those people know what was going on, the civilians in the area. Right now, though, the car's kind of by itself once again, just kind of blending in on traffic, and it just kind of continues on out here as we just follow it along, seeing where it goes, and I'm kind of curious how law enforcement is going to bring this one to an end. Well, you know, as far as the speeds are concerned, at one point we did get them, clock them right about the 50, 60 miles an hour on surface streets. So that for a crowded street, that is pretty fast and extremely dangerous for the public. Right now, though, as far as we've been told, stolen vehicle is what the original want was. But when they got behind him originally, the speeds really kicked up. We never heard any exact numbers, but we did know that there was enough that the sheriff's department decided it was too dangerous, especially when he started driving on the wrong side of the road in the Compton area. He was in some smaller streets. If you're familiar with the Compton area, there's a little section where all the streets are named after trees. He was driving through those neighborhoods, but then worked his way back out onto the majors, was on Compton Boulevard for a while, then Atlantic, and then those speeds really started to pick up. Right now, he's just another car driving on the roadway, trying to blend in. Law enforcement, though, that would be the LAPD helicopter, still overhead, still calling out locations, letting the law enforcement on the ground know where this car is. Right now, my guess is they're just going to follow it till it gets to whatever destination, and then I bet we'll see a number of law enforcement show up.
Continuing to watch Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, as we're taking a live look at this police chase happening right now. We have reports of it being stolen Viewer discretion is always heavily advised.
Random moves is my guess. And this person driving this car this afternoon, taking it very seriously. Every time we see the driver looking through the window, he's got both hands on the wheel, he's got his seat perfectly straight up and down, and he's just driving. He's very concentrated on what he's doing. The other people in the car, you can see them kind of looking out the window, rolling back and forth. I'm guessing right now, and I haven't heard for sure, but I'm guessing that this is going to be Wardlow, and we're moving eastbound right now, so we're going to be coming back up onto a major freeway here in a minute. That freeway would be the 605. Sorry about that. Not sure if he's going to take the 605 or if he's just going to continue on, but right now it's just another car on the roadway, especially if you get a little bit wider. I don't want to lose it because it took us forever to find it to begin with, but it just looks like another car driving along on the roadway. Unfortunately, though, there's a law enforcement above him in a helicopter, and they're calling out the locations where this guy is.
And we're continuing to watch live here with everyone right now on Fox10Phoenix.com, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Many of you there in the chat were saying, you know, we haven't had a police chase on this stream for a while. So many of you throughout the streams would always say, is there any police chases going on? And, you know, these happen as random as can be. You just never know when one might pop up. And that's why we always do say viewer discretion is advised, because an accident can happen at any time, or the suspect could bail out of the car, and that's when it gets in really dicey situations, when the suspect does want to bail and you don't know how they're going to react to the police demanding the suspect to go on the ground. Are they going to run? Are they going to pull a weapon? You just don't know. So many factors go into a police chase, so that's why we always have that viewer discretion advised as well.
But, you know, that's really what it looks like, and that's one of the reasons why law enforcement use that technique where they just kind of back off. It's a danger to the public, these chases, and we don't, you know, law enforcement, they are protecting. That's one of the things our law enforcement does, is protect, and they are trying to protect people. So when these people, when a suspect, like the guy driving this car right now, starts driving erratically, and we see that, well, maybe he's not as erratic when we're not behind him, that's what they're going to do, because they want to keep the public safe. So that's what's going on right now, and that's what we're seeing. Definitely going to be in the Cypress area as this car is just continuing eastbound out here this afternoon. Saw that person in the back seat. You see that glow in there. Could be a cell phone, most likely a cell phone. I don't know if that person is using some sort of mapping program, maybe giving directions. But right now, this continues on. There's law enforcement above it. And as mentioning earlier on about the every infraction thing, you know, at one time, you know what, I have to admit it, I was just like everybody else. I thought there was somebody sitting down or in one of the police cars going, yep, didn't use his blinker, yep, you're driving too close. But apparently no, they just go for the big ones. In this case, reckless driving, evading, and gosh only knows why this person's doing it. Maybe they got multiple warrants, and then of course we understand, there we go, now we're starting to drive a little bit crazy again, running another red light right there. And of course, we're understanding this possibly a stolen vehicle. Wardlow. We're in the city of Cypress, yes.
And we are continuing to follow live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thanks to everyone watching. Let us know where you're watching from as well. So many people ask me, they say, Mike, why do you think a suspect, they know they're being followed, they know there's a chopper up, why did they continue to carry on with the chase? And I always say, the only thing that they really are trying to do is extend their time before they go to jail, because they're eventually going to get caught. They know they're going to get caught. There's really no way around it, especially when you got the chopper high above. You can't outrun the chopper.
County area. Don't know if we're going to keep going that direction. Obviously, he was making blocks and changing lanes earlier on. Right now, pretty much locked in on this street. As we keep on moving, we're getting farther and farther away from freeway, so California Highway Patrol not going to get involved. But that being said, as soon as we get into these different jurisdictions and there's different law enforcement getting involved, they might have a little bit of a different take about a car fleeing through their town, so they may re-engage that pursuit. Right now, though, seems to be just another Honda driving on Wardlow this afternoon, but a lot of attention being paid to this vehicle as he just keeps moving eastbound on Wardlow.
And we always do appreciate our viewers during these breaking news situations. This is a report of a stolen vehicle as well. We're taking a look here as the suspect, once again, really being very selfish and putting so many lives in jeopardy, as you can imagine here, as they're continuing to take risks on this police pursuit here. We're going to continue to follow live for you. And we do appreciate everyone watching with us worldwide. We have so many people always watching these streams, especially when it does come to a police chase. But thanks for checking in, everybody, and letting us know where you're watching live from.
Well, he's made a turn again. Now we're going to be northbound on Valley View. So it's northbound Valley View. If, I don't know exactly where Cypress ends and Cerritos starts, but he's definitely heading towards the Cerritos area right now, northbound on Valley View. And there was a couple of shots there where you can see that driver. His attention and to driving, very serious, is just the way the stance is in there. We saw him, it has not changed. Two hands on the wheel, very concentrating on what's going on in front of him. Clearly a passenger in the passenger seat in the front and then somebody else in the back seat, but there could be somebody else in there. We're not really sure. Right now, though, this Honda is still just driving along here northbound on Valley View. Hasn't hit any vehicles. We're going to be making a turn right now. I'm guessing this is going to be on Carson, which is a street he's been on a couple of times. I believe this is Carson. We'll try to get that for sure. But also, you just saw that sign right there, and I think we're going to be getting into the Buena Park area as he's made that turn on Carson right now. And you saw that law enforcement. That's LAPD's helicopter. Lincoln.
And thanks to all our viewers watching worldwide here as we do continue this police chase in Southern California. Taking a live look here as Sky Fox is able to pull out for us, and not too many police cars right behind the suspect. They want to give enough space. They don't want to get that suspect really nervous, and at that point, that's when a lot of bad things can happen as far as accidents, or the suspect could get really erratic, stop, and maybe pull out a weapon. And that's exactly what the police do not want to have happen here.
See another vehicle right there, just kind of keeping pace with that. A lot of trees out here, but we haven't seen him take advantage of anything like that. Passengers, sometimes they'll get into an area where there's some trees or under an overpass, and people start jumping out. Whoever's riding with them right now, they're in it. We have not seen those doors pop open. Like even right now, the passengers could get out, walk away from all of this, but everybody seems to be in for a penny, in for a pound, as it would be, and they just kind of staying inside that car. LAPD's helicopter still overhead, making the calls and letting the officers in the Buena Park area know. But right now, we don't see any even making their way to that location. Looks like you just ran another red light out there as we're working our way eastbound on Lincoln through the Buena Park area.
As you can tell, folks, still Buena Park area in California. We're following this police chase for you. If you're just joining us here, we've been following this for the last 20 minutes or so on the stream. And you haven't missed much at this time now. Here we go as we get another stoplight situation. Now, a lot of you always say, okay, where are the police in these situations? Believe me, they're close. They don't have to be in marked cars to follow a situation. They don't have to be that at all. They are monitoring it. They don't want to get that suspect erratic.
People to be nervous or get frightened. Looks like we're going to be making a turn right now. Looks like we're going to be heading southbound off of Lincoln out here in the Buena Park area. We're going to get you a street name, but technically I think we're going to be getting into the southwest Anaheim area as he made that turn to the south. Does seem to be a little bit more residential, this street, so we'll see where this goes. And making more turns out here, and usually that kind of is a key that he's looking for something, or possibly this is coming to an end. See that window coming down for the first time, and that passenger just kind of getting some fresh air right there. But we're going to keep an eye on it, as well as LAPD this afternoon.
Yeah, we are continuing to monitor for you, as looks like we're down almost an alleyway right now here, and they are in the Buena Park area. Now, this could be a situation where they could block this suspect in. This is reports of a stolen vehicle, and you can see there's a cul-de-sac there on that other side as the suspect is looking for a way to get back onto a main road. I always say the scariest parts of a police chase are not when they're on the highways, but more, okay, this could be a part where they want to bail here. Okay, suspect getting out.
The driver now getting out and running, leaving his buddies. You know, they stayed with you that whole time, and now he's decided to park that car and run. You're going to look like he's got a plan there where he's going to go. We're staying with the driver. It might be a little bit difficult out here, but he's going to come to us, I'm pretty sure. There he is. Just can see that cap, but that's enough. LAPD, that's the person they're going to have the most interest in. Right there is the driver. There's no doubt about it. And when I say LAPD, I mean the LAPD helicopter. In this case, the law enforcement in this area is probably going to be Buena Park PD. Right now, though, this guy just keeps on running in what looks like almost like a piece of property between the properties. Like you said, that's going to be a school right there next to some apartments. This guy keeps looking behind him. I don't think there's anybody there. I don't want to lose him, but seems to be very concerned. Keeping that good jog up this afternoon. It's going to be a little sweaty there when it comes to an end. There's some guy just standing on the corner, and, you know, much like his driving earlier on, just trying to blend in now onto a major street out here on the sidewalk, just walking along. But LAPD, they know. Yeah, we have.
All right, so we are continuing to watch this suspect just try to blend in right now. If you're just joining us, this guy right here dumped his vehicle, left the people inside, and is now just trying to blend in with his surroundings as he's continuing now to run. He ran out of some steam there, and it looks like he's going to run out of some steam again as he's going to do a slow-paced walk right now. Still, viewer discretion is advised. Everybody, you're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and all our viewers on Facebook Live as well.
Right, following like they usually do, especially when there's something like this going on in their town. Right now, though, he's just kind of walking along. We're going to try to get you the street, but right now, I would guess this is Orange Avenue this afternoon, and the suspect from that pursuit that started in Compton, now just walking along a major roadway out here, LAPD overhead, and we're going to use the old cameraman trick and read some street names, and it looks like we're actually on Western. This is actually going to be Western. Well, he doesn't seem that desperate right now, and just seems to be, you know, an early.
I want to know what he's holding in his hand there. It looked like he had something in his hand. We're continuing to watch live here for you, as it looks like somebody is pulling up.
A traffic stop that's happening right near where this is coming to an end right there. Maybe this also could be some undercovers, but it's interesting to say the least if that is just that kind of coincidence. There we go, and right away on the ground right there, you got to wonder if maybe he's a little bit relieved that it is all over. The waiting game is done. But right as he saw that officer's vehicle onto the ground right there and assuming the position, and Buena Park PD here on scene right now, and excuse me, Anaheim PD. They always get a little grumpy when I get those mixed up. But Anaheim PD, and they've got their weapons out. Guy's not in custody, but my guess is this is going to go almost textbook here in the next couple minutes.
For those of you maybe just joining us here, we do have a suspect now on the ground. Looks like to be giving up finally. We've been covering that chase for you for the last 25 minutes here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, and all our viewers on Facebook Live as well. And that suspect did ditch his vehicle and then went a pretty good considerable amounts as he was just trying to blend in with his surroundings in the neighborhood, but eventually the police were able to track him down, and he wasn't going to go much farther than that once they arrived on that street. So you never know really how a police chase is going to end. That's why I think so many people watch. You know, you might not see it from the beginning, but if you come in the middle or near the end, there's a good chance you're always going to see the end, because you want to know, hey, how did that end up? And you don't want to read about it or watch it later. One of the greatest things about live TV is, I think, the police chase function. It gets everybody glued to that screen, and I think it has a lot to do with the OJ effect. If we all remember the Bronco chase, and that just seems to be the most epic chase that we all remember, or I should say maybe the most infamous police chase from that early 90s there. We all still remember it. So there we go. Police chase just wrapping up in that Bueno Park area. There was reports of that vehicle being a stolen car. I would like to know if those other people in the car, did they ditch out as well, or did they stay in there and say, you know what, we'll just wait for the police to come and we'll call it a night as well?
Not familiar with? That's all good, man. The suspect is inside the vehicle. Do you want us to go back to the Honda? Let's try to find the Honda. It was under a tree in an alley. That narrows it down. There it is. This is bizarre. This is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. So these guys just waited in the car for law enforcement?
It looks like those suspects just, they gave up as well. They stayed in the car for the police to come around. And like we heard from the chopper, he's never saw that before, really.
Nah, yeah, why not? So these guys just waited to get arrested. This is pretty bizarre.
So the Skyfox chopper just cannot believe the fact that these suspects just wanted to hang around and wait to be arrested. I mean, if you think about it, that is a police officer's dream. They can't even probably dream that. But now here you can see the police are still checking the car. They do see the suspects there on the ground. A police officer's dream right now is these suspects just waited for them to come. You don't see that too often, folks. Just like Skyfox Chopper was talking about.
Oh, the dog. I knew that was a chick. Yeah.
So once again, folks, if you're just joining us, it looked to be that there was 3 people in the car. The suspect bailed out, and the other 2 people in the car said, you know what, we're just going to stay right here. And they went on the ground and they were just waiting for the police to come. You don't see that too often. Usually when a person bails, the other people in the car want to bail too. And the suspect got about a couple blocks away until he was tracked down on a random street there. So you could see Guy Fox pulling out there to let us know how far maybe that suspect did get when he went through the fields and the alleyway. Once again, folks, we do appreciate you guys watching worldwide with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And thanks to everyone on Facebook Live. If you haven't already done so, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news for you anywhere across the country. And if you do enjoy watching police chases, we do seem to stream those pretty regularly. And they always seem to happen in Southern California. If you were a betting person, you would say, yes, we would pick Southern California for the next police chase. But who knows, man? You know, we do get some in Miami. We get some in Houston. Those are really the only 3 that we seem to track, at least on our feeds. Let us know where you're watching from as well, as we are a worldwide stream here. So this is a chase that we've been covering for the last about 30 to 35 minutes here on the stream. And just one of those bizarre things, you'll never get the same police chase. It doesn't matter if it's in the same city. No 2 are ever alike, especially when it comes to the part of the bailout scenario for a suspect. Because you don't know, are they going to run? Are they going to bail out and then just drop to the ground? Or worst case scenario is when they have the weapon, and that's something that we never like to see, and frankly we just hope that'll never happen. But so many times these police officers, they don't know how their day is going to start, and They don't know how it's going to end. One of those professions that is definitely not a normal 9-to-5 job. So now you can see Sky Fox just monitoring the situation right now as we are continuing to stream live for you. As we do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And then for our friends out on the East Coast, that goes from noon until all the way to midnight. As now you can see police are talking about the situation that unfolded and probably what the charges will be for everyone involved. So this police chase has come to an end. And we're continuing to stream live for you worldwide. Thanks so much of our viewers for chiming in and letting us know how you thought maybe the chase would end. You were giving us predictions as well as letting us know where you were watching from. It's just one of those things when we do have a stream and it is a police chase, the viewers do come in for that. It's something everybody wants to check and take a look at here. But it does look like Sky Fox will possibly be leaving right now. So we appreciate everybody that watched this breaking news alert on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Hi everybody, Mike Page here. Happy to be here with you this evening. I'll be with you guys for the next 90 minutes on the stream. We do have this new set that we are rocking, so we hope for our regulars that you enjoy the new set. We got a little bit more room here. We got some new toys up front, so we're going to be able to give you a little bit of a different stream as well as making it some other aspects really cool about it. Show you guys different feeds as well. So hope you guys like it and being part of that new stream that we have for you. All right, folks. So coming up next here on the Fox 10 News and Now stream, it's been a busy, busy day, especially in the morning when President Trump was tweeting about transgender military situation. Coming up next here, what we will have for you is a House small business hearing. This is actually interesting because it's all about protecting small businesses from cyber attacks. And we all know that definitely that has been in the news as of late, from cybersecurity attacks to hacking, all of that. So that is coming up next.
Up to the challenge and complement the existing federal resources. Given the financial consequences that a cyber attack may have on small businesses, there is a new industry of insurance providers focused on providing policies to protect them. Yet, there are a number of factors making this and expensive undertaking. A lack of adequate data underscores the complex nature of creating cyber liability policies for small firms. Also, the type of business, the risk management procedures, and the continually evolving threats make it difficult for the insurers and the small business. Today's hearing will help us look at this novel idea and learn what role Congress plays in streamlining such an important insurance product. I look forward to hearing the challenges small businesses face in selecting a cybersecurity insurance policy and the hurdles insurers must overcome to offer viable and comprehensive cybersecurity insurance solutions. It is clear from recent events that these issues are not diminishing. If anything, they're growing more important. Cybersecurity concerns, from Russia's attack on our political institutions to criminal enterprises preying on small businesses, merit our attention more than ever before. I would like to thank you all for being here this morning, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Gentlelady yields back, and if committee members have opening statements, I'd ask that they be submitted for the record. And I'd now like to explain our timing rules and lights here. It's pretty simple. We operate under the 5-minute rule. There's a lighting system to assist you there. The green light will be on for 4 minutes. The yellow light will come on, let you know you got a minute to wrap up, and then the red light will come on, and you're supposed to stop. Most people do, but we'll give you a little leeway. But if you could stay within those parameters, we'd appreciate it very much. And I'd now like to introduce our distinguished panel. Our first witness is Robert Luft, the owner and president of Surefire Innovations, a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and minority business enterprise located in my home district of Cincinnati, Ohio. And Mr. Luft and I actually talked about this a long time ago, and he brought this to my attention, and I think that actually was how this hearing came into being here. So don't screw it up, because you're the one that did it. So Surefire Innovations specializes in providing network infrastructure services to companies all across the country. Prior to starting his company, Mr. Luft served our country for 16 years in the Army as a combat engineer. He's testifying on behalf of the National Small Business Association. We thank him for his service to our country, and we also welcome him here today. I'd now like to yield to the ranking member to introduce our next witness, who I believe is a constituent, and whose first name is Erica, which happens to be our daughter's name. You even spelled it the same way. So now yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Erica Davis, Senior Vice President and Head of Specialty Products, Errors, and Omissions at Zurich. She is also a constituent from my district in Brooklyn, so I'm very proud and welcome. Prior to joining Zurich in 2009, she was a senior underwriting officer for the technology insurance specialty at the Chubb Group of Insurance Companies. Ms. Davis holds a Bachelor's of Arts degree from the University of Arizona. Welcome.
Thank you. And our third witness will be Mr. Eric Cernak, Vice President and Cyber Risk Practice Leader at Munich Re in Hartford, Connecticut. In his role, Mr. Cernak provides leadership in all cyber efforts, oversees Munich Re's property and casualty operations, and develops strategies to help the company compete in the cyber marketplace. He's testifying today on behalf of the Reinsurance Association of America, RAA, and the Property Casualty Insurers Association of America, PCI. We thank you for testifying here this morning. I now like to once again yield to the ranking member for introduction of our fourth witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Damon Geffert, National Leader and Principal of Security and Privacy Consulting at Risk Advisory Services. He has over 20 years of experience in a wide array of positions, including time in the U.S. Air Force. Mr. Geffert has served as the manager and lead technician for security assessments performed on some of the largest corporations and government entities in the world. He holds a bachelor's degree from the United States Air Force Academy and a master's degree in computer science from the University of Michigan. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. And we also thank you for your service, Mr. Geffert. And Mr. Luft, you're welcome here and recognized for 5 minutes. And you need to turn the mic on there. Yeah, you got to turn it on.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Chabot, Ranking Member Velasquez, and members of the House Small Business Committee for inviting me to testify today on the current state of cybersecurity for small companies and how cyber insurance can help small business transfer risk. My name is Robert Luff, and I am the owner of Surefire Innovations located in Cincinnati, Ohio. I am pleased to be here representing the National Small Business Association, where I currently serve on the Leadership Council and the Technology Council. Surefire Innovations is a certified service-disabled veteran-owned small business and minority business enterprise, specializing in network infrastructure, design and installation of hardwired, wireless, security, and smart city networks. After my military service in the Army, where I had the honor to serve on multiple combat deployments to Iraq during my 16-year career, I decided that entrepreneurship was my path, and hence the founding of Surefire Innovations. Cybercrime is growing rapidly, with annual costs to the global economy estimated to reach over $2 trillion by 2019. Organizations of all sizes are at risk for cyber attacks. Small business represents more than 97% of business in the U.S. Alarmingly, in 2015, 43% of all attacks were directed at small business. Despite the growing awareness of cyber-related crimes, 77% of small business owners believe their company is not at risk for cyber attacks. The risk of being a target for cybercrime is high. 42% of small business surveyed by the National Small Business Association reported being a victim of a cyber attack, with the average cost being $32,000 when business banking accounts were hacked and $7,000 on average for small business overall. So, what can we do as small business to address this issue? We can start with what I learned in the Army. Keep it simple. By utilizing the SBA's top 10 cybersecurity tips, this will provide a framework for all small business, even those who are not technologically savvy and currently have zero protections in place. Simple measures like installing antivirus software, the use of complex passwords, and backing up information. Since total elimination of threats is impossible, protecting against them should be a top management priority. Unfortunately, many small businesses do not place cyber threat as a top priority. This is evident by the fact that 60% of small companies go out of business within 6 months after a cyber attack. Small business need not only think of ways to mitigate cyber attacks, but also how to transfer that risk away from their company. This can be accomplished with the cyber liability insurance policy, which provides coverage in the event of a cyber attack. A typical cyber liability policy will include the following coverages: theft and fraud, forensic investigation, network business interruption, extortion, and data loss. What led to my purchase of a cyber liability policy is a subcontractor who was performing services on one of my projects suffered a bank account breach that resulted in the loss of $15,000. This was a catastrophic event. Those funds were required for payroll and put enormous strain on.
All right, folks, we are going to go now to breaking news. You're taking a live look here in Ohio. This is at the Ohio State Fair. There's been an accident. One person has died and several others are hurt after a ride did malfunction. Hold on one second while we work to get you guys the very latest details concerning this breaking news alert. Once again, folks, we are watching live here. I'm working to get you guys here. It says multiple people have been hurt and one person has died after a ride malfunction at the Ohio State Fair. That's according to our sister station there, Fox 28. Some or all of the victims are reported to have been tossed from a ride. That's according to the battalion chief there. The incident was confirmed on the official Twitter account for the Ohio State Fair. It says, we are investigating and will report information as available. And the latest that we have for you is 8 hurt, 5 people injured. And it looks like they're taking away this shot or possibly going on a break here. So what we'll do is if we do get another feed from this accident, of course, we will bring that back to you. It doesn't look like, well, maybe they'll All right, we'll wait for them to work out that situation. We'll get back to that hearing that we just had for you.
To protect themselves. They must determine whether they should retain the residual risk or transfer it through the purchase of a cyber insurance product. Our approach to cybersecurity includes understanding attitudes to cyber risk, providing tailored coverage to meet our customers' needs, and working with businesses to adopt a mindset of resilience rather than just protection. Last fall, Zurich and Advisin released a survey of risk managers and other risk professionals. Found that 87% of respondents believe a technology interruption would have a moderate to significant threat to their organization. As with any line of insurance, risk culture is critical to underwriting cyber insurance. Businesses must build a culture of resilience and operational awareness at all levels, rather than simply viewing cyber risk as a technology issue. Insurance is just one piece of the cyber risk management puzzle, but the role of insurance is increasing as customers seek risk insights and feedback from their insurance advisors. It's really become more of a partnership, with businesses now focusing on not just what happens post-event and if a loss is paid. They value having qualified, vetted resources available to them, especially at their moment of crisis. And they're focusing more on risk mitigation tools their insurance providers can provide to them. The business community's interconnectivity and reliance on technology has increased, and that creates additional points of entry and new threat vectors. And the cyber insurance and exposure is brought in to include potential property damage for something like critical infrastructure, supply chain ripple effects, bodily injury from autonomous vehicles, or cyber espionage. And the issue is only becoming more complicated. In an effort to continuously help customers and protect themselves from risk, Zurich began participating as a key industry consultant in a public-private partnership by the University of Maryland and the National Institute of Standards and Technology. We are proud to be part of this initiative. Zurich is also collaborating with Deloitte to help improve a business's cyber resilience. Policyholders can complement Zurich's cyber insurance solution with risk management services through Deloitte to understand their level of cyber exposure and resilience. Underwriting of the cyber product is evolving, as are the risks. The insurance community is continuously working to understand the full scope of the exposures and what the controls may need to be. Each business needs to be underwritten differently, and as insurers, we must continue to refine our own understanding of those exposures. Finding solutions to the most complicated of cyber risks will require collaboration between the insurance industry, governments, academia, and other think tanks to establish standards, encourage information sharing, build resilience, and create adequate global governance. As the market evolves, Zurich is committed to staying at the forefront of the cybersecurity issue, and we will continue to develop additional insurance solutions going forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cernak, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Eric Cernak, Vice President, U.S. Cyber and Privacy Risk Practice Leader at Munich Re U.S., testifying on behalf of the Reinsurance Association of America and the Property Casualty Insurance Association of America. Munich Re and HSB provide cyber and privacy-related insurance and reinsurance protection for small and large businesses in the United States and throughout the world. HSB Group has an A++ AM Best financial strength rating. We were one of the first companies to provide reinsurance for cyber risks to small businesses. In addition to reinsurance, we underwrite cyber risk, develop products, and work with small businesses to help mitigate cyber-related exposures. Today's hearing is an important discussion to highlight the success of the private sector in developing cyber insurance. It will help raise awareness among the small business community about the importance of purchasing cyber insurance as a preventative risk management tool and critical safety net should a cyber event occur. A 2017 Risk Management Solutions report concluded that the number of large magnitude data exfiltration events has grown substantially, and companies are increasingly investing in their own cybersecurity systems. However, a June report by broker Aon estimated that only 19% of small businesses in the United States had purchased cyber insurance compared to around 75% of certain large companies globally. More insurers have offered cyber insurance over time, from less than a dozen in the early 2000s to more than 70 in 2016. As we see more high-profile cyber events, small businesses are increasingly aware of their exposure. This has prompted the insurance industry to add cyber endorsements to existing small business insurance policies. A significant part of the value proposition of these cyber insurance policies is loss prevention services. Participants in a 2016 Hartford Steam Boiler survey listed vulnerability assessments, next-generation firewalls, IT security audits, and intrusion detection as the most helpful loss prevention services. Participants also listed reasons that they didn't purchase cyber insurance. They didn't need it, cost of coverage, and an application process that is too complicated and confusing. These results suggest that education is key to increasing the take-up rate of cyber insurance by small companies. The public and private sectors have a role to play in increasing the cyber insurance take-up rate, helping businesses overcome the "it won't happen to me" mentality, constructively addressing cyber vulnerabilities, and preparing for the aftermath of a cyber event. Cyber attacks may not be a matter of if, but when. It is essential for businesses, which are increasingly interconnected, to be prepared, protected, and resilient. Insurance can help with all three. The insurance marketplace needs to continue to refine the process and coverage to reduce complexity associated with the purchasing of cyber insurance. For example, common coverage form terminology could help applicants better understand what different policies cover. Insurers are also grappling with 4 factors in offering cyber insurance. As both the chairman and ranking member have stated, there is no significant historical loss data. Second, the cause of loss is generated by an active adversary that changes with new technology. Third, insurers are grappling with the evolving patchwork of state, federal, international, cyber-related requirements. And fourth, cyber is not bound by geography and poses potential aggregation risk for insurers. As these factors evolve, Munich Re and HSB are continually talking to our small business customers to better understand their needs. We are also monitoring the technological, regulatory, and societal trends that could pose cyber risks. So what can Congress do to improve cyber protections for small businesses? We specifically encourage Congress and the administration to coordinate cybersecurity policy among federal agencies and designate lead agencies to coordinate discussions where appropriate. It is critical that this coordination includes state insurance regulators and that we all work together to avoid a conflicting patchwork of state, federal, and international standards. Munich Re and HSB Group stand ready to work with you to protect small businesses from cybersecurity threats. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gephardt, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Shabbat, Ranking Member Velasquez, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the cybersecurity challenges that have become a constant material threat within the small business community. My name is Damian Geffert, and during my career, I've performed hundreds of security assessments and cyber breach intrusion investigations within small businesses. I was asked to speak today regarding how legislation such as H.R. 3170 and private sector solutions such as cyber insurance products can help organizations manage their cyber risk. In a study performed last year, RSM performed extensive data mining within a set of cyber insurance claims and found that 50% of the reported attacks were against organizations with $50 million in revenue or less. Attacks against small businesses are not an anomaly. They are the norm. This is the key demographic that is being targeted by hackers. What is needed is a venue through which small businesses can find simple, direct guidance on how to protect their environments and mitigate risk, and that also provides access to resources with the necessary expertise to chaperone them through the implementation of that guidance. The current legislation addresses part of this requirement by essentially creating cyber mentors within the small business development centers. These personnel could quickly become the frontline advisors that are so desperately needed to guide small businesses through the deployment of technical security solutions and administrative risk management techniques such as acquiring cyber insurance. While this is a critical first step, the SBDCs hold the promise of a myriad of benefits that can be made available in the future. Again, to make material progress on this issue, we need to move to clear, concise, pragmatic solutions. While it might seem like an abnormal suggestion, what is needed is to emulate our peers within the hacking community. The underground markets excel and become exceedingly efficient at turning large masses of unskilled, technically challenged individuals into groups of, while not elite, at least effective cyber attackers. We lack that equivalent process on the defensive side in which we can rapidly take a large number of small businesses and have them become at least efficient and effective at basic cybersecurity. While it sounds relatively simple, reference environments, as they are known, are not common in the small business community, which often leads to organizations cobbling together their security architecture and governance based on their individual interpretations of best practice. Similar to the methods of our adversaries, small and middle markets need a dedicated hub where they can find simple, realistic guidance on how to deploy security solutions that are complete and effective at a basic level. This would then need to be paired with programs dedicated to delivering to security training directly to the IT and management members of those small businesses, as most of these organizations simply cannot acquire the necessary security talent on the open market. The SBDCs could play a critical role in the process of working with government entities, private sector consultants, and vendors to create standardized models and security training. It should be mentioned that an additional benefit of deploying such common models is that it would then allow the SBDCs to address the need for actionable cyber threat intelligence that could be easily consumed and put to use by small businesses. If common reference environments are made available to small businesses, many of these entities would be highly interested in deploying these frameworks if they knew they can consume and utilize threat intelligence in a plug-and-play manner. It should be noted that this support was included in the prior H.R. 5064 legislation that passed this committee last year, but then later expired in the Senate. At this point, the foundations would be laid for a base-level accreditation program for small businesses in which they can demonstrate that they have achieved basic cyber controls and processes. The SBDCs would be a natural fit to oversee this program and could then coordinate between newly accredited small businesses and insurance carriers to facilitate the acquisition of cyber insurance. These suggestions create a process that naturally flows from a set of standardized security templates, through the training and the deployment of those templates, through the accreditation that the controls were deployed properly, through the coordination with the cyber insurance market to offset the residual risk. This process in its entirety represents the most requested types of support by small business executives encapsulated in a clear, concise, and pragmatic approach. It would materially improve the current security status of approximately 50% of the U.S. economy. The final point I would suggest would be to use the SBDCs as a coordination point between small businesses and a designated, responsive law enforcement entity. Currently, when a small business is compromised, they can contact their local police departments, which are often willing to help but technically unable to do so, or they can contact the FBI or Secret Service that are technically able to help but typically do not have the bandwidth to do so. This situation has created a mindset within the small business community that when it comes to cyber matters, they have essentially been abandoned to the Wild West where the rule of law does not apply. Legislation that addresses the points I've described above would greatly improve the security and longevity of the U.S. small and middle market businesses. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my statement, and I look forward to further questions.
Thank you very much, and I'll yield myself 5 minutes. And Mr. Luft, I'll go to you first. Could you tell us what process that you went through in determining what cyber insurance coverage that you ultimately ended up with, and are there any recommendations that you would make to other small businesses who might be considering, first of all, whether or not they should get insurance coverage, and then secondly, who they should get it from? I'm not saying what company, but just the kind of process.
Well, it was my first assumption that cyber insurance should just be as simple as any type of insurance. So I reached out to my existing insurance provider. What I quickly found out is that's not the case. He was not familiar with a lot of policies. So once I saw some hesitancy on his end, I sought some additional resources and found an agent that was exclusive to cyber insurance. That would be my first suggestion to any small business. And one of the first things that a company needs to look for when they're looking at that, there's some standard coverages in there, the extortion coverage, data losses. So the company could assume that those things are going to be included in the policy. But one thing that they need to ask for is retroactivity. When you first initially buy that policy, it's going to become effective that inception date. But anything that may have happened previously, it would behoove that small business to ask for maybe a year of retroactivity, just in case there is something lurking there in their network to ensure that they are safe.
Thank you very much. Ms. Davis, let me go to you next. You mentioned in your testimony that not all causes of loss are covered by a particular insurance policy. Could you provide the committee with an example of what would be uninsured loss and how small businesses can protect themselves from that type of liability?
Sure. So the exposures that arise from cyber threat continues to evolve, and there are certain elements of loss that at this point are not transferable to an insurance policy. There is work being done by the insurance community to try and develop insurance solutions for some of those losses. But my advice to small businesses really echoes some of the comments that we've heard already, and that's just providing additional education to those businesses. So things like this hearing today really bring awareness to the topic, but where assistance is needed is helping them connect the dots. I think small businesses today have an understanding of what the exposures are and what risks they may bring to the business, but they're struggling with the how. What sort of action items they can implement to make their operation more resilient and secure. So it really does come down to businesses understanding, the risk and protecting themselves from it, which is really done through risk mapping. Smaller businesses need to understand what downtime could mean to their organization. Also, the sensitive data that they're holding, what sort of costs they may incur if that data is compromised. And I think that qualitative aspect is an area and it's an opportunity where the insurance community can assist with some of that process. The other point that I'll mention is just in terms of connecting the dots and bringing action items to them, it's about understanding if employee training is only being offered by roughly 80% of organizations now, that doesn't translate to the fact that we've seen a growing number of threats really come out of exploitation of that human element, of that big vulnerability. And 50% of respondents to that Advise in Zurich survey noted that humans or their employees unintentionally infecting their network was a top concern.
Okay.
So just helping bring together those pieces.
Thank you. I've got less than a minute to go, and I've got two witnesses. I'm going to throw this question open. It's kind of maybe an impossible question, so either one of you want to handle this. If a business has X amount of insurance where they're covering fire and a whole range of things, and now they've got to consider cybersecurity insurance, and let's say they're going to go with the insurance company they have now, how much more typically could they expect to pay for this that they're not paying without it right now, percentage-wise? Are we talking an additional 10%, 25%? And I know that's a tough question. It would depend on how big the company is. What would your estimate be if you have one?
Yeah, so and that's an excellent question. I think
I'm not sure if that mic's on or not.
Is it?
It is. Okay.
That's an excellent question, and as you point out, it is going to depend on the class of business that they're in, the amount of data that they have, what coverages they're actually looking for. There are two approaches to cyber insurance in the marketplace today. One is a standalone policy,
right,
which is probably going to cost you thousands of dollars.
Yeah. I would guess that would be probably more. So if, let's say you went with the company that you have now and they did have the expertise, unlike what Mr. Lefton said he experienced. I mean, ballpark, what range are we probably talking about? Not either one of you want to venture this.
Again, that's hard to formulate because every one of the organizations, when we work with them, and I'm not on the insurance side, I'm on the breach investigation side, but so I see the flip side of it. Every one of the organizations, the question is going to come down to, what does your network look like? How much data do you have? How does the data pass through? If you pass your credit card payments to a third party, depending on how they answer that, you can have two organizations that are the same size in the same industry that have put together their networks differently. They're going to pay vastly different amounts for insurance.
I told you it was an impossible question. Either one of the first two witnesses want to take a quick stab at it? ballpark?
So there's a number of factors that contribute to that. So coverages, but also limits and retention. So it really depends on what an organization's risk tolerance is. Somebody may say to themselves, I feel as though I can retain this risk. I'm not at high risk of this sort of event occurring, and they may be purchasing a $1 million limit with a $250,000 retention purely to satisfy a contractual requirement. Somebody else may opt for hundreds of millions in coverage. So those are some of the influencers.
Mr. Luft, you're from Cincinnati. I expect you to give me an answer. What do you
So, Chairman, I could talk specific about what's happening with my company. And so for my liability policy covering our installation, for $1 million policy, that's about $4,000. When I bought that standalone cyber insurance policy, that was $3,200, so roughly about 80%.
Good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. My time has expired. I apologize for going a little bit over. Ranking members recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Cernak, we need, and I believe that you stated that is not if the small businesses are at risk. The question is when it's going to happen. So we need to operate under the assumption that aggressors are already inside our networks. With that said, what alternatives do small businesses have once they become aware an aggressor already has access to their information and technology?
Sure. Yeah. Once you've identified that someone may be within your four walls, I think it's incumbent and imperative, that you get somebody like my colleague here to the right that could come in and identify exactly what is wrong and not to stop at the first answer. We've seen instances where ransomware is extremely popular now. A lot of businesses are being impacted by ransomware. And it's a very visible attack. But what the criminals are doing on the other side of that is they're loading additional software in the back end so that once you rectify the very visible issue and you may think your problem is solved and go back to managing your business, there's this other software that's going to start exfiltrating data down the road. So you really need to get a professional in to do a thorough analysis, and your insurance company can help you identify those people.
Mr. Gifford.
The part I'm going to hit is this actually delineates quite a difference between the small business market and even the mid-market, in that both of those groups are going to struggle preventing the breach. It's very difficult in today's day and age with the types of exploits and malware to keep them out. The more complex the organization, quite often they will notice that they're breached earlier. And even if the attacker did get in, quite often they've stood up security monitoring and other tools that can let us retrace the steps of the attacker so we can reconstruct what did the attacker do in the environment, how long were they there, what did they take, what did they touch. In the small markets, quite often they're not even that mature. The attackers can get in. By the time the organization finds out that an attacker's in, when we show up, there is no evidence, or the small business has already destroyed the evidence in their initial response, they've overwritten it. And so when we're talking about the damages for small businesses, a big part of their problem is they always have to assume the worst case scenario because they either didn't have the evidence or they destroyed it. We have to assume the attacker essentially reached everything, and legal precedent says they have to do mass notification. Where in the larger environments, it might be the same attacker who did the same thing. We can constrain, we can put bounds around what the breach actually was so that it inordinately impacts the smaller environments simply because they are less able to reconstruct what the issue was, even if they couldn't stop the attack.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, cyber insurance is in its infancy as an insurance product. How has it evolved since its inception to meet the demands of small firms and the needs of neutralizing relentless cyber attackers?
So the roots of the product were really in the technology E&O, and as some of the first-party costs to an organization, the immediate costs after a breach began to evolve with notification standards and credit monitoring, et cetera, the policy was built out to include those first-party coverages. And what we're finding now is that financial institutions, healthcare organizations, those early adopters and heavily regulated segments are really more driven towards that personal information and healthcare information. That next wave was the retail organizations. And what we're finding now is that the coverages have evolved to really address the interdependencies that we're seeing across supply chain. And so business interruption, loss of income, extra expense that an organization would have to pay in the event of downtime is becoming a key driver in the coverage discussion.
And can you explain how the process to create policies is complicated by various states and federal laws, and its disjointed federal cybersecurity effort?
Sure. So we talked about some of the first steps when an organization realizes that they've been compromised, and certainly forensics is a big piece of that to understand what went wrong and why and how many, the extent of the information that was compromised. I would argue that, very early on in that process, there also needs to be legal representation, attorney breach coaches who are helping to prioritize those notification and needs to individuals who were impacted. And the challenges that creates is really, each and every state at this point, an attorney general is handling those topics differently. What's considered legal compliance and what time frame individuals need to be notified, how they need to be notified. Does it have to be through USPS? Is email sufficient? And so the legal costs for small businesses really add up in that process. And so standardization of those requirements would help bring down the costs associated with it.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, who is the vice chairman of this committee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a subject that we're talking about today that 10 years ago it wouldn't even be on our radar, and yet today here we are. And so it's kind of scary from the standpoint of what are we going to be talking about 10 years from now that is not on our radar today. And so that's how fast our society and evolution of all these things is happening. So, but that's just an aside. Mr. Cernak, you represented a reinsurance company. And we're talking about cyber today, and your company provides cyber insurance. Why are you a reinsurance company that reinsures insurance companies here today talking about cyber?
Thank you for the question. And it is a great question. I think the role that reinsurers play in this realm is to help bring more coverage make more coverage available to the end consumers, the small businesses, by enabling other property and casualty insurance companies to put products out in the marketplace and not only provide those carriers with the capacity, but with also the technical knowledge to provide a sustainable product that they can feel comfortable bringing to their insured customers. And so, beyond the dollars that a reinsurer can provide to these P&C carriers, it's also the claims expertise, the service provider networks, the forms development, and the rate development. You need all of those things to create a compelling product. And by doing that, we help other carriers introduce products in the marketplace, thus helping the end insureds.
Very good. The evaluating the risk here is really difficult. And I know Mr. Aleph made a comment in his opening statement that 43% of the attacks aren't small businesses. My staff's got a number here, 300, a business is under $300 million in value. 50% of cyber attacks are on those businesses. This tells me we've got a very vulnerable group of folks here that probably don't have the expertise to deal with it. And so how do we protect them? So that's where insurance comes in. So, I guess my concern is not necessarily, I know we've talked a little bit about the business interruption, basically coverages that you guys are involved in. But to me, the biggest risk for a small business is the liability exposure. And liability exposure is such that if I am in the lending business and I'm lending to a small business and I see that they're very highly leveraged and I see that they deal with lots of personal information, to me there's an exposure there that could really harm that credit. Therefore, that whole line of credit is endangered. Therefore, it's going to hurt me as a financial institution. And I can see that at some point the regulators are going to get involved in this and start asking and requiring for cyber insurance for certain lines of business that have that deal in more information. So, if Mr. Cernak or Ms. Davis would like to take this, it looks to me like small businesses are the low-hanging fruit for the bad guys to go after. And I think in some cases, I was talking to some folks a while ago, that they can even be the back door to bigger business, which means you have an even bigger liability risk. So would you like to talk about that just for a second? How you want to approach that particular part of the coverage?
Sure, and I think you're right on with that assessment that we are starting to see small businesses be that backdoor into the larger businesses, and we're starting to see the larger businesses require contractually that these smaller business carry some level of cyber insurance. The struggle there is oftentimes they may or may not have an arbitrary dollar amount in terms of the limit they want carried, and they also do a fairly poor job of identifying the exact coverages they want those folks to carry. Your comment relative to the lending industry in particular, I think I have not seen that as of yet, but I think it is a valid concern.
Also, well, go ahead, Ms. Davis, you'd like to comment?
I totally agree, and thank you for the question. Absolutely, we're seeing that back channeling take place where it does feel as though the larger organizations are locked and loaded when it comes to their information security measures, but that supply chain that we reference has become a huge vulnerability, especially in the manufacturing space and when we think through items like corporate confidential information.
I think Mr. Luff made a comment a while ago with regards to a question I think one of our other folks made, and it's the comment was made with regards to things, covering things that may have happened in prior to the coverage being effective. And so my question is, does your policies, or are there policies out there that will take care of things that you put in place that weren't accurate or that exposed you not only before, but what happens if you put something in place, you let the policy drop or go to a different carrier? Does you have tail coverage or something out as well with this? And can you kind of explain the before and after coverages here, if there is such thing?
Yeah, so it's an important development in the cyber insurance space, the idea of prior acts, and the reason why it came about is because of the statistic that Congresswoman Velasquez noted of 200 days potentially where a perpetrator has been in the network, and we found the nature of those threats has changed as attackers used to enter a network, grab as much information as they can, and then get out, and now they tend to lurk and try and stay under the radar, grabbing small bits of information at the time. So that coverage is available in the marketplace, and typically we do find that affordable coverage to that effect is available as customers change carriers as needed.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank our ranking member. I want to also thank our witnesses for your expert testimony today. This is very important information. I think the average small business is really at a disadvantage in this day and age, not really conscious of the intrusion of those who would want to either extort them or use them as a tool for penetrating even larger enterprises. So I want to thank you once again for your insights. Ms. Davis, I did want to find out from you, how does your company tailor insurance policies for, is it for each client? Is there a one-size-fits-all package? Could you give us some insights into that?
Sure. So it's helpful to understand the underwriting process when answering this question. So let me start with that. Organizations would typically complete 1 to 2 underwriting applications, and those are submitted to various carriers by an insurance broker. It was noted earlier to really partner with a broker who has expertise in this space, since it is such an evolving area. And those applications have questions on them. Some are reflective or inclusive of controls kind of noted through the NIST framework. Others are outside of that. So there would be various, applications and levels of information that are provided at the time of the application process. But what the customers request, what an insured requests, is really driven, again, by more of their risk tolerance, why they're purchasing the policy. Are they looking at it as more of a contractual requirement, or are they looking for a more robust, cutting-edge solution? And a lot of that will influence the price as well.
So it is more of a tailored process based on the questionnaires that the individuals fill out.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. And how widespread would you say this sort of practice within insurance, how widespread has that become, to your knowledge?
The tailoring of solutions?
No, I'm sorry. This sort of insurance practice for small business getting cybersecurity insurance.
So just so I understand, you're asking how widespread is it that the small businesses
Within the
seeking?
industry of insurance?
Uh-huh.
Your company is one that has been identified. Have other insurers begun moving into this space?
Yes, absolutely. There's a growing recognition that small businesses are looking and actively seeking to raise their risk awareness. And, insurance is one piece of that puzzle. It shouldn't be the entire solution, but we are seeing increases in small to medium-sized organizations actively seeking out insurance policies for cyber.
Yeah, because sort of most brick and mortar type of businesses have insurance, right? So if there's theft insurance, what have you, but not many of those types of mom and pop establishments, which are very prevalent in Brooklyn, New York, where we're from, would be looking to essentially look at their sort of connectivity and determining how they would add that to a current policy.
And I think that's a great point, and it really gets at the way that the product has evolved from just a couple years ago, where it was really focused on more privacy-exposed organizations, and now we're at that new cusp of buyers and coverages that are more driven towards that business interruption, that network interruption, and the downtime and financial impact that it could mean to those mom-and-pop organizations.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Lufton, your testimony, you point out that small businesses often don't perceive themselves as being targets for cyber attacks. What can we do to educate the general public on the risks of not being protected, and what can we do to ensure that they have a place to go after a cyber attack takes place? As it stands now, where do they go?
Well, I would say the first step is the small business needs to understand that there is extreme risk out there, and they need to look no further than the television. There's plenty of reports about what's happening to major corporations, to small business on a daily basis. So my first suggestion, small business needs to take that initiative. From an education standpoint from this body, I do know from the federal resources, from the SBA being, especially within Cincinnati, they do a tremendous job of having events informing small business about cybersecurity and actions they need to take place. So I would think more what needs to happen is the initiative from the small business to take action.
And probably partnering with some chambers of commerce.
Absolutely,
things of that nature. Thank you very much again for your testimony here today, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Young lady's time has expired. And the gentlelady from American Samoa, Ms. Radawagan, who's the chairman of Subcommittee on Health and Technology, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Talofa, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for holding this critical hearing. Thank you all for appearing today. Ms. Davis, my first question is for you. You mentioned that businesses with personal health and personal financial information consider data security as more of an issue. Are there any industries that you believe are prone to cyber attacks but currently do not see cybersecurity as a pressing issue?
I would say the one class of business where we're definitely seeing an increase in awareness is in the manufacturing space. And again, that gets back to more of the corporate confidential information, the supply chain, and what network interruption could mean to those organizations. Manufacturers historically had felt like the product didn't necessarily speak to their coverage needs, to their exposures, and we're definitely seeing that that maturity start to change in their thought process.
Thank you. My second question is actually for all of you. What do you think are the biggest risks for cybersecurity insurance providers that do not exist in other insurance markets? Mr. Luft?
Your question was specific to the cyber insurance companies?
Insurance providers, yes.
In speaking about the small business, the reason why they need to think about that, as the statistic has been mentioned several times today, that after a cyber attack, 60% of small business is out of business within 6 months. I think that's the greatest call for action from a small business perspective.
Ms. Davis.
I think one of the biggest challenges to insurers right now is really not having a solid sense of what their aggregation concerns may be. When we think through property as an example, you're able to model, right, what your windstorm exposed areas are. When it comes to cyber, there's all of these hidden or sort of silent interdependencies that you may not be able to track or to model in the underwriting process. So that's definitely a concern for us. I would also say the intersection of the various lines of business is unique to the cyberspace. We're talking today about, kind of those standalone cyber policies, but what we're finding is that as the threats evolve, some of these coverages are creeping into different policy lines, and so making sure that we have a way of identifying those gaps and redundancies to make sure we're providing good, holistic, meaningful solutions to our customers. And lastly, I would just say that, this is a product still in its infancy, and so we're learning together, across the industry to make sure that we provide more consistent underwriting processes, more consistency in our application process, and in the language and vernacular that's being used. And I think all those things are hurdles for us at this time.
Mr. Cernak.
Thank you for the question. I see two major challenges right now, in addition to the ones that Ms. Davis pointed out. First is the patchwork of regulations that we're faced with in terms of trying to address and create products. We have to not only worry about the state, but the federal and now international regulations and security standards. So that's one item. The other, as Congressman Lukemeyer mentioned in his remarks, is the smartphone is turning 10 years old this year, right? This exposure, never have we tried to ensure an exposure that is evolving this quickly. It's moving with the speed of technology, and that in and of itself poses challenges.
Thank you. Mr. Jopfert.
I'll speak as the neutral third party in the room quite often when things go bad. What we see working as responders with the insurers and the small businesses, it's more of a syntax issue. There's no common language to talk about security and risk within these organizations. So what we see is the insurance companies reaching out to the small businesses, trying to put together their policies and packages and understand the risk of the organization they're going to insure. And the small business, not being malicious, they simply don't understand security. When they're filling out the packages and trying to communicate how much data they have, how do they control it, their business partners, their systems, they don't know how to fill out the packages and applications in the right way. So quite often, the insurance companies will pick up that policy and not really understand what's underneath the hood until there's a breach, until we come in on the technical side and start touching the environment. Quite often, the insurance companies really don't understand how bad can get. And so until we can get to the point where there's sort of a standardized language where the insurance companies know how to rate the risk of a small organization and the small organization knows how to rate themselves, there's simply just going to be missed expectations on both sides.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Back.
Thank you very much. Ladies' time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, who's ranking member of Subcommittee on Economic Growth, Tax, and Capital Access, is recognized, and I would like to thank him for his leadership on this issue and introducing legislation to ensure that the SBDCs accredit the people that will help to train small business folks to better protect themselves against cyber attacks. So we appreciate his leadership on this, and he's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you and the ranking member's leadership collectively on the fact that this is really a bipartisan approach, and we all got to work together. So what I want to piggyback a little bit and expand a little deeper on what Ms. Davis said in the term that she used, risk mapping. And use that term and kind of, if you have a crystal ball, if you say risk mapping, what particular industries are much more subject to the risk aspect in terms of where we are today? You said risk mapping, and give me a sense on categories of small businesses.
So when I speak through risk mapping, I'm thinking through It varies by industry, but it's also about identifying what's at risk from a pure data and network security view, but also the broader implications that may have on your organization. So the lost revenue or the downtime, it could mean the reputational risk. It could mean bodily injury or property damage, and bringing together a multi-stakeholder approach when evaluating cyber risk so that you're thinking of it as an organization, as an enterprise level. And in terms of, the cyber or the IT risk mapping component of that, it could mean from a retail organization, how many records you're holding, how long are you retaining them, for what reason are you retaining them, so that you're always keeping a proper calibration between your data risk and your data value.
And who would, okay, I'm starting my business. I mean, where would you go to kind of get that little sense of the mapping and understanding? To your knowledge, does anybody keep a track of what takes place in terms of the community? Because listening, you just said the smartphone is 10 years old. Is there any way you can go get a little sense of that?
So there are, businesses that you can turn to help you do that. But I would say the very first step is doing it internally, and again, engaging your stakeholders within an organization to make sure that you've got either a risk manager or somebody who's acting in a risk manager role, talking with HR, or if you have somebody handling the IT business in-house, but really just beginning to have that dialogue internally so that you can start to gain and act on the information that you learn through something like an incident response plan to help you, engage and limit your damages if and when an event does occur.
Mm-hmm. To the rest of the panel, hearing what Ms. Davis says, we just had this discussion about risk mapping, and as you look at it, what would you say in your particular case to your clients, understanding the aspect of risk mapping?
The first point I'm going to make is this is, again, dealing with small businesses.
Right.
If you tried to explain this concept to them, to your point, they don't know where to start.
Right.
This would be a perfect role for the small business development centers.
Right.
Because they touch so many different entities, in a lot of cases, they become the de facto knowledge sharing centers. In a lot of cases, they would be able to start you on that process and lay that out. The other point that I want to make out, when we deal with risk mapping, in a lot of cases that operates off the mindset that, like what you see in the news, of that there's hacking crews that are out targeting your specific organization and going after you. A lot of small businesses, when they're trying to consider their risk, they don't feel that they're at risk because we're too small, we're too new, no one's shooting at us. It misses the point that the vast majority of breaches are not targeted, and you can't plan for that risk. If you're plugged into the internet, there's sort of the background radiation of the internet that's constantly grinding through looking for anybody that happens to be vulnerable, and it might happen to be you. And so a lot of organizations, when we first sit down to do risk mapping with them, they're shocked with that realization that they're not targeted. They simply were a target of opportunity on the network. And so I think the small business development centers would be great at communicating that message of, in your specific industry, this is what a risk map would look like. But don't forget there is a permanent residual risk that you simply can't excuse yourself from because you're too small or you're not in that industry.
Mm-hmm. I think there's also an opportunity for insurance agents and brokers to begin that process as well, because as they're sitting down discussing with their clients what their exposures are, they can start to ask the leading questions, if you will, as to what data do they have, where is it stored, and how do you use it, a lot of the points that Ms. Davis suggested. So I think insurance agents and brokers need to raise their level of education to help the clients.
I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman.
All right, everybody, we are going back out live now to the Ohio State Fair accident that unfortunately has turned tragic, as we already know that one person has died in this carnival-type accident. Working to get you the very latest details as well, but it's unfortunately just a very sad time there, as people, you go to the state fair to have some fun and blow off some steam with your family and friends. And the next thing you know, unfortunately, a ride malfunctions. The latest we had was 5 injured and 2 stable. Unfortunately, 8 hurt as well as 1 dead. So we are covering this story here live for you on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. As many as 7 other people are hurt, one of them critically. That's according to Fox 28. Adding that the ride experienced a malfunction, the Ohio Highway Patrol told Fox News investigators while they were at the scene. One of the injured is sadly a 13-year-old girl. Some or all the victims are reported to have been tossed from the ride. That's according to the battalion chief there. Governor John Kasich reacted, saying, "I am terribly saddened by this accident, by the loss of life, and that people were injured enjoying Ohio's fair. Our thoughts and prayers go out to those grieving and injured. I have ordered a full investigation into this incident and have ordered that all fair rides be shut down until additional safety inspections can be completed." The cause right now is unclear. Recent storms and flooding have forced inspectors to work long hours in recent days, ensuring that the rides were in good working shape. And today also was the State Fair's opening day. We are also awaiting a news conference on this terrible tragedy with 1 confirmed dead, 7 others hurt. All rides have been shut down, as that is what the Governor John Kasich has ordered, as they need a full review of pretty much now every ride. Inspectors are going to have to check every nut and bolt as well. From local media reports, a reporter says, "I just talked with a witness of the accident on the phone. She tells me she saw a ride goer thrown from the ride and pieces of it were flying." And also, we can tell you this, that there is a video being floated around that is video of the accident. Very sad to see, everyone. You are continuing to watch here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. All right, everybody, I do have my co-host here, Mary Kate, as we are just looking at a very sad situation there at the Ohio State Fair, where we already know that one person has died, several injured, as we are now just welcoming our viewers on Facebook Live.
Yeah, I'm from Ohio. I've never been to the Ohio State Fair, but I do know this is something that they have every year. Ohio State is a huge university, as a lot of you guys know. Some of you are Buckeye fans out there. Ohio State, huge university, and they have this fair every year. Unfortunately, this accident happened. Now, I was away at my desk for a little bit, so I don't know a lot of details about this. Was it on, which ride did this happen on, where one person sadly died?
It was on. It wasn't on a Ferris wheel. It was on a ride that unfortunately does twirl a lot and goes maybe almost upside down. I don't know what they would call that ride.
So not that Ferris wheel
No.
there, but something in that area.
Yeah, something in that area. And
wow.
Folks, this was the opening day of the fair.
Wow.
Obviously not what they ever expected. So even the governor there, Governor John Kasich, making a statement and saying that the rides will be shut down for quite some time as they try to figure out, they want to look at all the other rides too.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we kind of all fear when we're riding rides, but that's supposed to be part of the thrill, is,
sure.
Oh, you could get hurt, but, hopefully you don't, because, these rides are supposed to be safe, but wow, I can't believe one person has died, and I'm reading here one of the injured is a 13-year-old girl, so really sad news to hear that today.
And, when you think of carnival rides, though, Mary Kate, you always got to think is these type of rides are more of the wild card situations because they're only there for a certain amount of time, then people pack them up and take them somewhere else across the country.
I was just thinking the same thing.
So, and especially if this is opening day, did they check everything like they were supposed to? Did they? How many run-throughs did they do before, unfortunately, something like this happened? But when you're thinking about other rides, like say at a Six Flags or a theme park that's going to be there, and they don't have to tear it down.
Absolutely, yeah. I think in situations like this, it's still shocking, but people are always really shocked when it happens somewhere like Disney World or Six Flags, because they are. What is it, corporate owned? Or, they're owned by a huge company.
And they're not going anywhere.
Where this, like you said, is sort of like a carnival that comes to town. They've got their rides, they put them up, and they, essentially just start, getting them going, and people are getting on their rides. Hopefully they checked all of them accurately, but a lot of times, Mike, people that work at these amusement parks are just young kids. I mean, you go to amusement parks, you probably see that it's like a 15-year-old, running the roller coaster. I mean, there's not a lot to it, and I know that they know what they're doing, but sadly today, one person has died. I can't wait till we can hear more information on how exactly this happened.
Yes, that'll be something. We're waiting on a press conference exactly for that. Hopefully some officials can tell us maybe an update on the injured, and hopefully that number doesn't climb.
Yeah, because I want to know what happened. Is it the ride operator's fault? Was it the ride that just malfunctioned? Did they check it well enough? That's a great point you brought up. I mean, did they just set up quickly today? Maybe they were running out of time and they just got the rides up and going. It's a great point you made there.
And while we just take a look at this shot, it does look just very eerie on the sense of you're thinking, okay, you should see all the lights. They should be going. It looks a little eerie right now as the lights are off. Obviously, nothing is moving because everything's shut down. But, it's definitely not the start of the fair that they wanted.
And I hope that we could get a press conference from John Kasich, the governor there. Maybe we'll be able to hear from him live. I wonder if they already took him live during a press conference. We do have some quotes from him. But let us know in the live chat section where you guys are watching from, if you've ever been to the Ohio State Fair. I mean, again, I'm from Ohio, but I've never attended this state fair, but a lot of you probably know, and Mike, you probably know this too, Ohio State is a huge university. I've been there a few times. It's just massive.
Yeah.
You usually only make friends with people in your actual major because everyone else outside of it, it's just too big of a school.
Yeah.
So this state fair accident where they have rides every year, I just can't believe this happened.
No. So we are going to continue to stream this live for you, and let us know, especially for people on Facebook Live. We might have a lot of people tuning in from Ohio as well, and let us know if you ever been there before. And definitely, you just, it's one of those things you don't see coming until it happens, and then you're already pretty much really out of luck at that point.
Oh, yeah, and Jeremiah Crawford in the live chat brought up a good point. What about their PR person? So well, see, that's another thing. Like what you mentioned with these small state fairs, I mean, this happened at Disney. The Disney PR rep will come out right away and make a statement. Who is the PR rep technically for a state fair?
Sure.
Because these are probably just rides they rented from a company, right?
Yes.
So what company is that? We don't know.
No, we don't know, and we don't know if they have somebody even on site.
I'm wondering if we could check like OSU's Twitter or something. I don't know, because maybe the PR person for Ohio State has to make a statement. I'm not sure. That's a really good point, Jeremiah, in the chat. You brought that up, the PR person. I don't know if it's the PR person for Ohio State or for the company they rented these rides from. Do they rent from this company every year? Was this a new company that they worked with? So many questions that are left unanswered. Again, I mean, you mentioned, Mike, that we did hear from John Kasich, or at least he released a statement. Maybe we'll be able to get a press conference from him a little bit later. We'll have to wait and see. But we don't get a lot of events out of Ohio. But sadly, someone died today during this ride accident. A very big deal, no matter where you are. We're checking the Twitter now. Do you see anything?
Well, no, we're checking the official Ohio State Fair Twitter account, and there's just been one message they put up there from 2 hours ago saying that there was a report of a ride accident. We are investigating and will report information as soon as available. But that was 2 hours ago.
Okay, so the Ohio State Fair sort of released a statement, so that's good. But again, I don't know if there's an official statement that we have to hear from somebody about, because usually Disney would come out and say, this is a ride that, they know about the ride, they're able to report how this could have happened.
Yes, and there is also, folks, if you do want to see, unfortunately, the video of the accident, it is out there. We're not going to show it just because we don't even have the rights for it, and even if we did, we still wouldn't show it because, unfortunately, of
too graphic.
There's been a death. We don't want to even do that to the families or friends associated with that. But we are saying that it is out there, so you can probably see it.
Yeah, Shelby Miller tweeted it. She said, "Warning, pretty graphic." So the ride is called Fireball. That's what it says in her tweet. Okay, so. Okay, yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so.
We're watching it right now, and maybe, Mary Kate, if you want to do a play-by-play, is this like a Sidewinder? Is that what it's called?
Okay, so at Kings Island, the amusement park back home, this would be called the Delirium.
Okay.
It's one of those rides where you're in a circle, your feet are dangling, you're buckled in your seat.
And it's going around and around.
Yeah, the circle's moving, and this, I don't really know how to describe this. You're just being swung back and forth, basically, looping
while
in the
rotating.
Air. Yeah. So search, Fireball or search the Delirium on Google, and you'll be able to get a good idea of what this is like.
And it looks like it hit something, and then this whole section of seats just went flying off the ride.
Flying off. That is so scary because that's part of the ride. That's part of the thrill of the ride is it looks like you're going to hit the ground, but you're not supposed to.
Not at all. And
And I always asked, when I was little and I was scared, and I would ask my parents, what if I hit the ground? What if I hit something? And they always would explain to me, well, these engineers that work on these rides are able to create that thrill for you.
Sure.
And they measure it out perfectly with, aerodynamics and whatever it is that they are able to do.
Yes.
For that not to happen, I can't believe it. Just looking at this video, that looks so terrible. I'm really feeling for everyone that was on that ride and the families and the person who sadly died. I mean, it hits, what is that? The kind of the rail that,
it looks like the rail, Mary Kate.
The rail where people are sort of hanging out waiting for their ride hits that. People go flying out of their seats. Really just awful. And again, we can't show that to you guys because
too graphic.
It's way too graphic.
But if you are looking for it, it is available there, especially on Twitter. When all you have to do is really just Ohio State Fair. You gotta search for it. But wow, pray for those family and everybody and friends that are associated with it. For those of you maybe, and it looks like we just did, we lost that shot.
We
so
did lose it.
We're going to try to reestablish that connection, but it looks like right now they took it away from us. So we'll try to get that back for you.
Legislation such as HR 3170 and private sector solutions such as cyber insurance products can help organizations manage their cyber risk. In a study performed last year, RSM performed extensive data mining within a set of cyber insurance claims and found that 50% of the reported attacks were against organizations with $50 million in revenue or less. Attacks against small businesses are not an anomaly. They are the norm. This is the key demographic that is being targeted by hackers. What is needed is a venue through which small businesses can find simple, direct guidance on how to protect their environments and mitigate risk, and that also provides access to resources with the necessary expertise to chaperone them through the implementation of that guidance. The current legislation addresses part of this requirement by essentially creating cyber mentors within the small business development centers. These personnel could quickly become the frontline advisors that are so desperately needed to guide small businesses through the deployment of technical security solutions and administrative risk management techniques such as acquiring cyber insurance. While this is a critical first step, the SBDCs hold the promise of a myriad of benefits that can be made available in the future. Again, to make material progress on this issue, we need to move to clear, concise, pragmatic solutions. While it might seem like an abnormal suggestion, what is needed is to emulate our peers within the hacking community. The underground markets excel and become exceedingly efficient at turning large masses of unskilled, technically challenged individuals into groups of, while not elite, at least effective cyber attackers. We lack that equivalent process on the defensive side in which we can rapidly take a large number of small businesses and have them become at least efficient and effective at basic cybersecurity. While it sounds relatively simple, reference environments, as they are known, are not common in the small business community, which often leads to organizations cobbling together their security architecture and governance based on their individual interpretations of best practice. Similar to the methods of our adversaries, small and middle markets need a dedicated hub where they can find simple, realistic guidance on how to deploy security solutions that are complete and effective at a basic level. This would then need to be paired with programs dedicated to delivering to security training directly to the IT and management members of those small businesses, as most of these organizations simply cannot acquire the necessary security talent on the open market. The SBDCs could play a critical role in the process of working with government entities, private sector consultants, and vendors to create standardized models and security training. It should be mentioned that an additional benefit of deploying such common models is that it would then allow the SBDCs to address the need for actionable cyber threat intelligence that could be easily consumed and put to use by small businesses. If common reference environments are made available to small businesses, many of these entities would be highly interested in deploying these frameworks if they knew they can consume and utilize threat intelligence in a plug-and-play manner. It should be noted that this support was included in the prior HR 5064 legislation that passed this committee last year, but then later expired in the Senate. At this point, the foundations would be laid for a base-level accreditation program for small businesses in which they can demonstrate that they have achieved basic cyber controls and processes. The SBDCs would be a natural fit to oversee this program and could then coordinate between newly accredited small businesses and insurance carriers to facilitate the acquisition of cyber insurance. These suggestions create a process that naturally flows from a set of standardized security templates, through the training and the deployment of those templates, through the accreditation that the controls were deployed properly, through the coordination with the cyber insurance market to offset the residual risk. This process in its entirety represents the most requested types of support by small business executives, encapsulated in a clear, concise, and pragmatic approach. It would materially improve the current security status of approximately 50% of the U.S. economy. The final point I would suggest would be to use the SBDCs as a coordination point between small businesses and a designated, responsive law enforcement entity. Currently, when a small business is compromised, they can contact their local police departments, which are often willing to help but technically unable to do so, or they can contact the FBI or Secret Service that are technically able to help but typically do not have the bandwidth to do so. This situation has created a mindset within the small business community that when it comes to cyber matters, they have essentially been abandoned to the Wild West where the rule of law does not apply. Legislation that addresses the points I've described above would greatly improve the security and longevity of the U.S. small and middle market businesses. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my statement, and I look forward to further questions.
Thank you very much, and I'll yield myself 5 minutes. And Mr. Luft, I'll go to you first. Could you tell us what process that you went through in determining what cyber insurance coverage that you ultimately ended up with, and is there any recommendations that you would make to other small businesses who might be considering, first of all, whether or not they should get insurance coverage, and then secondly, who they should get it from? I'm not saying what company, but just the kind of process.
Well, it was my first assumption that cyber insurance should just be as simple as any type of insurance. So I reached out to my existing insurance provider. What I quickly found out is that's not the case. He was not familiar with a lot of policies. So once I saw some hesitancy on his end, I sought some additional resources and found an agent that was exclusive to cyber insurance. That would be my first suggestion to any small business. And one of the first things that a company needs to look for when they're looking at that, there's some standard coverages in there, the extortion coverage, data losses. So the company could assume that those things are going to be included in the policy. But one thing that they need to ask for is retroactivity. When you first initially buy that policy, it's going to become effective that inception date. But anything that may have happened previously, it would behoove that small business to ask for maybe a year of retroactivity, just in case there is something lurking there in their network to ensure that they are safe.
Thank you very much. Ms. Davis, let me go to you next. You mentioned in your testimony that not all causes of loss are covered by a particular insurance policy. Could you provide the committee with an example of what would be uninsured loss and how small businesses can protect themselves from that type of liability?
Sure. So the exposures that arise from cyber threat continues to evolve, and there are certain elements of loss that at this point are not transferable to an insurance policy. There is work being done by the insurance community to try and develop insurance solutions for some of those losses. But my advice to small businesses really echoes some of the comments that we've heard already, and that's just providing additional education to those businesses. So things like this hearing today really bring awareness to the topic, but where assistance is needed is helping them connect the dots. I think small businesses today have an understanding of what the exposures are and what risks they may bring to the business, but they're struggling with the how. What sort of action items they can implement to make their operation more resilient and secure. So it really does come down to businesses understanding, the risk and protecting themselves from it, which is really done through risk mapping. Smaller businesses need to understand what downtime could mean to their organization. Also, the sensitive data that they're holding, what sort of costs they may incur if that data is compromised. And I think that qualitative aspect is an area and it's an opportunity where the insurance community can assist with some of that process. The other point that I'll mention is just in terms of connecting the dots and bringing action items to them, it's about understanding if employee training is only being offered by roughly 80% of organizations now, that doesn't translate to the fact that we've seen a growing number of threats really come out of exploitation of that human element, of that big vulnerability. And 50% of respondents to that Advise in Zurich survey noted that humans or their employees unintentionally infecting their network was a top concern. So just helping bring together those pieces.
Thank you. I've got less than a minute to go, and I've got two witnesses. I'm going to throw this question open. It's kind of maybe an impossible question, so either one of you want to handle this. If a business has X amount of insurance where they're covering fire and a whole range of things, and now they've got to consider cybersecurity insurance, and let's say they're going to go with the insurance company they have now, how much more typically could they expect to pay for this that they're not paying without it right now, percentage-wise? Are we talking an additional 10%, 25%? And I know that's a tough question. It would depend on how big the company is. What would your estimate be if you have one?
Yeah, so and that's an excellent question. I think
I'm not sure if that mic's on or not.
Is it?
It is, okay.
That's an excellent question, and as you point out, it is going to depend on the class of business that they're in, the amount of data that they have, what coverages they're actually looking for. There are two approaches to cyber insurance in the marketplace today. One is a standalone policy,
right,
which is probably going to cost you thousands of dollars.
Yeah. I would guess that would be probably more. So if, let's say you went with the company that you have now and they did have the expertise, unlike what Mr. Left had said he experienced. I mean, ballpark, what range are we probably talking about? Not either one of you want to venture this.
Again, that's hard to formulate because every one of the organizations, when we work with them, and I'm not on the insurance side, I'm on the breach investigation side, but so I see the flip side of it. Every one of the organizations, the question is going to come down to, what does your network look like? How much data do you have? How does the data pass through? If you pass your credit card payments to a third party, depending on how they answer that, you can have two organizations that are the same size in the same industry that have put together their networks differently. They're going to pay vastly different amounts for insurance.
I told you it was an impossible question. Either one of the first two witnesses want to take a quick stab at it? Ballpark?
So there's a number of factors that contribute to that, so coverages, but also limits and retention. So it really depends on what an organization's risk tolerance is. Somebody may say to themselves, I feel as though I can retain this risk. I'm not at high risk of this sort of event occurring, and they may be purchasing a $1 million limit with a $250,000 retention purely to satisfy a contractual requirement. Somebody else may opt for hundreds of millions in coverage. So those are some of the influencers.
Mr. Luft, you're from Cincinnati. I expect you to give me an answer. What do you
so, Chairman, I could talk specific about what's happening with my company. And so for my liability policy covering our installation, for $1 million policy, that's about $4,000. When I bought that standalone cyber insurance policy, that was $3,200, so roughly about 80%.
Good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. My time has expired. I apologize for going a little bit over. Ranking members recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Cernak, we need, and I believe that you stated that is not if the small businesses are at risk. The question is when it's going to happen. So we need to operate under the assumption that aggressors are already inside our networks. With that said, what alternatives do small businesses have once they become aware an aggressor already have access to their information and technology?
Sure. Yeah. Once you've identified that someone may be within your four walls, I think it's incumbent and imperative, that you get somebody like my colleague here to the right that could come in and identify exactly what is wrong and not.
Everybody, coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Mary Casey's going to be with you for the next 2 hours. We call it the final 2 hours. And we are still expecting a presser on that terrible accident there at Ohio State Fair.
All right, everybody, thanks for watching live here on the Fox News Now stream. You're getting a live look at the White House. We're going to take you to a press conference about this Ohio State ride accident. Let's take you there right now.
So we take this job very serious, and when we have a tragedy like this, it hits everybody, and it hits us really hard. So my children, my grandchildren ride this equipment. So our guys do not rush through this stuff. We look at it, we take care of it, and we pretend it's our own. So I'll take any questions.
Mike, talk about the process of this ride in particular and
okay.
How it was handled.
This particular ride is what we call a spectacular piece. This piece of equipment is put up from multiple trucks. So it comes together, it's bolted together. We're going to take a look at it as they put it to the ground. We're going to make sure it's level. And then we're going to make sure that we take a look at the structure as it goes up. We're going to take a look at the electrical components, the connections going to the boxes. We're going to look at the hydraulics. We look at any specification that the manufacturer tells us to do. In other words, if there's non-destructive testing or some type of testing that needs to be done, we make sure that all that documentation is in place and it's been completed. Every day they're required to do pre-opening inspections. So our team looked at it. We had a third-party team look at it. It's been looked at about 3 or 4 times over the course of 2 days.
Were there any red flags with that ride? Any at all?
No.
Is there a scale in which it's graded? Is there an ABCD scale or passing or not passing? How does that?
No, our documentation eventually will be available, but there is a certain document that we put in place. It's looking at structural. It's looking at there's a bunch of check boxes that it has to go. It's not rated on an ABC.
It's pass, no pass.
It's pass, no. It's pass or fail.
Can you give us specific?
So you had a case here, for example, where there were 11 rides that were not opened at 10 o'clock when the fair opened today because they weren't satisfied with the inspection. And then since that time, there are now 4 rides that are not opened at all. One of them may not be opened, the other 3 we'll see. But, you know, you don't want to hurry this process. And so as I talked to him and understood the repeated efforts to try to determine this, then they have the paperwork, because that was my question. Okay, you say you did it. I want to know. I want to see it. Did you do it? And so when they produce it, you know, they're doing what they can. As he says, he's concerned not only about his kids, but his grandkids riding on these rides. We're all concerned about the loss of life and these kind of injuries. It's terrible, but they can only do the best that they can do. But we'll investigate. We're not going to take anybody's word for anything. The Highway Patrol will investigate. The Department of Agriculture will investigate. It will be fully transparent for everyone to understand.
You mentioned that this ride went through several processes of investigating it prior to people getting on. You said it was structurally sound. So then, how can you guarantee with all of the inspections that something like this won't happen again if it passed all of the necessary testing?
There's no guarantee. Obviously, mechanical or structural damage could be done where you can't see it. Metal fatigue sometimes. There's different things that are not visual to the human eye.
Can you give us specific detail on what happened with this ride?
Not at this point.
Okay.
Can you talk about the specifics of that ride? How many people could be on it at a certain time? How many cars there are when it's fully functioning?
I'd be speculating now, but there's 4 seats per gondola, if you will. So you have 3 separate sweeps with 4 gondolas, with 3 gondolas on it, I believe.
But with this tour group, that they saw a worker prior to the ride being ran in prior to this accident, going up to the equipment, looking over it, making some kind of adjustment, and then started the ride, and that's when this happened.
I can't confirm that. It's V as in Victor, ARTORELLA.
I'm sorry, one more time.
V as in Victor, ARTORELLA.
it effective that the rides were closed? Because it seemed like they went on for a while after the accident, like things went on like.
Yeah, basically what happened is I got a call from our Chief of Staff, Beth Hansen. I then called Dave, and by that point there were people that were gathered, and I told Dave we don't want to keep the rides going. So I don't know exactly what time it was, but as soon as we learned, I learned and got a handle on the thing, I said we got to shut them all down.
Can you say whether there was just one gondola that went off?
No, I don't know. I mean, this will be something, I know there's a video out, but this will be something that will be investigated. I mean, the Highway Patrol, this is what they do. They investigate. Dave Daniel will investigate through his operation. We'll be on top of it in the governor's office, and we don't want to speculate on any of this.
What time did the ride shut down?
I can't tell you.
Do we know?
I can't tell you the exact time. After I spoke to the governor, we sent word out to our staff, and they began shutting the rides down. It takes a while to unload. I think that many people saw the Sky Ride continuing to operate. We were trying to offload people as quickly as we possibly could and get them shut down as quickly as we possibly could.
Yeah. My question is, what message do you have to the people who are afraid to come back out? There are a lot of people who bought season tickets, and now after hearing this, they may be afraid to ride again. What do you say to those people?
Well, look, first of all, we don't want to prejudge an investigation other than the material we have and the ability to try to determine if everything was done properly. It appears as though it has been, okay? And as we look around the United States, there are accidents that occur in these parks. And nobody can say that, that there isn't going to be an accident that's going to happen. So the only thing I can tell you is, as we live our lives, we try to rely on people to do the proper inspections to ensure public safety, and people have to use their judgments. This fair has been here a long time. This is the worst tragedy in the history of the fair, but we'll recover from this as well, and we'll move on. But that doesn't mean we won't grieve for what happened here tonight.
When you say one more question, can you clarify that?
Well, no, people just need to decide how they feel. I'm going to be here at the fair tomorrow.
Can you talk about the demographics of those injured? How many were children? How many adults?
I don't have all that detail yet, and I don't think that's been released yet. They're trying to determine who everybody is and who the family members are.
Do you have age ranges? Do you know if they're teens?
We'll get you the information as quickly as we can get it to you. I don't want to say.
Can you tell me what day
Okay.
the ride was inspected, given the all clear, and was it inspected prior to the fair opening today?
Yes, this ride was inspected at a couple of different stages, and it was signed off today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody, that was the end of that press conference about the ride situation in Ohio. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. We'll be right back in just a little bit. You're getting a live look of the White House. All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We just showed you a press conference from John Kasich talking about this ride accident tonight at the Ohio State Fair. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Let me change that lower third so you guys know we are, in fact, streaming live tonight. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show, keeping you updated on all world news and political news. Give me just a few seconds while I pull up that next top story. Thanks for watching. Okay, everybody, taking you now to the State Department briefing, keeping you updated on all world news. Let's take you there.
Okay, good to be back with you. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're all having a great day.
It's like 20 degrees in here.
Usually it gets a little hot. At least under the lights it gets hot, so it feels nice to have it a little cooler.
Brisk.
Okay, I want to start out by telling you sort of a theme week that the administration is having, and we're calling it American Heroes Week. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to talk with you a little bit about the terrific work that so many of our colleagues are doing here at the State Department and also USAID. So bear with me here, it's a little lengthy. American Heroes Week, the administration is bringing attention to the work that so many Americans are doing to help others around the world. In my time at the State Department, I've been impressed by the hard work and the service of foreign service officers and civil servants at the State Department and also USAID, and I want to highlight some of that work for you. Around the world, the Department of State and USAID are leading efforts to fight disease, feed the hungry, and reduce instability, all of which makes us safer here at home. America's proactive and decisive leadership is saving lives by mitigating public health crises, such as the spread of Ebola and Zika viruses, and staving off famine as the world faces the worst food security crisis since World War II. When I was a reporter, I saw firsthand the dedication of USAID staffers and its pride that they felt when I visited Sudan in 2004. I remember the pride that I felt when I first saw the slogan, "From the American People," stamped on a bag of wheat that was distributed in South Sudan and also Darfur. The United States also remains a leader in global health, working daily to drive advances in the prevention, the care, and the treatment of HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, while saving millions of preventable diseases like cholera and polio. In the last 15 years, our government-funded interventions have contributed to a 45% decrease in maternal deaths and a 51% decrease in deaths of children under 5. We also support U.S. citizens abroad. In the past 8 months, we've provided emergency assistance to or helped coordinate travel to safe locations for U.S. citizens who are in South Sudan, in Russia, in Belgium, Peru, New Zealand, and other places in the wake of natural disasters or civil unrest. In 2016, we assisted 5,461 international adoptions. I know how happy those families are to have those little babies. And we enrolled 3,821 children in a program that's aimed at preventing international parental child abduction. We support the security of U.S. borders while also facilitating legitimate travel. In fiscal 2016, we issued non-immigrant visas to more than 10 million foreign nationals to study, visit, and do business in the United States. International visitors contribute more than $240 billion to the U.S. economy, supporting more than 1 million U.S. jobs. As many people will note, during the summer travel season, we help Americans see the world. Since the beginning of fiscal year 2017, we've issued 15.6 million passports for U.S. citizens and nationals in order to travel abroad. If a storm could disrupt your vacation plans, or if you get sick from drinking the water or anything else, we alert you to our travel warnings, the alerts, and country-specific information. That is always a good reminder that regardless of wherever you're traveling, you can go to our State Department website and let us know where you will be. In a case of emergency, we'll be able to reach you and you can reach us. Life-saving and tireless work of our diplomats and aid workers embodies America's dedication to creating a safer and more prosperous world. Our assistance abroad is a testament to the generosity and the goodwill of the American people, and I'd like to thank my colleagues here at the State Department for doing such incredible work around the world. And with that, I will gladly take your questions.
Thanks. Can I just ask, this American Heroes Week and the sentiments that you just expressed are an administration-wide, this is a administration-held sentiment?
That is correct.
So if the State Department and its employees do so much good work, why does the administration want to slash the budget by a third and cut, thousands of jobs?
The administration believes that it has to do more with less. And that is part of it. We're striving to become more efficient. Part of that is taking a look at the reorganization. But when all of this is said and done, we will still remain the largest and most generous leader in humanitarian response around the world, and that will not change.
Okay. I guess if you say so. I think that there are probably people in this building or elsewhere who disagree with you. Sir.
Well,
but anyway, let's move on to.
I can agree. We will still remain the most generous donor of any country around the world.
Can I ask you just a couple, very briefly, two things about the secretary?
Sure.
One, is it true or false that he's thinking about resigning or leaving the administration early?
That is false.
Okay.
We have spoken with the secretary. The secretary has been very clear. He intends to stay here at the State Department. We have a lot of work that is left to be done ahead of us. He recognizes that. He's deeply engaged in that work. We have meetings scheduled. He has meetings scheduled for the rest of the week here in Washington. He does, however, serve at the pleasure of the president, just as any cabinet official would.
And so that means you spoke to him today? Because this seems to be gaining a new life every hour.
Well,
so
everyone loves to report on palace intrigue stories. The secretary is committed to staying, and I'll leave it at that.
But you talked to him today?
I have not seen him today. The secretary is out for travel.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just wondering, that leads into my second question, which is, if you did speak to him today, or someone did he have any thoughts about the speech that the president made to the Boy Scouts last
So the secretary, as you well know, was very involved in the Boy Scouts, and he was out there on Friday speaking to the group. The secretary is aware of the president's comments. I think when all is said and done, those Boy Scouts, what they will remember from the Jamboree in West Virginia is that the president showed up. And that's a pretty incredible thing that the president went there. Other presidents have as well, but for the president to show up, that's a big honor for these young boys. And if anyone has any questions or concerns about the president's remarks, I would leave it for the parents to characterize those remarks, not me from the State Department.
No, I'm not asking you to characterize them at all, but the secretary didn't have a problem with it, given his past experience with the
my understanding is that the secretary had invited the president out himself personally
to the Jamboree.
To the Jamboree,
knowing that he wasn't going to be there. No, that the secretary.
I don't see that as being
no.
an
I'm just
issue.
curious.
I mean, the secretary went when he was able to go, and the president went when he was able to go.
But
I think that's the takeaway.
But he did not. The secretary did not express any opinion one way or another on what the president said.
No.
Okay.
Could I just follow
anything else
on the
that
secretary?
Hold on, before we go to Israel, Palestinian stuff. Let's clear this
I
up.
want to ask you on the secretary.
You have a question about this? Of course. All right, Saeed.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well,
He's a
according
man
to,
of
I mean,
many
it's
interests.
related.
Yes.
I asked about everything. So it is related. According to the Jewish Telegraph Agency, the Zionist Organization of America called on the secretary to resign because of the human rights report, because there is a passage in the report on the, the terrorism report, thank you, ma'am, on the terrorism report of last week, because they say there is a passage where the secretary was, or the report says that, exacerbating the situation is the fact that the Palestinians have no hope, that there's increased of settlements and so on, and in fact they call the report, that's their quote, bigoted, biased, anti-Semitic, Israel-hating, and terrorism. Do you have any comment on that?
Yep. So what you're referring to is the counterterror report that the State Department puts out. This is something that the State Department puts out every year as mandated by Congress, and then that gets delivered to Congress. So in that report, we consistently highlight terror attacks perpetuated against Israelis, and I'm just talking about the Israel portion because this is a worldwide report. Those terror attacks that are perpetuated against Israelis by Hamas and others. There is no justification, and we will say that time and time again, there is no justification for any acts of terrorism. The Secretary of State is staying here. He will remain here, and that will not change.
Okay, so you don't really have a comment on an organization calling for his resignation?
I do.
Has he been made aware of this?
There are organizations around the world who will take issue with certain things that the State Department does.
Right.
And so I'm not going to get into commenting or characterizing every single one of them.
Thank you.
Go back to the beginning.
Hi.
How are you?
Nice to see you, Michelle.
Can you talk a little bit about the reform plans, since you said he's here to work on the reform plans? There's been a lot of rumors out there from, moving consular services to DHS to closing war crimes office.
Hold on, let me stop you right there because consular affairs, which is a huge part of what we do here. As you know, they help adjudicate visas. It's an important part of the work, and that's one of the things that the Secretary has said, that he believes that the State Department is the rightful home for consular affairs. There's been some inaccurate reporting on that it would move to the Department of Homeland Security. The Secretary intends to have it stay here.
Okay, are there other, there's a lot of rumors out there on a lot of different offices.
That's why I want to correct
Can you
them.
give us...
So let me just say, in any case, when you have questions about a story, you don't need to go ahead and just report it without checking, and I'm not speaking to you personally, just as a general matter. Please feel free to email us, to call us, so that we can try to set the record straight and make sure that you have the most accurate and up-to-date information. I'm seeing too many stories out there these days that are inconsistent with that.
And can you give us an update on when he expects to have this reorg done, and some, timing of that, and how many jobs or offices he's expecting to close down?
Yeah. So overall, the reorganization is the redesign, redesign, whatever you want to call it, is underway. We're looking at a lot of different departments. There are a lot of functions that are handled here at the State Department. My understanding is that September 15th, I believe it is, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, September 15th, we have to provide a report to the Office of Management and Budget. And there will be some information that will be submitted to them. And again, jump in if I'm wrong here, because we haven't talked about this in a few days. But that is something that OMB will then have an opportunity to take a look at. There are steering committees that have been put together here at the State Department that head up 5 different components or 5 different areas. Let me try to find what exactly each one is for you. Okay. So they're working groups, actually. Overseas operations is one. Foreign assistance operations is number 2. Human capital planning is another. IT platforms, and also administrative services. So we have asked our employees, not just here in Washington, but around the world, to take part in that. We've put together some working groups. People can provide us information, and we'll figure out best practices and how we should change things to alter the State Department to keep it in line with the 21st century.
Thank you.
Anything else on that, Michelle?
That's okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
So my understanding is that there are about a dozen people working in each of those working groups. So is it their full-time job now to be working on the restructure of the State Department? And if so, who's filling their, daily, what they were doing daily before that?
Let me get back to you on that. I don't believe that that is the case. I believe that they are also involved in their existing projects as well, but let me get back to you, okay?
Okay.
Okay, anything else on our redesign here? Anything else on redesign? Just hold on, just raise your hand if you have anything else on the redesign. We'll move on.
Sorry, to Matt's questions about the Secretary, though. You said he was traveling today. His public schedule said no available appointments today. Said the same thing yesterday. Last Thursday, it listed nothing, and we know he was on Capitol Hill briefing the House. He was at the Pentagon with the president. Can you say why we're not being told where he is?
Well, he does have the ability to go away for a few days on his own.
So he's
just
now
taking a little time off. He's got a lot of work. He just came back from that mega trip overseas, as you all will know. Many of you were there with the G20 and his other travel as well. So he's entitled to take a few days himself.
Of course, I don't think anyone's arguing against that, but why not just say he's on vacation then?
I don't know what is standard for secretaries of state, how they actually list private days. I can check to see what the prior arrangements were. Matt Lee probably knows as our State Department historian, but that I'm not aware of.
That's pretty standard.
That's pretty standard? Okay.
But a public event like on Friday, as we've discussed,
Understood.
is not.
Understood. Okay. Let's move on there. Hi there.
Hi, Heather. So Secretary Tillerson said of the Senate bill that he had concerns about limiting his flexibility, the Russia sanctions
You're talking
bill.
about Russia sanctions?
Yes.
Okay.
The administration has kind of signaled that it's supportive, I guess, of the House version. What is the Secretary's position on the House bill?
Well, I'll say this again, and I'm sorry to disappoint you with something I've said many times
Right,
before.
but he has commented on the
Pending
Senate.
legislation, and so that would be considered pending legislation. It's something that is still in draft form, is my understanding. So I'm not going to get ahead of that, and I'm also not going to comment on any pending legislation. But the Secretary, I think, has been firm about sanctions on Russia. We've talked a lot here about the issues facing Ukraine, how we expect and we fully intend those sanctions to remain in place until Russia stops the provocative actions that cause those sanctions to be placed in the first place in Ukraine.
Do his comments about the Senate bill that he made a month ago still stand?
I think that's for the Secretary to speak to himself. I don't want to get ahead of the Secretary on that. I know he's remained concerned. He's followed the situation in Ukraine very closely and feels that Russia needs to do a lot more before we're going to, if we were to ever change something related to that.
And then just very quickly on Russia saying yesterday or earlier today that it almost telegraphed that it wants to get involved in the GCC issue. Is that something the U.S. welcomes?
I think first what I would say about GCC is that we hope that all the sides will get together and have a meeting and sit down face to face. We're still waiting for that to happen and think that that could help advance the prospects for a resolution. That has not happened yet. We hope that that will happen sometime soon. If Russia can play a role, and by the way, Kuwait is still, the technical mediator of sorts holding that. If Russia can play a role in helping to bring the sides to the table, I think we would welcome that. We might be skeptical of whether they'd be able to do that or not, but we would certainly welcome that. If anyone were to be able to help bring those sides together.
On the Secretary,
yes.
There's been reports that the President has taken the Secretary out of the Iran deal certification process. Do you have any comment on those reports?
We have been incredibly, as you all know, very involved throughout that entire process.
It has been a State Department thing, but now
it
seems
that has not
the
changed.
President wants to change policy.
This has not changed. The State Department will remain just as involved as it always has in the Iran situation.
So do you expect that in 3 months the Secretary of State will either certify or not certify?
I'm not going to get ahead of what may happen over the next 3 months. We'll just have to wait and see. Okay. Hi. I'm Michelle.
I mean, I think his question kind of went back to what we had been asking before about the Secretary's role vis-a-vis the White House. Is he happy with the amount of freedom he has to make the decisions that he wants to make at this point?
So I would say that this is a deliberative process. The Secretary, as do all other cabinet officials, meets with the President and the President's national security advisors and cabinet members. That is something that's normal, that's customary. They sit down, they have a healthy dialogue and conversations about the heaviest and the weightiest foreign policy issues. Sometimes people may, and I'm not saying this as it pertains to Iran, but in general, they may agree, they may not agree on different situations, and that is what's healthy in a democracy, to have those conversations. Ultimately, the President is in charge of this country. He decides, he's the boss, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, and since we're on Russia, if you don't mind, in talking about sanctions, you always, or I would say you generally specify that the Secretary is committed to these sanctions over Ukraine.
Correct.
What about his stance on the penalties on Russia over meddling in the U.S. election?
To my knowledge, nothing has changed on that in terms of that. I think the secretary has been clear in his position that Russia meddled in the election. I know you've asked me a lot about that particular issue, and we continue to have concerns about it. So, anything else on Russia? Anything else on Russia?
Yeah, one of those penalties was the seizure of the 2 compounds,
Yes.
and that is up for negotiation with the Russians to actually return.
Well,
them.
that actually would not be considered a sanction.
Well, I said penalties.
Oh, okay. So regarding the dashes, and everyone's so obsessed with the dashes, but regarding that, those conversations are ongoing. As you know, Mr. Shannon here, Tom Shannon, has been engaged in conversations with his counterpart. No decisions have been made on that whatsoever. And so I can't get ahead of what's going to happen, but we do know that they were involved in some nefarious activities here in the United States, and we had the right and the ability to Russia still owns them, by the way. I want to be clear about that. But we had the ability to have people leave from that facility and contain those facilities because of activities that were taking place there.
You know who's the most obsessed about the gotchas? The Russians.
Yeah, of course they are. I mean, when you talk to the Russians and they have conversations.
But it's not us.
No.
Not us who are obsessed about it.
That is a fair point, Matt. But when you talk to the Russians about things like civilian deaths in Syria, it seems that they often want to talk about dachas more. Okay. Anything else on Russia?
Afghanistan.
Okay. Hold on, Nazira. Let me come back to you. Ukraine. Hi.
Yeah. So,
Hey, Josh.
good. Are you? So, Ambassador Volker was in eastern Ukraine on his first trip to that region. He gave some interviews to international media while he was there. Do you have any details on what was accomplished during his visit and any kind of time frame?
Hour right now, but spent time in the eastern part of Ukraine. As many of you know, that's considered a fairly dangerous area. We've seen a real uptick in violence recently. 13 or more Ukrainian soldiers have been killed as a result of that Russian-led attacks on those soldiers. One of the things that our special representative did, he went out with the OSCE monitors. They are the people on the ground who are monitoring the situation. We have continued to have very serious concerns. We have talked about this from the podium, about the monitors' ability to do their jobs. They are the eyes and ears on the ground to be able to assess and give us good reporting about the situation there. So he went out with the OSCE monitors to see unfortunately, just how dangerous their job is right now. I know that's one of the things that he was doing. He wanted to start to get the ground truth. His job will be trying to bring the parties from the Normandy format back to trying to negotiate something so that we could get closer to adhering to the Minsk Accords. I don't have any readouts for particular meetings with you, but when Mr. Volker comes back, I'll see if I can get him back in here to give you all a better debrief.
On the arms for Ukraine?
Yeah, so there was a BBC report headline. You know, sometimes the headline writers, you all would know this, will get ahead of the story. So there was a headline that implied that we were in the process of doing what you just described. We are not there yet. Let me take out the word yet. We are not there. The United States has not provided defensive weapons, nor have we ruled it out to provide to the Ukrainians. Okay. All right. Anything else on Ukraine? Okay.
Afghanistan.
Okay. Let's talk Afghanistan.
As we are approaching the end of July, do you have any update on the policy review? Why is the delay?
You know, this is something, gosh, we've been in Afghanistan for 16 years now. It's something that I know the administration cares deeply about. I know General McMaster, General Mattis, and others care deeply about this matter. It is a complicated situation in Afghanistan. The policy review is still underway. It will be underway until they make a determination for the best way forward. There are other reviews we've talked about that are still underway as well, including Pakistan and others, and so I don't want to get ahead of that. I'm not going to say when this is going to happen. It could happen soon, but it may take longer as well.
Okay. What tools does the Secretary envision to turn around the conflict in Afghanistan?
Well, I think one of the things that the Secretary feels very strongly about is trying to get to a place where we can have some sort of a peace process. And that means actually sitting down and talking with members of the Taliban and starting to facilitate that kind of dialogue. Ultimately, like in many situations, in many other countries, military options or military strategy is not necessarily going to win those countries and put peace back together. It's part of it, but in the long run, you have to bring both sides of the table or multiple sides of the table together to determine their future.
So am I reading correct? He is not pro the military option?
Well, I'm not. I mean, that's a piece of it. Of course, the military option is a piece of it, but the Secretary of State is not going to advocate or is not going to work on on Ms. McMaster's behalf or on General Mattis's behalf. That is their piece of it to decide at the Department of Defense, and as the National Security Advisor, our piece of it to work on is more from the diplomacy standpoint and humanitarian assistance. Okay. Hi, Nazira. Hi, nice to see you. She's our Afghan journalist. So welcome back.
Thank you very much, Nazira Karimi. Now I'm working as an independent journalist. You might know about yesterday big attack in Afghanistan. So many people has been killed and injured, and Taliban took the responsibility. On the other side, Defense Secretary General Mattis also not satisfied about the Pakistan pressure toward the Haqqani network and Taliban. And also, Pentagon spokesman said that $50 million will not deliver to Pakistan. Pakistan supposed to bring more pressure to Taliban and Haqqani network. Do you have any comment about it?
Sure. Well, first, let me start out by talking about the attack in Kabul.
Yes.
July 24th took place yesterday. They killed at least 35 people and wounded many, many more. We want to send our condolences to the families of those who were killed and also those who were injured. Afghanistan is a good friend of the United States. That is something you all have experienced, some terrible terror attacks in your country, and our hearts go out to you and your people. I know your family has been affected by this as well,
Sure.
and that is something we care deeply about. The latest attack targeted civilians and public servants. My understanding is that one of our guards, a local Afghan, was killed in the blast as well, so our heartfelt sympathy goes out to his family. We're aware that members of the Taliban have claimed responsibility. We know that the Taliban has become more dangerous and more deadly and has been involved in the kinds of attacks that perhaps previously they have not been involved with, and that remains a major concern of ours.
Still, you're optimistic about peace process with the Taliban, although they show every day negative.
I think it's premature to say that, but when we can get to the point where we might be able to help facilitate, along with Afghanistan, to get people to sit down and talk together, then that would certainly be a step in the right direction. Until then, we will continue to support our Afghan partners.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, how are you? Sure. Okay. Wait, you have one on Afghanistan?
Yeah. What do you say to critics who say you don't have enough people working in the State Department to even pursue a peace process?
So we do. We have a wonderful lady, Ambassador Alice Wells, who has come over to lead for the time being. And I think a fault of ours here from this podium is that we've not done enough to talk about the people we've put in place to do the good work. And some of that has kind of gotten pushed by the sidelines because we've had so much going on with the DPRK and Russia and all of that. Alice Wells, we were thrilled to have her come back here at the State Department. She had previously served as U.S. Ambassador to Jordan and numerous other places. So she has remained very engaged in the process. She's a terrific leader. We're looking forward to having her a part of that. She has taken on, for at least for the time being, the duties of the Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan. And so these issues, these will still be addressed. We still have a team of people. I met with 3 or 4 of our Afghan-related people today to talk about some of the policy issues. And so they're engaged and they're working hard at it. It's something they care passionately about. It's something I know they're very invested in, so that has not gone away. That won't go away.
So the office is still there and has not been disbanded? And if it hasn't been, why would the previous holder of that job do a, on the record interview with and say that the entire office was being closed down?
Well, look, we believe in free speech. You're referring to Laurel Miller. I've met with Laurel, and she did some fantastic work here. She's entitled to go out and talk to reporters about her time.
Yeah, but you're saying that what she said was flat out wrong.
No, we have Alice Wells, who's in position. She's in the position to handle the SRAP duties for now and for handling that bureau.
If I walk downstairs to the
I haven't walked down there lately. I don't know what the status is of that office.
Will someone
Here is what is important, and I know people are obsessed with.
Or are there movers in there?
I know people are obsessed with. Are you shutting down this bureau? Are you shutting down that bureau? Are you shutting down the global office of whatever, whatever? All of those functions will still remain here at the State Department. That is not changing. A different person may handle it. In some instances, it may get combined with an existing bureau. That doesn't mean that the priority goes away, and that doesn't mean that the functions of that job or its duties will go away. I want to be very clear about that. There's been a lot of reporting on that. Those functions will still remain here at the State Department, okay? And that's all I'm going to have for you on that.
Work for the ambassador now? Does Laurel's staff now work for the ambassador? Is the staff still there?
Let me get back to you on that. I know. Maybe there have been a couple departures, but for the most part, the people I see every day handling Afghanistan and Pakistan and India issues are all the same.
Given the fact that Alice Wells is both the acting special rep for the Office of Afghanistan, SRAP, and she's also acting for the ACA. What is in the future, will the office reporting to SCA Bureau?
I'm sorry, what was the last part? In the future?
Yeah, what is the plan with the special SRAP being reporting to the Bureau of SCA?
So my understanding is that she will be working on both issues right now. She's hard at work. She was here when the Afghan girls arrived, to meet them at the airport, just one small example. She remains very passionate and engaged in these issues. Where that title of special representative goes in the long term, I'm not sure just yet. We have 70-some special representatives here at the State Department. Some are congressionally mandated, others are not. But what I can tell you is that every single function of a special representative of this or that, all of those issues will still be addressed. We're not going to stop caring about Afghanistan, for example, if there's not a special representative. The functions will still be done. I don't think I can say that more strongly or more clearly than that.
Okay. North Korea.
Hi. Okay, let's talk about North Korea. Hi.
North Korea.
Okay.
North Korea on the North Korean travel ban.
Yes.
And if violated the travel prohibition to the North Korea, what are the specific details of penalties?
I don't want to get ahead of that just yet. Let me get back with you on what the exact penalties will be. The travel ban will go into effect 30 days after it is listed in the Federal Register. We've talked a lot here about the dangers of traveling to North Korea. I saw in one major newspaper today where people were talking about, oh, their neat experiences in North Korea, which makes it sound like it's a fantastic place to go. Let me use this as an opportunity to remind people it is not safe for Americans to go to North Korea. Let me remind you, we still have Americans who are being detained in North Korea. We don't want to see any more people go to North Korea and be detained, and that is why we put that travel ban in place. That travel ban had been under consideration for quite some time. Important to note, Matt, I know you had this question earlier. People will be able to apply to go to North Korea. Journalists may be able to apply, for example. Some will. Well, you certainly can. You certainly can.
So you have,
and it's adjudicated on a case-by-case basis. You know all of that. So if you have important work to do there that is really necessary, and the work that journalists do is important to have that on-the-ground accurate information, we certainly value that. You'll still be able to apply for that kind of thing. So let me get back to you, though, with the specifics on what the penalties would be for Americans to travel there. Okay.
And Pakistan?
Hold on. We're gonna stay in Asia now.
Yeah, Korea.
Hi.
So yeah, I was curious about the humanitarian classification as well. Like, how many U.S. citizens?
On North Korea?
Yeah. How many U.S. citizens actually go to North Korea for those kinds of purposes?
I wish we knew that number, but that's not a kind of government number it's not a number that we would track. You think so?
And once this takes effect, they're going to have to get special permission, so then you'll know.
So we don't keep track of that.
Okay.
And nor do we keep track of the number of Americans who, the government doesn't keep track of the number of Americans who travel to, you know, the UK or Australia or any other place. We just don't track it in that fashion.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Anything else on Asia? Asia.
Yeah, Korea question. But first, I actually want to follow up from last Thursday. Is there now a statement, or is there a statement yet about the Secretary's relationship to the allegations against ExxonMobil regarding Russia sanctions?
What's the first part of your question?
Has the Secretary had the opportunity to put together a statement regarding his tenure at ExxonMobil during the period where these allegations of sanctions violations took place?
Okay, we're not in Asia anymore.
No, but my follow-up is about
Your follow-up is Asia. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think I was clear on Thursday, and I'm not going to have a ton for you on this.
Right.
Treasury and its Office of Foreign Assets Control was clear, I think, in their in laying out their case. The Secretary went through great effort to not only resign from his company, retire from his company, but also recuse himself from anything related to ExxonMobil. So the Secretary has firmly remained, continued to have that position. He's not going to weigh in on all of that. You could talk to Exxon or you could talk to Treasury if you want more information.
Sure, and that makes sense with regards to the Russia sanctions, but my question regarding North Korea, does it at all undermine the department's ability to urge China to adhere to DPRK sanctions when it's still not clear about the Secretary's involvement in sanctions violations during his tenure at
Not at all. I mean, look, China and countries all around the world recognize the threat of North Korea. They recognize the threat when they see an ICBM fired on July the 4th, when they see actions from that regime advancing nuclear weapons and testing. So it's not just in the United States' interest to try to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the interest of the world, and the world recognizes that. And one good way to try to encourage Kim Jong-un to give up his nuclear weapons and the ballistic missiles program is to apply the pressure campaign. And that was one of the top priorities for the administration when Secretary Tillerson came in. And I've sat there in the meetings and I've listened to him as he's talked with countries around the world about the importance of that pressure campaign and keeping up that pressure campaign to try to remove the money that is enabling North Korea to keep going with its program.
Sure, but still, doesn't that pressure become somewhat undermined if the messenger has a sort of conflict?
Not at all, because this isn't about the United States. The Secretary remains firmly committed to pressuring countries and remains fully committed to the sanctions. And every country around the world, for the most part, that we've spoken to is in agreement with us on that and the dangers of North Korea. And you could talk to any of our allies and they would agree on that.
Okay. Question on Israel Palestinians.
Yeah.
There was a time that would have led the briefing, but
Right. I'm sorry, Anne, what happened to your question earlier?
We went to Korea.
Okay,
so,
sorry.
Well, a couple things. Has the Secretary been directly involved in any of the outreach to any of the parties, Israel, Palestinians, Jordanians? Could you detail any of that for us? And then walk us through what Ambassador Friedman is doing. I know he's been making a lot of calls and moving around.
So Ambassador Friedman, and also the President's Special Envoy, Jason Greenblatt, have spent a lot of time on this. This is an issue we care deeply about. Mr. Greenblatt is over there right now on Sunday, and as we watched the tensions escalate over the weekend and the past few days, Mr. Greenblatt jumped on a plane and he went over there and he's spoken with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He went to Israel. He's also spending time in Jordan, and he's working very hard to try to de-escalate the tensions there. And that's really our priority, talking to both sides to de-escalate those tensions. This is something, an initiative, if you will, that is backed by the State Department. The Secretary of State, along with so many of my colleagues here, are involved in this process. When Mr. Greenblatt and Mr. Friedman go to meetings, they're backed by our staff members, and when they return, they debrief us. I met with Mr. Greenblatt about a week or so ago, and we talked, this was before some of this had occurred, but we talked about, the importance of that rule, and I think there's very close cooperation between the State Department and the White House on that matter.
Was there any direct U.S. engagement in helping the Jordanians get to a place where the diplomatic standoff in Amman could be resolved, which was followed pretty quickly by removal of the metal detectors?
Specific to the issue of Amman, I'm not aware if we were involved personally. I think that would be an issue between Jordan and Israel. As it pertains to the situation in Israel itself, that's something that we have been involved with in trying to de-escalate those tensions, and Mr. Greenblatt was directly involved in that.
And the Secretary? Did he make any of these calls?
I'm not sure. I don't have any calls for you to read out for you right now, but if I have anything for you on that, I'll let you know. Yeah.
Do you guys, we talked a little about this last week, although I was unable to pry an answer from you. Maybe I can now. And that has to do with the metal detectors and their replacement. So did you guys think that it was or do you think that it is a good idea for the Israelis to remove the metal detectors?
I think, and I'm going to repeat this again, anything that serves to de-escalate tensions and pave the road for the two sides to come together and have conversations not only about this, but also about the peace process moving forward, we would certainly support that. As you know, we support the maintenance of the status quo at that site, and we welcome all sides and their commitment to the status quo.
Well, right. So, the Israelis say that they're going to take the metal detectors away, but replace them with these high-tech, high-definition, high-resolution cameras. This is something that I spent hours with your predecessor, because the previous Secretary of State got an agreement between the Jordanians and the Israelis for cameras similar to this that never were put in place because the Palestinians objected. Do you think that this new arrangement with cameras is a step in the right direction?
Well,
and does it change the status quo?
I think that we would leave it to those parties to determine what works for them. Ultimately, and as it goes with the peace process, ultimately it's their decision to make. Both parties have to be able to live with it and be able to work with it. We are merely here as a supporter, a facilitator of peace, and that's not going to change, but they have to be able to work together.
So this isn't something that you would advocate? You would not, this administration would not say to the Jordanians, the Palestinians, and the Israelis, look, we think that these high-tech cameras are the way to go.
I'm not aware of that conversation taking place. What I do know is that tensions seem to be lessening a little bit. We're pleased with that. It looks like it's going in the right direction right now. Obviously, a very fragile region, so I don't want to, add to anything there that could potentially heighten concern. We're happy that Mr. Greenblatt's there, and let me just leave that at that. Okay?
One last very brief thing on Israel, and this has to do with, I don't know if you're aware of this, I pointed it out earlier, but a small group of pro-Palestinian activists were prevented from getting on a flight to Israel at Dulles because they said that they were, the airline said that they had a letter from the Israeli government saying that they would not be admitted to the country. This is under their new law, the Israelis' new law, which allows them to bar supporters of the BDS, boycott, divestment, sanctions movement from entering. These people were American citizens. Do you guys have any issue with them being denied the plane ride?
We're certainly familiar with that report. We're aware of that. We have a strong opposition to the boycotts and sanctions against Israel. I think we've made that position very well known. As a matter of general principle, as many of us know as Americans, I know not everybody here in this room is an American, but we value freedom of expression, and that's something that is very important to us, even in cases where we don't agree with the political views of others. But for more information on that, I'd ask you to talk to the Israeli government.
Well, but is this something that you would raise with the Israeli government to say, hey, look, we have a problem with this, or we don't have a problem with this?
I'm not aware of whether or not we will bring that up with the Israelis. I think our focus right now will be on de-escalating tensions. in the Middle East. If this does come up and if it's something that I can discuss with you, I certainly will.
Quick follow-up.
Okay, we're gonna have to go, guys. I'm really sorry.
A quick follow-up on Ambassador Friedman.
Yes.
Just really quick.
Okay, this
because
last
I
one.
know he was active behind the scenes and so on. Was he freelancing or was he coordinating with the Secretary of State?
Freelancing?
I mean, was he doing it on his
There's no
own?
freelancing.
Okay, so was he coordinating?
There's no freelancing.
Was he coordinating all his efforts with the Secretary of State, his boss?
The efforts that the White House is engaged with as it pertains to Israel and all this, we are aware of those efforts. We stay in close contact. I was speaking with Mr. Greenblatt's colleagues earlier today. My other colleagues have spoken with Mr. Friedman's folks, so we remain in close contact about this. There's no freelancing going on, okay? Yes.
You said that the Secretary was taking a little time off. Was that something that has been planned for a while, or was that time he's taking off in response to the speculation about his
No,
future?
I'm glad you asked that question. This is, my understanding is that this was time that he had planned for quite some time. Okay?
And
Thanks, everybody.
Is the State Department alarmed by these reports out of Mexico, all these allegations that the tourists down there have been drugged or, you know, I mean, there have been these incidents where they're getting injured or worse, and it seems like it's either poor quality alcohol or druggings or something. I mean, it's a mystery. Is that something that you're alarmed about or watching?
You know, I think, let me get back to you with that in particular, but I know that we are concerned with travelers. We give travelers warnings about places that they might go, and we do that in Mexico as well as other countries. So if I have anything more for you, I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Okay, everybody, you're getting a live look of the White House right now. Taking you to the Senate floor. Earlier today, they held a hearing on Russian influence on the U.S. election. Let's take you there.
Witnesses cause unnecessary inconvenience for those of you who are easy to work with. After he failed to negotiate with the committee in good faith, I issued a subpoena in the cooperation with Senator Feinstein to Glenn Simpson for his appearance today. I withdrew the subpoena after Mr. Simpson agreed to a transcribed staff interview about, number one, his involvement in creating the Trump dossier and interactions with the FBI, and number two, his alleged work with the unregistered foreign agents who met with the Trump family and campaign officials. Regarding Mr. Manafort, negotiations for a similar agreement that Ranking Member Feinstein and I were working on with him broke down Monday night, and I issued a subpoena for his appearance. On Tuesday night, following consultation with the ranking member and a document production from Mr. Manafort, I withdrew the subpoena, and we continue negotiations for a future transcribed interview. With respect to Mr. Trump, he agreed early on to cooperate, produce documents, and do a voluntary transcribed interview. so no subpoena was necessary in that case. So these three then will not appear on panel 2 today. Now today's topic is as important now as it was in 1938 when Congress enacted the law. There are 2 qualifications to be considered a foreign agent under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. The first is working directly or indirectly for a foreign principal. A foreign principal can be a foreign government, political party, corporation, or a single individual. The second requirement is involvement in a political activity to influence U.S. policy, either as a publicity agent or a lobbyist, among others. The basic idea is that the foreign propaganda should not lurk in the shadows, but should be fully transparent. The Foreign Agents Registration Act does that by requiring agents to register with the Justice Department. People should know if foreign governments, political parties, or other foreign interests are trying to influence U.S. policy or public opinion. Given recent Russian and other efforts to influence our elections, this law has never been more important. Unfortunately, it appears that the Justice Department and the FBI have been seriously lax in enforcing the Foreign Agents Registration Act, and for a long time. In the past 12 years, the department has only sent 178 letters to people it believes should register as a foreign agent. That's only 15 letters a year. Now compare those 15 letters with what the Justice Department thinks that I send more. They happen to think that I send more oversight letters than that in 1 week. Only 9 people in the entire Justice Department work full-time to enforce this law and monitor potential unregistered foreign agents. It's no surprise, then, that only 400 foreign agents are currently registered. Does anyone here seriously think that only 400 people in the whole United States take foreign money for PR and lobbying work? The Inspector General said the FBI investigators and the Justice Department officials can't even agree on what makes a good case for enforcement of this law. It is then no surprise that the Inspector General found that there is no, quote, comprehensive department enforcement strategy on FARA. That's the acronym for the law. End of quote. Between 1966 and 2017, the Justice Department brought only 7 criminal FARA cases. So listen to this. It has been 26 years since the Justice Department used civil injunction relief to enforce this law. Now, then, why comply when the Justice Department clearly doesn't treat this law as a priority? In an April 2015 letter to then Attorney General Holder, I wrote about Sidney Blumenthal's efforts to influence U.S. policy by leveraging his close relationship with Secretary Clinton. News articles reported that Mr. Blumenthal transmitted documents to Secretary Clinton on behalf of a political party in the country of Georgia. The Justice Department never explained why it did not require Mr. Blumenthal to register under FARA. If the Justice Department thought Mr. Blumenthal's activities on behalf of foreign interests did not require registration, it should simply say so, particularly when the Trump administration has required Lieutenant General Michael Flynn to retroactively register under the law, in a large part because he wrote an op-ed for the Hill newspaper. The administration also required Paul Manafort, the Podesta Group, Mercury LLC, to register for their work on behalf of the Ukrainian government. Recently, there's been a lot of reporting about other unregistered foreign agents attempting to influence U.S. policy. For example, a group of unregistered Russian agents allegedly worked to undermine the Magnitsky Act. That 2012 act was passed in honor of Sergei Magnitsky, who uncovered massive financial fraud in Russia involving corrupt Russian government officials and organized crime. He was then arrested by the same corrupt officials and later died in Russian prison under suspicious circumstances. The Magnitsky Act allows president to sanction individual Russian human rights abusers and freeze their assets in the U.S. The law was passed due to a tireless effort of William Browder, who will testify here today. Mr. Magnitsky was Mr. Browder's lawyer and friend. In 2016, Mr. Browder filed a complaint with the Justice Department's FARA enforcement unit. He alleged that a group of unregistered agents were working on behalf of the Russian government to get rid of the law named after his late friend. He said these unregistered agents lobbied Congress. He said they organized a screening of a propaganda video with Hill staffers and State Department officials. The propaganda video smeared Mr. Magnitsky and Mr. Browder. What this video represents is a pretty cute operation. The foreign agents also published propaganda to news outlets, trying to get bogus stories published by respectable organizations. As we learned after this hearing was scheduled, they apparently even lobbied the Trump campaign and the Trump family. Yet the Justice Department didn't require any of them to register as foreign agents. One individual identified as Mr. Browder's complaint is Glenn Simpson, founder of Fusion GPS. Since March 2017, I've been asking about the Russians who were working with Fusion GPS to smear Mr. Browder and undermine the Magnitsky Act. Mr. Simpson's company, Fusion GPS, is the same firm that oversaw the creation of the unverified Trump dossier. Around the same time, Fusion also helped orchestrate a campaign to repeal the Magnitsky Act for the benefit of Russian governments. There are public reports that the FBI used the dossier to kickstart its Russian investigation. Did the FBI know that Fusion pitched propaganda for the Russians even as it pushed the dossier? What would they say about its reliability? If the dossier was represented to any court, should this fact have been disclosed? Two other individuals identified in Mr. Browder's complaint have been in the news a lot lately. The first is a Russian lawyer who represents Prevezon Holdings. Her name, Natalia Vesnitskaya, as you know. We'll just refer to her as Russian agent XYZ or something. Prevezon is a Russian company that received millions of dollars connected to crime for Mr. Magnitsky's uncovering. The other person is Rinat Ometshin. He is a Russian-American lobbyist with reported ties to Russian intelligence. The New York Times recently described him as, quote, a master of the dark arts, end of quote. These two were reportedly at the meeting with the Trump campaign and family members last summer. They reportedly offered dirt on the opponent to get a meeting and then made their pitch against the Magnitsky Act. Was it just a clumsy bait and switch effort in their unregistered propaganda campaign? Hopefully we'll get some answers from Mr. Trump and Mr. Manafort on that point. We will also pursue details about Mr. Simpson's role in this event and the creation and circulation of the dossier that started this whole controversy. Knowing exactly who is acting on behalf of the Russian government is vital to get to the bottom of the Russian influence in our democratic system. That is why FARA must be enforced consistently and even-handedly. In other words, it won't be taken seriously. I look forward to discussing with the witnesses additional steps to better enforce FARA. And now it's my pleasure to turn the table over to my ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just begin with a comment. Thank you for bringing everybody up to date on our discussion on the witnesses that were on the schedule here but are not at the present time. I think that's very helpful. Sure. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or what our chairman correctly said is called FARA, is really an important issue, particularly at a time when we face unprecedented interference in our democratic processes by a certain country, namely Russia. FARA was enacted in 1938. That's a long time ago. It was enacted to ensure that the public was aware of efforts by the German government and the Nazi Party to use a network of United States citizens and firms to sway public opinion and United States policy in Germany's favor. The law requires any individual working on behalf of a foreign government or foreign interests to register with the Department of Justice. It doesn't prohibit lobbying or other political activities, but instead it requires disclosure when those activities are directed by foreign interests. Long overlooked, FARA has received renewed attention in the past several months because of the high-profile cases involving former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, who registered retroactively for work that he had done for the Turkish government at the same time he was advising the Trump campaign. Former campaign manager Paul Manafort also registered in 2017 for nearly $17 million for lobbying work on behalf of the pro-Russian Party of Regions in Ukraine between 2012 and 2014. Unfortunately, late registrations under FARA are not a new problem, nor are they limited to these two examples. In September of 2016, the Justice Department IG reported that 62% of the registrations that it had reviewed had been filed late. 50% were incomplete. I'll let you draw your conclusions from that. My conclusion is that our authorities don't take the law seriously, and we need to change that. There appears to be no meaningful penalty for late or incomplete filings, and over the past 50 years, the Justice Department has prosecuted only 7 FARA cases. Instead, where violations are discovered, the Department encourages compliance, creating a system where there are no consequences for failing to follow the law. So I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about whether and if what changes should be made and whether the current law is adequate. So once again, I thank you for solving our problems with the other witnesses, and I look forward to the testimony. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, besides your thanking me, you've been very cooperative, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to introduce the witnesses, and then I'm going to ask you to stand and be sworn. Adam Hickey is Deputy Attorney General for National Security Division, DOJ. He manages the National Security Division's efforts to combat national security threats. From 2013 to 15, Mr. Hickey was the acting Deputy Chief of Cyber for the Counterintelligence and Export Control section of the National Security Division. Mr. Hickey was also a federal prosecutor. Thank you for being here. Prestep is a assistant director for the Counterintelligence Division at the FBI. He previously served as Deputy Assistant Director of Intelligence Operations Branch in the Directorate of Intelligence at FBI headquarters. He has worked at the FBI since 1998. Thank you for being here. Michael Horowitz has been a frequent witness before our committee, is an Inspector General for the Justice Department. He was confirmed April 2012 and oversees a nationwide workforce of more than 400 employees. Immediately preceding this post, he was in private practice and also previously worked for the Justice Department's Criminal Division. The Inspector General's mission is to detect and deter waste, fraud, abuse, and misconduct. It's his mission to also promote economy and efficiency in the Department of Justice. We thank you for being here, and would you stand now at this point so I can ask you to, do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? They all affirm. Mr. Hickey, would you start out, and then we'll go to Mr. Priestap, and then to Mr. Horowitz. And then we'll have 5-minute rounds for questioning.
Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Feinstein, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Department of Justice concerning the Foreign Agents Registration Act. The Department appreciates the committee's interest in FARA. I know the committee already has my written testimony, so I won't repeat it here. Instead, I'll cover a few key points about the law and its background, how we enforce and administer it, and how the Department has responded to last year's report by the Justice Department's Inspector General. FARA is a disclosure statute that requires persons in the United States who engage in specified activities as agents of foreign principals to register with the Department. The Act's purpose is to ensure that the American public and our lawmakers know the source of information that is provided at the behest of a foreign principal, where that information may be intended to influence U.S. public opinion, policy, or laws. The statute defines who must register with the Department as a foreign agent and what they must disclose. It exempts certain types of foreign agents from the registration requirements, and among other things, it requires registered agents to preserve their books and records and make them available for inspection. Because FARA is designed to encourage transparency in public speech and political activities, not to discourage that speech and activities, it differs somewhat from other provisions of the criminal code, such as those that punish espionage and other clandestine conduct. Instead of prosecution, the primary means of achieving that transparency is by encouraging voluntary disclosure in compliance with the Act. The Department will, of course, approve criminal prosecutions under FARA if there is sufficient admissible evidence of a willful violation of the statute. But the high burden of proving willfulness, difficulties in proving direction or control by a foreign principal, and exemptions available under the statute make criminal prosecution for FARA violations challenging. Despite these challenges, however, the Department has brought 4 FARA criminal cases since 2007, all of which resulted in convictions. Day-to-day administration and enforcement of FARA is handled by DOJ National Security Division's FARA unit. A regular part of the FARA unit's work involves attempting to identify persons who may be subject to FARA but have not registered. The FARA unit relies on publicly available information and referrals or information provided by other government offices. If credible information suggests that the individual should register under FARA, the FARA unit will send an individual a letter advising them of the possible registration obligation and requesting a response. If the individual does not respond, or the response seems incomplete or untruthful, we will follow up. And in some cases, we may decide that a criminal investigation is appropriate and involve the FBI. Often, the recipients of those letters of inquiry will register. FARA unit staff carefully review registration filings for deficiencies, seek amendments, and conduct inspections to ensure continued compliance. FARA unit staff also provide advisory opinions regarding the application and requirements of the Act and perform other tasks that I've described in more detail in my written testimony. I will now address how NSD has responded to the September 2016 report of the Inspector General. The OIG report made 14 recommendations. NSD agreed with all of them, has implemented most of them, and is working to implement the few that remain. As a result, in February 2017, the OIG informed NSD that 6 of the recommendations were closed. NSD plans to file its next progress report in August, at which time we anticipate that the OIG will be in a position to close nearly all of their remaining recommendations. I want to thank the committee again for providing me this opportunity to discuss these important issues, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
You bet. Mr. Priestap.
Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Feinstein, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. My statement for the record has been submitted, so rather than restating it, I'd like to explain why the issue before us is so important. The Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, is critical because we need all available tools to combat today's counterintelligence threat. Unbeknownst to many Americans, the threat posed by our foreign adversaries is growing, both in volume and complexity. Our country is under relentless assault by hostile state actors and their proxies, and adversarial nations aren't just using their intelligence services to conduct these assaults. They are using a whole-of-government approach, pursuing their goals on economic, technological, military, diplomatic, and intelligence fronts. They use people from across their governments and from all walks of life in pursuit of their desire to gain strategic advantage over the United States in whatever ways they can. Understanding of the scope and scale of the counterintelligence threat, combined with the fact the threat is a gradual one, leads too many people to underestimate it. But make no mistake, our economy, our national security, and our way of life are being actively threatened by state actors and their proxies today and every day. As just one example of this, a number of our adversaries engage in activities designed to influence U.S. public opinion, policy, and laws. By requiring these activities to be conducted in an overt manner, by requiring foreign agents to publicly disclose their relationship with foreign principals, the American public and the U.S. government can better evaluate the information these agents provide. However, when foreign agents don't disclose their relationship with their foreign principals, we are more susceptible to being unduly influenced. This is why foreign agents who willfully fail to disclose their relationship with foreign principals may be criminally charged pursuant to FARA. We live in an age in which we are bombarded with information, and so it's more important than ever that we understand its source. Otherwise, we can't fully understand and evaluate it. FARA matters because it requires foreign agents to publicly disclose for whom they speak. FARA also matters because in the counterintelligence realm, the United States needs every weapon in its arsenal.
It's really urgent.
While the FBI is the lead domestic counterintelligence agency, the only way to effectively combat whole-of-government threats is through whole-of-government responses. The FBI is committed to working with the Department of Justice to enforce FARA and any other statute that can be used against our adversaries. The FBI is equally committed to working with other U.S. government components, the private sector, and foreign partners to do the same. In closing, thank you very much for holding this hearing, as doing so raises awareness of the counterintelligence threat and one of the tools that can be used to fight it.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Horowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Feinstein, members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to testify at today's hearing. The Foreign Agent Registrations Act is an important statute that Congress passed to ensure that the people of the United States are informed of attempts by foreign principals to influence U.S. public opinion, policy, and laws. In September 2016, my office issued an audit report on the Department's efforts to enforce FARA and its administration and monitoring of FARA registrations. We found that the number of FARA registrations has declined significantly over the last 2 decades, and that criminal prosecutions and civil enforcement actions are rare. Additionally, we determined that over half of the initial FARA registrations we reviewed were untimely, and that 50% of registrants filed at least one recurring 6-month supplemental registration late. In light of the information we reviewed and evaluated, we identified 4 general areas of concern. First, the department lacked a comprehensive enforcement strategy for FARA, and we heard about significant disagreements between the National Security Division, the FBI, and assistant U.S. attorneys about how such investigations were being handled and reviewed. Second, the National Security Division was having difficulty gathering the necessary information so that it could identify when foreign agents had failed to register as required under FARA. Third, the National Security Division needed to improve its monitoring and oversight of registrants, including ensuring that registrants were complying with applicable filing requirements and doing so in a timely manner. And fourth, the department had not made an assessment of the reason for the sharp decline in FARA registrations over the past 2 decades, including the impact of the Lobbying Disclosure Act exemption and whether any legislative changes should be sought. As a result of our findings, we made 14 recommendations to the department, and they agreed with all of them. 5 of our recommendations related to enforcement efforts. Since our report was released, NSD has taken sufficient actions for the OIG to close. The 3 recommendations related to updating training for investigators and prosecutors, providing more timely communication with FBI agents and federal prosecutors on the NSD decision-making process, and working with the FBI regarding classification codes for FARA and Section 951 cases. Our recommendations that the NSD develop a comprehensive enforcement strategy and better track FARA cases remain open, although we're told by NSD that it is working to address those 2 recommendations. 7 of our 14 recommendations related to improving NSD's oversight of its foreign agent registrations. 2 recommendations have since been closed because the NSD has begun posting anonymized advisory opinions on its FARA website and because it is expanding